That is the cutest cinnamon roll. This entire collection's so cute. Oh my god. But if it's 15 inches by 15 inches, that's big. I believe in you, but it's big. I don't know. I want to do, actually, when I first started my channel, or before I started my channel, I bought a bunch of puzzles because I wanted to do puzzles on stream. That's what I'd wanted to do originally. And then I was like, I'll just do this. I'll just play the Atomi games that I keep buying. All right, I have aided my snackety snack, and I have fixed my hair. It's still, you still can't see it. I made my hair cute. I swear it's cute. But these are so big that you can't even see them sticking out. Like if it, see, they're cute. It's cute. No. And I tried fixing it while I was taking my little break. I was like, maybe I can make my hair stick up more. Oh, it's 5 by 9 by 5.9. Okay. Oh, maybe it's talking about, no, centimeters. That would be, well, it's about close to centimeters. Maybe it's doing the centimeters. Because 30 centimeters is 12 inches. So I clearly do not size. I was just like, dang, that's big to try and get done in one day. Yeah, that size sounds doable in one day. I believe in you now. For real this time. Not sarcastically like earlier. There's a streamer, not streamer, well, she does stream. She does life vlogs and stuff like that, and she made a collection of diamond art paintings with the arts that she's done. And they're huge, and they take her months because they're like poster size, like they're big. And she'll block out like a square like that much a day to get done because it takes time because of all the different colors. But her art's so pretty, and I wanted to buy one of her diamond arts because I wanna do that, but I don't know if I could bring myself. I feel like I'd lose my mind a little bit, but I still want to. I don't know. We bought one a long time ago, but it wasn't a full piece. That's your first one. At that size, that's a good size to try it. The one we had got, it wasn't like completely diamond art is the best way to describe it. It was like parts of it was diamond art, but the rest of it was still just a normal picture, and I hated how that looked. So we ended up not even doing it. We didn't realize until we bought it. And I was like, oh, that's silly. I want to do the deer and the forest, not just the deer. If you have a rolling pin, since I've watched her do them quite a few times, after you're done, roll that over, and it'll make all the things like, you'll hear a little bit of popping, and it'll make it really flat and stick better. All right, we are back on Cafe Enchante. We're now in chapter 3. We just found out that Ignis is a murderer. More importantly, he's found out he's a murderer. That night, we managed to make it back safely. To alleviate our exhaustion, we decided to rest in our respective bedrooms. As for the Minotaurs, we saw jumping into the wormhole before the Ignis revelation caught us, and the GPM agent who stood guard had already taken them all into custody. I'm trying to understand the endgame. Like, is his friend mad at him that he's stronger than him? Was his friend's best friend with that one guy that died? Like, I don't understand. A day later, all of the exhaustion I accumulated in the freezing world finally began to leave my body. Ignis's social media update would be hashtag found out I was a murderer today. Oh my god. It's like on his mukbang. Sorry, I had to cancel today's stream, guys. Found out I was a murderer. Not in the mood to eat right now. I forgot how many chapters in each route. You plan to finish his route today? Yeah, I'm gonna stay on until I finish his route at the very least. There's about 5? Because they do like 3 on average, then they do the final chapter. It's not even called the 4th chapter, it's called the final chapter. And then there's the after story. So it does 3, then the final chapter, and then the after story chapter. I haven't done the bad endings for anybody except for Kana so far. I was planning on doing them all at once, because if I don't have to, why would I? There's no CGs for getting the bad endings, so part of me doesn't care for the bad endings. However, as we've already established, there's no way I can tell if I'm doing good, so I could get a bad ending without planning to. And his answers have been very ambiguous, so I could be getting the wrong ending already. I got out of bed, but I couldn't shake the anxious thoughts. One thought more than others. Yeah, it's okay. You're a murderer. TLDR, you're a murderer. Yes, you're a murderer. Yeah, that, you can forget that. Ignis. We immediately headed to our respective rooms, but after getting here, poor Ignis. I haven't spoken to him since. In fact, I don't even think he ever made eye contact with me. Dude, go give him a hug. Just give him a hug. Kororo looks so big on the bed in comparison to how he's drawn. There's like a difference, right? Between being like, hey, sure, he's a monster, but he's our monster. Aw, then being like, sure, he's a monster, but what choice do we have? You know what I mean? Like, there is no love being like, he's a monster, he killed people, sure, but he's strong, so let's keep him around. Like, that burns, you know what I mean? Kororo, perhaps out of worry, slept next to me in my bed, nestling his soft, plump body against mine. He's the best body pillow. He's bigger than the pillow, no wonder Il uses him as an armrest. Yeah, but my problem is this. Hang on, I'm gonna cough again. Sorry, my throat does this after I eat. I get a lot of phlegmy. And I have to cough a few times. All the dramatic, so dramatic. Oh yeah, that was dramatic too. Look how big he is here. He's not that big. Even if he's 7 foot tall, he's not that big. Also, I just realized he doesn't have a horn in this. He just has like... Oh no, he does. Just kidding. I thought that was his hair. Let's ignore what I just said. I thought that was a weird hair part. But look at that boy. He's the size of his head. He's not that big. They lying over here. That, or maybe we should really be talking about, should she be dating these guys? Like, if they are 10 feet tall and have the arm span of a giant, she probably shouldn't be getting into romantic relationships with them. Just gonna say it right now. Here's my theory. Don't do it. Kororo, perhaps out of worry, slept next to me. Thanks. They also keep getting their gender wrong. Is it a he? Because they kept saying he, but now it says she every now and then. Thanks to him, I could finally wake up my half-asleep, half-dreaming state of consciousness. Oh my god, dating Slender Man? Dude, that'd be cool. Be like, he's so obsessed with me, he follows me every time I go into the woods. Like, oh my god, is he behind me right now? I bet he is. And it's just Slender Man. And like, Slender Man's really mad at you. He doesn't want you there. Thanks, Kororo. I guess it's no use for me to dwell about it. I patted him as a gesture of thanks. Cute. Food! Huh. My fingertips froze in processing Kororo's abrupt demonstration of speed. Food! Ignis! Ignis food! Ignis! Feed Ignis food! He's doing it. Kododo eagerly flapped his hands. See, it's changed gender again. And his tail repeating those two words. Part of me started to think it was a desperate plea. Oh, what? You want some food? Girl, are you just ignoring this? She's all like, Ignis isn't a boy. Are you saying you want me to feed you like I do for Ignis? No, feed Ignis. The thing is, I have never heard or seen Kododo nag me for food like this before. But because he was, I picked him up and we headed down to the kitchen. I placed slices of raw fish onto a plate that Kododo might eat since he resembles a seal and I figured seals enjoy fresh fish. But Kododo expressed no interest in the fish. Instead, he shied away from it, completely disinterested. He's learning from his dad and all he talks about is food now. Oh god. Huh. I know this game wants to play with me, but if a little seal girl, or boy, depends on which chapter you're on, says, food dad, give food to dad. Makes more sense. I took it to mean he wasn't hungry, but was he just repeating some words he recently learned? It was unclear to me what he meant by those words. Are you for real? As I was completing my mission place, oh gosh, for today, I know what this word means. Oh god, no, how dare you. It's cutting the food, missing place. That's not even spelt right, I don't think, for today's breakfast menu. The regulars began to arrive. Rindo, who came in rather early, Dromo, who accompanied him. Monsieur, back from the demon world, Canis, who held down the Minotaurs yesterday, the somewhat sleepy-looking eel, and the forlorn Ignis, thus completing the party. Someone said, we did a great job, guys. As we all partook in the meal, I recounted what had happened the previous day to Monsieur and the others. Then after I finished my synopsis, Monsieur fell into deep thought.
イグニスが魔獣として異常で危険だから、どんな手段を使っても倒したい。ね。
So Ignis is a dangerous and abnormal beast, and they've put a target on his back to defeat him at all cost, huh?
なんか、危険とか、どの口が言うのかね。あの牛くんたちの方がよっぽどじゃない？
Yeah, but they're not the masterminds. Wink, 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 wink. Look who's talking. Aren't those bulls even more dangerous? Canis appeared to be in agreement, nodding calmly with affirmation. Calmly, but affirmatively.
だが、ただのでっち上げにしては、奴らは体を張りすぎている。
It seems strange to think their story as a hoax, seeing how reckless they're being.
アルムムが利用しているホールは、あくまでも一方通行。落ちたら最後。
The wormholes that the Minotaurs are using are one-way tickets. Once they fall in, that's it.
故郷には二度と戻れない。それが全世界共通の認識のはずだろう。
Which means they have no means of returning home. Isn't that bizarre? How bizarre?
そうっすよね。連中は GPM のホールやここのゲートのことは知らないはずっす。
You're right. Those guys shouldn't know about the GPM wormhole or the gate located here.
ってことは、そんな悲壮な覚悟を決めてまで兄貴を狙いに来てるってことっすもんね。
Which means they're taking drastic steps to get at my bro.
つまり、真偽はともかく、イグニスが危険という妙な大義名分がある限り。
So setting aside the truth of the matter, as long as this odd notion that Ignis is a threat exists as an impetus?
アルムムたちはホールを見つけてはこの町を襲撃しに来る
Why?
ということですね。
Minotaurs will jump into every wormhole they can find in order to raid this town. Is that correct?
だろうけど。いる。君大丈夫？いつもよりぼーっとしてるような。
So it seems. By the way, are you okay, Il? You seem a little out of it.
ああ、いえ、昨夜の消耗がまだ回復しきっていないだけです。どうぞ話を続けてください。
It's nothing. I'm simply recovering from yesterday's overexertion. Please carry on. Monsieur picks up where they left off.
とりあえず、アンシャンテやその周囲が脅威にさらさ
I
れ
wish I
る
could
が、
stop coughing.
俺たちにとっても人事じゃないよ。
From now, if Enchante is its surrounding area are under threat of a deadly act, then we can't just sit idly by either. But how are they forming this? Is this Dromi and the guy from Makito, Masido, Q's owner?
魔獣そのものは俺たちからすればなんてことないけど、人間には十分すぎる脅威だもんね。
The beasts themselves aren't a big problem for us, but they absolutely will be for the innocent people living here. Then Ignis, who had maintained silence this whole time, finally opened his mouth.
別に。なの、俺がここから離れりゃ解決する話だろうが。
Easy, I just gotta remove myself from this place. Problem solved. But that's... Out of reflex, I interject, but before I could complete my thought...
論外。
Out of the question.
あ
Huh?
論外なんだよ、イグニス。君がいなくなれば解決。なんて話はね。
That's out of the question, Ignis. Getting rid of you won't solve anything.
だって大ぐらいの君がいないとさ、アンシャンテの売り上げが大幅に落ち込んじゃうわけだよ。
Think about it. You've got the biggest appetite here. If you disappear, then Enchante will go out of business.
結果、ここが潰れてしまっては元も子もないだろう。
As a result, if this place were to close its doors, that would be a catastrophe, wouldn't it?
ええ、それに問題を起こしているのはあくまでアルムム。
That's right. Besides, the Minotaurs are the troublemakers here.
あなた自身が被害を出してもいないのに、害あるような言い方をするのはよろしくないかと。
You've done nothing wrong. I don't think it's appropriate to consider you the problem here.
僕からも一言いいなら、
No.
随分とらしくないなって、そんな風に思うよ、イグニス。
I hope I'm not overstepping any bounds here, but you don't sound like yourself, Ignis.
うっせ。
Shut up. Although it was undeniable that his demeanor was atypical, Ignis was unwilling to argue his stance any further. After listening to their exchange, I let out a heavy sigh of relief. Everyone thinks of Ignis as an integral part of this place. Enchante was a home away from home for them, and kicking him out was absolutely out of the question. I'm glad. As I mutter under my breath, I locked eyes with Ignis, who seems to have picked up on my voice. But he remains speechless and bitterly turns away. I knew it. He has been avoiding me since the previous night. I just knew it.
では、話を戻すとしよ
Let's get back on track.
う。アルムム、彼らの横暴は人間界そのものを危機にさらしているのだ。それをこのまま見過ごすわけにはいかぬ。
The Minotaurs and their rampages are a threat to the human world. Under no circumstances can they continue.
ここは我々も手を打つべきだと考える。
I believe we should take action.
余計なことすんな。これはベスティアと俺の問題だ。てめえの不始末はてめえでつける。
You guys don't have to get involved. This is between me and Bestia. I'll clean up my own mess.
やれやれ。今日の君は何かと自分一人で抱え込もうとするね。
Oh dear, it seems determined to do you seem determined to do everything by yourself today, don't you?
具体的にどう解決するつもりなんだい？アルムムたちの根城もわからないんだろ？
So tell us, how exactly do you plan to solve this issue? Have you any idea at all where the Minotaurs are hiding? Do you guys even have four-wheel vehicles where you're from?
それに時間をかければホールと人間界の関連性が他の凶悪な魔獣にも伝わるかもしれません。
Besides, if we delay taking action for too long, other beasts may become privy to the wormhole linking this world and theirs.
そうなってしまえばこれ幸いとアルムム以外の魔獣たちまで一斉に人間界に押し寄せる可能性もあるでしょう。
By that point, the Minotaurs won't be the only beast requiring our attention in the human world.
兄貴、ここは皆さんに協力してもらった方がいいっすよ。
Hey bro, maybe you should lighten up and let them help you here.
物理的な力しかねえ俺らだけじゃさすがにどうにもできないっす。
It doesn't seem like brute force will be enough to handle this.
平和な人間界に味を占めて戦争まがいなことを仕掛けそうなやつだって魔獣には5万といるじゃないですか。
There are millions of beasts out there starting to take interest in this world, and who knows what wars or disasters await. Monsieur and the others considered Ignis's silence as silent agreement, so they carried on discussing a plan of action.
んじゃあ話をまとめると、俺たちが取るべき行動の候補は2つ。
So let's sort this out. I see two possible options for us.
まず1つ目、この町につながってるっていうベスティアのホールの脅威をなくすこと。
First, we could First, we can find a way to close up all the wormholes that link Bestia to this world
そ
town.
れは確かに重要ですが現実的な意見ではありませんね。
That would be the best case scenario, though likely unfeasible.
ホールは基本的に我々の手にも負えない未知の現象ですし
Wormholes are largely unexplored phenomenons that even we here are not fully equipped to deal with.
だね。俺も天崎島の件はともかくとして、ホールなら何でもかんでも閉じれるわけじゃないし。
True. Plus, with the incident at Amasaki Island, it's not like I can close up any wormhole on a whim, even if I wanted to.
ならせいぜい発生する場所を事前に特定して魔獣の侵入を警戒するぐらいかな。
Then at the least, perhaps what we should do is preemptively identify where they could be hiding and prepare for the beast invasion.
しかしそれでは後手に回り続けてしまう。で
That
は
would put us in the defensive,
Yeah.
in which case.
そう、2つ目の候補。こっちが大本命になるかな。
Yep, the second option would be for us to become the big prize.
アルムム。彼らがわざわざ戦いの場を人間界にする理由をなくすこと。
We'll have to eliminate the entire reason the Minotaurs have for coming to the human world. Which means, if we can eliminate the notion that they must eliminate Ignis at all costs, then they won't have to come here in the first place, right?
そういうことになるな。それさえ解決すれば人間界が戦場となることもなくなるだろう。
Why are they acting crazy though, right? Because they're still not acting like themselves. That's right, if we can find some way to redirect their ire, then perhaps we'll spare this world from becoming a battleground. The reason the Minotaur started targeting Ignis all of a sudden was...
そもそもよ、魔獣だからこそだが理性を保
奴らが危険とみなしているイグニスの特殊性。
It seems that they fear Ignis's special trait.
便宜上暴走本能と呼ぶか。それを何とかすればよい。 という話になるな。
For now, let's refer to it as his rampage instinct. We need to deal with it somehow. An instinct held only by Ignis that sees Arumam as a danger. He loses his mind, attacking both enemies and allies when he's in a rampage.
それができれば苦労しねえよ。
We wouldn't be here if I could.
だろうね。聞く限り無意識的なもののわけだし、あの時帝が困惑した理由も納得だよ。
I figured as much. As far as I can tell, it sounds involuntary. Now I understand why Mikado was confused back then.
ガキ魔獣は
アルムムの言葉を鵜呑みにするなら、イグニス以外の魔獣からそんな前例が見つかるわけがないしね。
If we take the Minotaur's word for it, then we wouldn't have seen anything like it from any beast other than Ignis. But Ignis specifically, right? No other fire wolf has done this. Oh, but in terms of their sanity or lack thereof, it seems like all of the Minotaurs we've encountered were in a similar state. So how do we explain that? I posed the question sincerely, which prompted Rindo to pull out a tablet and fiddle with it for a
そっ
bit.
ちは帝が答えを出してくれたよ。どうもアルムムたちには投薬された形跡があるんだ。
Ah. Mikado already answered that question. It seems like he found traces of drugs in the Minotaurs. They were drugged?
ただ、どこの薬かまではまだ特定できてな
I
いら
wonder
しい。
if we know someone who was given that drug. However, we have yet to discern from where the drugs came from. Whatever those drugs were, they had to be serious.
言うなれば、正気を失う代わりに身体能力を上げる。そういう類のものだね、あれは。
In a nutshell, it increases their physical in exchange for their sanity. That's the kind of drug we're dealing with. Drugs. I could hardly fathom such a thing ever existing in Bestia, which led me to ask, is it from here?
ともかくだ。つまりアルムムたちはてめえらのサガで狂ってるわけじゃねえ。
Anyways, the Minotaurs going bonkers aren't what we should be concerning all of you.
戦いで狂う魔獣はやっぱ俺だけってことだ。
In the end, I'm the only one who goes berserk in combat.
ここで気遣っても仕方ないし、そこは素直に認めるしかないよね。
I guess he's right.
同じビートルの男も
We'll have to
肯定
face
したっ
it.
て話したし。
The other fire wolves corroborated this too. Is there any way that his rampage instinct could be cured using Il's magic? I might have come off as unreasonable if not totally naive, but when I glanced over at Il, it seems he put serious consideration to my inquiry.
精神的な抑制ですか。それに近しい法術は得得していますが、現状では何とも言えませんね。
When it comes to physiological control, I do possess magic which can aid me, but I'm unsure if it will in our case.
特にそれがイグニスの根幹。例えるのならば、人間でいうところの生理現象のようなものであれば、
Especially if we're dealing with something that compromises the core of who Ignis is, in terms of his physiological response.
いくら抑制しようとも、必ずタガが外れる時が来るでしょう。
No matter how we try to contain his power, eventually the mind will give. Have a point.
ま、とにかくわかんないものは仕方ないよ。やれることからやっていこう。まずは暴走本能について詳しく調査かな。
Well, we can't dwell on stuff we won't know. Let's find solutions instead. First, let's investigate his rampage instinct. Monsieur cuts in, displaying his trademark smile. Then, in a hushed tone of voice, he spoke solemnly.
あとは万が一だけどさ、イグニスが本当に暴走したら、俺たちはそれを止めなきゃいけないし。
Also, in the 1 in a million chance that Ignis goes on a rampage, then we would have to stop him.
曲がりなりにも実力は知ってるから。そりゃもうきっと本気で下手をしたら命のやり取りになるかもしれない。
Since we know how tough Ignis's two hands over there is, we have to be careful. Could be difference between life and death.
そうなったらどこが舞台だろうと周辺への影響もただじゃ済まないしさ。
In that case, no matter where we
あ
are,
とは
we're risking a lot of collateral damage,
同
so
じアンシャンテの常連でもっとシンプルに言えば仲間同士でそんなことしたくないじゃない。
as a fellow Enchante regular, or let's be honest, as friends, we don't want that, do we? Silence hovered in the air between us, but in that silence, everyone renewed resolve seemed to find its footing.
よし。ならばやはり、イグニスの過去についてよく知る他のビニトルに話を聞くべきだろう。
Very well, perhaps we should try speaking with the other firewolves who are aware of Ignis's past.
なら、ベスティア行きは確定かな。いる。君もあったかくしていきなよ。
Guess that means we're heading to Bestia. Do me a favor and bundle up, got it?
次回はそれを念頭に、いわゆる気合を入れて臨みましょう。
Yes, I'll be sure to keep that in mind this time around. You know, I don't want to freeze to death. Make every moment count. And so the decision concluded. Monsieur and some of the others arranged for a trip to the Firewolf stronghold that very same morning. However, if I were to stay here all alone again, there's a chance that the suspicious person would return to fling me back in. So it was decided that it would be safer if I traveled with them. I would argue that it's not, but at the end of our discussion, as everyone rose from their seats, Ignis, I called upon him instinctively, seeing as he was the last to rise from his seat.
なんか用か。
What do you want? Nothing in particular, but
なら引き止めんな。
then don't stop me. Ignis spat these words out, saying nothing else as he turned his back to me and stomped upstairs. Just so you know, yesterday you were holding me. A piece of silverware caught my eye. It sat on the edge of a plate, and I saw as it lost balance and fell into the table. The spot where it fell was the same where Ignis was sat at earlier. Oh. Then I realized the breakfast I had prepared for Ignis was hardly touched. It was left uneaten, long since cooled. Once everybody left the scene, I stared blankly for a few moments at Ignis's leftover breakfast. I tried my best that I could make him feel at least a little better. I even used some of his favorite seasonings and whatnot, but I guess it wasn't to his liking. No, that wasn't it. At that moment, for Ignis, his entire belief system, his entire way of life was utterly crumbled. He had no strength in him to enjoy a meal. I reminded myself of this. Despite how hard I tried to convince myself, it was nevertheless impossible to lament.
店主さん。
Miss
ちょっ
Owner,
といいっすか？
mind if we talk a second? I don't know, Dromi, which by the way is the same amount of letters as in Dahat, and starts with a D, and you're evil, and you have evil eyes. Just as I was succumbing to my own gloom, Dromi appeared all of a sudden behind me and called out to me. What's the matter? I thought you were on your way to Bestia already.
ああ、いや、なんつうか、もやもやするもんがあって、戻ってきちゃったんす。
Something's been bothering me, so I came back, if that's okay. What's bothering you?
さっきの話し合いのことっす。
It's our discussion from earlier. I detected a hint of reservation in Dromi's voice as he opened up.
なんか、勝手に兄貴の本能を直すみたいな流れになっちまったじゃないですか。
You know how they're trying to find a way to fix my bro's instincts or whatever? Oh, does that worry you?
当然じゃないですか。魔獣の中でただ一人兄貴だけが暴走するってことは
Can't you see if he's the only beast that rampages like that?
すげえ特別だからっすよね。兄貴が最強無敵な理由もそこにあるかもしれないんすよ。
Imagine how loud he actually is because I have him turned down. He's still loud. Doesn't that make him special? I mean, maybe that's why my bro's the strongest of all time.
だからその強さにつながってるもんを解決っつうか取り上げられるのはどうしても我慢できないっす。
Taking something like that from him, something connected to who he is unbearable to think about. I felt speechless, surprised by the sentiment behind Dromi's emotional complaint. Well, not compliment. The man I saw before me was not the usual dull and haphazard lad that he was, but instead I saw a man who admired and wanted to protect Ignis's strength.
もちろんこのままじゃ危険なのは俺だって分かってるっすよ。
Of course, I get that things are kind of dangerous given the circumstance.
でも兄貴は強いからこそ兄貴なんす。
But my bro is my bro. My bro is my bro because he's strong. Yeah, because you're also using him.
ベスティアを変えたいと必死にあがいてトップに立ったその力は兄貴の奇跡そのものなんすよ。
It was his power that led him to the top, and making Bestia a better place is the legacy that will follow him forever. Dromi cried out passionately, reminding me of the heart behind Ignis's mission in life. That's...
あんただって危ないところを兄貴の力に散々守られてきたじゃないですか。
Remember how many times he used his power for good to save your life? Don't you remember?
それを今さらこの店にとって危険だから切り捨てるって
And now you just want him to change who he is, all because it's too dangerous for people here?
そんなのいくらなんでも都合が良すぎるんじゃないですか。
Isn't that a little too convenient? By this point, Dromi was almost yelling, but he made a good point. Does he? Ignis doesn't want this. Dromi, I'm not so sure that Ignis wants things to stay as they are. He doesn't want to kill anyone. He doesn't want anyone to kill anyone. That's why he's accepted this fate. I think that's what he desires.
それはそうっすけど。
That might be true, but... Dromi, if you really think of Ignis as your bro, I need you to cooperate with us. If we leave him alone and he ends up going on a rampage and killing someone, the Ignis you know and love will completely fall apart, and I'm not sure you'll get him back. I tried my best to persuade him, but he seemed unconvinced.
だからそういう問題じゃなくて
That's not the issue here. He reached out his emotional breaking point, taking his anger out on a nearby table.
兄貴が兄貴じゃなくなったら意味がねえっつうか
If my bro isn't my bro anymore, then it's all for
俺
nothing.
と兄貴の描いた夢が全部無駄になるっつうか
The vow he and I made will all go down the drain. Vow? The second I asked, Dromi cuts himself off. Perhaps he realizes how irate he had become that he hurried to cover his mouth.
ごめんなさいっす。そのついカッとなって
Sorry, I kinda lost it there.
店主さんに不満ぶつけたって何の意味もねえのに申し訳ないっす。
I know it's meaningless to take it out on you, Miss Owner, so I
ちょ
apologize.
っとベスティアで頭冷やしてくるっす。また明日あっちのゲートで。
I'll head back to Bestia and cool off a little bit. I'll see you at the gate tomorrow. I was flabbergasted. I've never seen Dromi so worked up before, but it came at no surprise given how much he idolizes Ignis's strength. I suppose it was an understandable reaction. Still, both Dromi and I care deeply about Ignis, That much was undeniable, but our opinions for how he should proceed differ so much. If Ignis had overheard our conversation, what would he have said? Well, he was screaming and Ignis was upstairs, so did he hear the conversation? There I was, laying on my bed without much to do.
俺は
So I'm
ベスティアでただ一人の正気を失う化け物か。
the only beast in all of Bestia that loses his head, huh? Everything that Minotaur and my uncle said played, repeated in my head. The lies, the setup. I wonder how many times I replayed that scene to myself. When I gave it some thought, even the dumbest, most knuckle-headed beast I fought had never gone so cuckoo that they blacked out.
笑えねえな。
This stuff is serious. I've had my fair share of fights, probably even more than that. Even more than through? Oh gosh. But I never occurred to me until now. Guess I started to realize how much of a total moron I've been this whole time.
何だったんだ。今まで俺がやってきた意味は。
What was it all for? What have I been doing? What is all this stuff in your room? Do you like going to concerts? Like, do you like music? Are those DVDs or CDs? Like, what's up? Tell me about you. What's the 2019 Tokyo Gala got on you? What does the movie or musical Splash have on you? The real question was,
何なんだ。
what am I?
一体どういう化け物なんだ。
Just what kind of monster am I really? I felt like a stranger in my own body. At any minute, I could lose my sanity and murder someone, friend or foe. That to me was scarier. I could attack anyone, as opposed to someone who killed intentionally. I'm a killer. I have killed. Other beasts, no less. Even worse, my kin, the firewolves who I tried to protect. And Leah. She heard it all. Yeah, but she's pretty chill.
こういうベスティアでの俺の立場ってのが話に上がった時点で避けられると思ってたぜ。
I thought you might not want to be around me once my position in Bestia came
け
up.
どお前、あんまそういうの気にしねえんだな。一応隣にいる俺は殺し殺されの世界のトップなんだぜ。
You don't care about that? I'm on the top of the kill or be killed world. You know that, right?
なんだよ、その微妙な顔。
What the hell's with that look? Well, be that as it may, you kept true to your creed, which means you'd never kill anyone, right? I just don't get how someone can hold any fear or hatred towards you for something you haven't even done. And then he went and did it. Seems like I lied to her about my vow never to kill a long, long time ago. It strained me to entertain the
く
thought.
そ、何バカ正直にここへ戻ってきてんだ、俺は。
What am I doing coming back here so willy-nilly? Let's go home, Ignis.
戻るなら、お前らだけで戻れ。
If you're going home, go home alone. Ow. I should have pushed her away back then. No. Even before that, before she heard the truth. Leah's warmth. I cringed to myself thinking that I might have taken her kindness for granted this whole time. I used these two monstrous hands stained by the blood of who knows who to touch her. Yeah, but don't worry, she's been touched by murders before. Connus, ill. Rindo, murderers. All of them. All of the comforting memories that I had of Leah were being overwritten by fearful ones. What if, on that day, at that moment, I had turned into a monster and had pointed my fangs at Leah? darted down this rabbit hole. There was no turning back. He's worried. See, he cares. Because I'd already taken a dear friend's life with my hands. There's no guarantee that I wouldn't do the same to Leah. And
あい
yet,
つもあいつでおかしいだろ。
she's so weird.
なんであんな話を聞いた直後に俺なんかの手を取った。
Why would she even take my hand after learning the truth? Because sometimes we like monsters. Why wouldn't she fear that I would kill her the moment she touched me? Why would she allow this bloodthirsty monster to sit inside of her cafe?
くそ、もう全部が意味わかんねえよ。
I don't know what's going on anymore. My head was ready to burst, packed to the brim with revelations and confusion. As I let my emotions get the better of me once more, the door swung open. I shot up just in time to see.
なんだ、てめえがカヌス。ノックぐらいしやがれっての。
It's you, Canis. Don't you know how to knock?
ここは我の部屋でもある。
This is my
普段
room
はノ
too,
ックなどしていないだろ
if you recall.
う。はあ何をそんなにも意気消沈している。いつものお前ならば、
Why are you so depressed? Usually, if I recall correctly, you would.
アルムムたちを片っ端からぶちのめせばいい話だ。と、好戦的に笑っていただろ
Leap at the opportunity to dole out a beating on the Minotaurs with great
う
enthusiasm.
るせえ。てめえに俺の何がわかるってんだ。
Shut up, you don't know me.
う。そうだな。
Old
何
man.
もわからぬよ。我とお前では、生まれも年も立場も、何もかもが違う。
You're right. I know nothing about you. We were born at different times and different circumstances. We are nothing alike.
だが、
However,
お前が急によそよそしくなったことで、マスターが落ち込んでいるのはわかる。
I can tell that Leah's mood has dropped because of your sudden need for distance. He hit me right where it hurts. I couldn't even muster up the energy to howl.
なの、仕方ねえだろ。
Don't blame me.
自分がいつ周囲の奴らをぶっ殺すかわからねえ化け物。そんな真実を突きつけられてよ。
Forgive me for being upset about learning that I'm a bloodthirsty murderer who could fly off the handle at any moment. Oh my god.
一番あっさり死にそうなあいつに平然と近づけると思うのか。
She's the most vulnerable of all. How could I ever go near her again?
イグニス、それは言い訳にならん。
That's no excuse. You're a bloodthirsty murderer who could kill her at any second. Don't make excuses, okay?
彼女の身を案じながら、今まさにお前は彼女を傷つけているではないか。
You express all this concern for her, yet here you are hurting her, whether you know it or not.
わざわざお前のために用意した料理まで手をつけず。
You hardly even touched the food she went out of her way to prepare for you.
それは。
That's...
お前の杞憂はわかる。気にせず普段通りに接しろ。とは言わん。
I understand your fear. I'm not telling you to forget and act like nothing happened.
だがせめて、彼女に己の本心を打ち明けろ。このままでは、彼女は沈み込む一方だぞ。
But for all our sakes, you should tell Leah how you truly feel. At this rate, she will spiral into despair.
お前は、彼女にあんな顔をさせるために、ここに戻ってきたのではあるまい。
You wouldn't bother coming back here if all you wanted to do was ruin her mood. Those were Canis's parting words before he left the room.
おせっかい首なし野郎が説教するためだけに来たのかよ。
Goddamn nosy little Dullahan, did you come in here just to lecture me?
んなこと言われなくたって分かってんだっつうの。
I don't need you or anyone to tell me. I'm well aware. This is my rebellious stage. Just as I mutter this to myself. By this point, I was growing resentful of how my stomach would howl almost as loud as I could even know. I guess I did skip breakfast, even if it's right in front of me. It can't be helped, I suppose.
待てよ。
Wait a minute. That's weird. I only skipped one meal. Why am I this hungry? I mean,
俺はここまで食欲なんてあったか。
Did I even have this much of an appetite before? When I first met the old man, no matter how exhausted I was, a single meal was enough to satisfy me, but I sat alone in my room without much to do. Kododo was lying comfortably in my arms as I stared at the faint stain on my wall. This feels odd. Normally at this hour I start getting anxious if I'm not doing something. Cute. It was better to close up shop at this point. My only reservation was thinking about a customer who wanted a cup of coffee. But I just can't. I don't want to think about the leftover food, so I ran back to my room. The only one who's hurting the most is supposed to be Ignis, right? Cute. At the very least, I wanted to get my body up and moving. So I got to my feet and pulled a book from my shelf that Grandpa had left behind. Maybe I can learn a little bit about Ignis and the beast, but... Greek mythology, ancient Egyptian mythology, Norse mythology, biblical mythology. There are so many mythologies involving animal races, it's hard to pin down. Of course, animals aren't like fairies, angels, or demons, where their existence is limited to certain texts and regions. In that case, what if I narrow it down to mythologies that include werewolves like Ignis? He's not a werewolf. When flipping through the pages, I heard someone rap on the door. The force of the knock startled me. I set the book down on my bed, leaving the page open next to Kororo. Come in. I signaled my consent for them to enter as I rushed over to the door. I knew it was you, Ignis. I thought he had to be completely avoiding me, but now here he stood. It was impossible to contain my confusion. At the same time, now that he was here, I forced myself to act as normal as possible, so I began to speak. What's the matter? Did you need anything? Let me guess, are you hungry? You didn't eat any of your breakfast. I'll fix you some food right now, so stay put.
ちげえ。いや、腹は減ってるが。お前のとこに来た理由はそれじゃねえ。
No. Well, I am hungry, but that's not why I'm here. Oh. Ignis took a deep breath, and with an uncharacteristically solemn voice, he said,
悪かった。何の説明もなくお前を避けて。
I'm sorry for avoiding you without any explanation.
それから、お前がわざわざ作ってくれた飯も残しちまった。
And probably the most important part, wasting all that food of yours. It's okay, you don't have to apologize for that. I know you were confused. Besides, you were upset, weren't you? So it's...
それでも、今詫びを入れとかなきゃならねえと思った。
Even so, I figured I'd man up and apologize to your
明
face.
日の遠征の結果がどうなろうと、俺は
Because no matter how things go down in tomorrow's mission,
もう二度とアンシャンテには来ねえからな。
I'm never coming back to Enchante. What? His words took me by complete surprise. Wait, what do you mean?
そのままの意味だよ。俺がここにいたら危ねえだろうが。
I said what I said. It's dangerous for me to stay here. But that's why we're going tomorrow, to find a solution to this whole fiasco. Didn't you hear everybody object to the idea of you leaving Enchante? This is out of the question. You've managed to contain your rampage up to this point, so you can.
簡単に解決できる問題なわけねえだろ。
It's not that simple. It's way more complicated than that.
イルも言ってただろうが。俺の根幹にあるものは抑えられねえ。
Il even said so. No one can tame something so linked to who I am.
俺にとってのあの本能はあって当たり前のものなんだよ。今となっちゃそれが嫌ってほどにわかる。
That goddamn instinct will forever be a part of me, and I know this now more than ever, and it kills me.
俺だって好 きでこんなこと言ってんじゃねえ。
I'm not saying this because I want to.
けどな、振り返ってみりゃ確かにここ最近の俺はおかしいんだよ。
When I think about it, it feels like a whole bunch of funky stuff's been happening. What do you mean funky?
ゆうべアルムムと戦った後、俺は奴らの流した血の匂いで一瞬だが意識が途切れたんだ。
Last night, after fighting the Minotaurs for a second, I blacked out after getting a whiff of their blood. Is that...
ああ、目の前が真っ赤に染まって意味わかんねえ衝動に襲われた。
It was like my vision turned red, like I was consumed by this vicious impulse.
あの感覚には覚えがあんだよ。あの時ビニトルの縄張りを襲われて、
I recognized that sensation. That day when the Firewolf stronghold was raided.
正気を失って周りにいる連中全員を皆殺しにした時と同じもんだ。
When I lost my damn mind and murdered everyone inside, it was the same exact feeling.
俺はな、
Leah,
一歩間違えりゃそのままあの場にいたお前をぶっ殺してたかもしれねえんだよ。
If I so much as stepped in the wrong direction, I could have killed you right then and there. Ignis was barking. He bit his lip to contain his
こ
fury.
んなことをする可能性がわずかでもあんだ。
Thought you would speak at that point, sorry.
俺は二度とこのアンシャンテに来ね
As long as there's even a sliver of a chance of that happening, I'll never return to
え。
Enchante.
そんだけ伝えに来た。
That's all I wanted to say. See ya. He ended his remarks, spinning on his heels to leave my room. Wait! I quickly grabbed his hand, hoping it would stop him. The moment I did so, however, Ignis yanked his arm away from me. It was like he was afraid of touching me.
話せよ。
Let go. No.
話せっつってんだ。
I said let go. I said he yanked his arm away. She still got a hold. No. In the face of Ignis's perpetuant resistance, I too resist like a nagging child. I understand what you're trying to say, Ignis. In the worst case scenario that your rampage flares up, you don't want to inadvertently hurt any of us, right? I think it's understandable to feel that way. If I was in your position, I'd probably have the same inclination. But still, one thing's for sure, I never want to contemplate what Enchante would be like without you. I knew I was being selfish, but I couldn't simply let him leave, not after everything. The idea was unthinkable.
お前な。
You. Me? The veins on Ignis's forehead bulged.
いい加減現実見ろよ。どんだけ俺に夢を見てんだ。
When will you stop and face the music? Stop inserting me into your fantasy? Okay, first off, rude. I can fantasize whatever I like. It's my head.
俺はな、お前が今掴んでるその手で殺してたんだぞ。
I committed murder with the very hand you're hell-bent on grabbing.
かつて縄張りを襲った魔獣たちを、仲間のビニトルを、たちを。
All those beasts who invaded the stronghold, my fellow firewolves, my
理
friends.
性をなくして一匹残らず。
They're all dead, all thanks to
無
me.
意識だとしても、それを隠して、お前に不殺なんて大嘘吹いてたクソ野郎なんだよ。
Whether or not I knew, I hid it from you. My vow never to kill was all a big farce. That's the kind of asshole I am.
前にお前は言ってたじゃねえか。俺が不殺だから怖くねえって。
You said it yourself. The only reason you didn't fear me was because I never killed.
だが、俺は実際殺してた。
But I
だ
did.
ったら、
So, I never saw it.
あ？
What? I never saw you do it. I never see you kill anyone, not a soul. So you can't expect me to hate you or be afraid of you.
この
Why you? My voice was quivering. If I were to let loose, a deluge of tears would come streaming down my face, but I desperately held all of it back. After all, I'm the one tormenting Ignis with my personal feelings. Crying now when he was at his most vulnerable would be unfair. I have trouble reading these words on top of this font. It's kind of a weird color choice. I would only be bringing him down while his hands were full from his crisis of self. I'm an ordinary human being. After hearing everything that happened, I can't lie and say that the thought doesn't frighten me at all. But still, Ignis, I know it better than that. The Ignis I know is better than that. He's kind, he's gentle, and he's you. I can still hold your hand like this. Don't patronize me. I can't tell if this is new or not. I don't care. The least you could do is not assume. Until after tomorrow, I don't want to contemplate what happens in the worst case scenario. Can't you see I want you here, Ignis? How? How could you say that to me? I know you know what's at stake. If I harmed you in any way, it would be the end. Despite my heartfelt, desperate pleas, as I should have expected, Ignis was stubborn and his heart was set. It was tragic. It was painful, but I... Q. Didn't notice until now. Kororo was sitting on the bed staring at the open book in the corner of my eye. What are we staring at, guys? Early the next morning, what a weird... We've finalized everything for our Bestia trip.
最近やたら事故や道路の工事が多いとは思ってたけど、あれ、ベスティアが関係してたんだ。
I was just thinking about all the accidents and construction there's been recently, but I had no idea it was because of Bestia.
でも、本当にあんたまで行くの？いや、例の侵入者とかでこっちのが危ないのは分かってるけどさ。
Wait, don't tell me you're going, Leah. I mean, I get it's dangerous here because of the intruder incident, but Kadia came to see us off, expressing concern with Kororo safe in his arms. I responded with an awkward smile, donning the blanket that I had received from the young beastling. Right, I'll be okay. It'll be okay. I promise. I have everyone with me. I don't know what I'm trying to say. You take care too, Kadia. Just take care, just in case those minotaurs show up in town.
大丈夫。一応 GPM の人も辺りを巡回してるって言ってたから。
I'll be fine. There's a bunch of GPM agents patrolling the area anyways. Normally I would have asked Kadia to watch after the cafe for me, but there's a chance the intruder who assaulted me could come back at any time, so this time Kadia was instructed to stay at home. One of Mr. Rindo's trusted subordinates, at the not-so-gentle behest of Monsieur, agreed to watch after the cafe for me. Also, it was decided that he would leave Kororo at home with Kadia under the guise of a stuffed animal. Or so it was planned. All of a sudden, Kororo shifted his weight, leaning out of Karida's arms and dropping into mine. Kororo. This felt awfully familiar. I tried my best to give him back, but... Kororo dug his claws into my arm, seemingly unwilling to part with me.
一緒に行きたいみたいだね。
Seems like he wants to tag along.
まあ、ベスティアはコロロの故郷なわけだし、機会があるなら行きたいのかもね。
Well, Bestia's Kododo's home, after all. Maybe this little guy loves a free trip home where he can find one. Mr. Rindo, who was eavesdropping from the side, interjected.
いいんじゃない。君の危機をイグニスに知らせたって実績もあるし、
Karia, my
足手ま
boy.
といにはならないと思うよ。
Just picture like patting him on the back, being like, look, we gotta talk, my guy. You need to grow up, okay? You look a little bit like a caveman with the fur collar and the, I don't know, right where the arrowhead on your necklace. Just saying. It shouldn't be a big deal, no. You did notify Ignis of your predicament before. I don't think he'll be much of a burden. Thank you. All right, Kododo, we're going. Karia handed Kododo over entirely, wrapping both hands around his plump body.
さて、僕も魔獣の毛皮は身につけたし、帝から預かった通信機もバッチリ。忘れ物はない。
Piece for check. Keto transmitter check. I didn't forget anything. I think. Transmitter?
ああ。最近開発に成功した新作だってさ。
It's a new device. Ooh, is this going to be the answer I've been looking for? It's a new device he developed recently, a true scientific marvel. Mr. Rindo beamed with pride as he pulled the device out from his pocket, though it looked like a smartphone to me. Mr. Rindo explained how the device enabled communication between realms with GPM as the broadcast point. Also, it took photos. The entire room took interest in this device as Monsieur and the others huddled close to sneak a peek at the palm-sized transmitter. Mikaido's Communicator, a prototype device made by Mikaido to communicate with other worlds. Presently, it is the only possible to communicate with Bestia.
はあ、やっぱ人間界の技術の方がよっぽど魔法っぽいよね。
Technology from the human world is more magical than anything from our realms.
まさか異世界との境界を越え、会話を可能にしてしまうとは。
I never once considered the possibility of communicating across different realms.
まあまだまだ試作段階で音質は悪いし、通信がいきなり途切れる可能性も高いらしいけどね。
It's still a prototype. Sound quality could use some improvement, and there's always a chance for the signal to drop.
お前ら、無駄口叩いてねえで、さっさと行くぞ。
Hey guys, let's cut the needless chatter and get moving already.
ドローミスも向こうで待機しているようです。あまり待たせるのもよろしくないかと。
It seems Dromius is patiently waiting our arrival on the other side. We needn't keep him waiting much longer. Okay, sure. So Ignis grabbed a hold of the doorknob, bracing myself as we entered the gate to Bestia. For a while I started to hear him from behind. Without a word, I grabbed onto his shirt.
おい、なんで俺を掴むんだよ。別に他の奴らでもいいだろ。
You know the rules. Keep your hands inside the vehicle at all times. Give it a rest. As if in reference to our conversation from the previous day, I hold him ever so tightly. Ignis realizes it's likely wasn't worth the argument, lets out a sigh in defeat.
勝手にしろ。
Whatever. He doesn't even have a shirt on, to be clear. There's no way she's not touching his bare chest right now. His response was as cold as expected. His response was as cold as I expected it to be as he squeezed the doorknob. There, we were transported back to the unforgiving, snowy world altogether.
兄貴に店主さんたちお待ちしてたっす。
Bro and Miss Owner, I was waiting for you.
兄貴の地元ことビニトルの縄張りに改めてご招待するっすよ。
I'd like to cordially invite you all to my bro's hometown, better known as the Firewolf Stronghold.
他の魔獣たちがいないルートを事前に調べてあるからご心配なくっす。
I've already plotted a path for us to avoid detection from those smelly beasts, so don't worry about a thing. Right, we're counting on you. Oh no. I was unsure if he had gotten over our last conversation, but Dromi welcomed us at the gate entrance, awkward as ever. Without taking any detours, we proceeded straight down the guided path. Of course, with the conditions, the distance we took occasionally breaks. Soon I begin to recognize my surroundings. As we ambled down the path which led us straight to the Firewolf stronghold, we heard electronic pinging sound, one that was foreign to this frozen world, coming from Mr. Rindo's pocket. The sound, of course, was none other than...
Hi, testo, testo.
Hello, testing, 1, 2.
Yeah, Enchante のマスター君に人が一色とおまけの中年ことリンと僕の声が聞こえてるかな
Why, it's the owner of Enchante, our fellow non-humans, and as a bonus, the geezer himself, Rindo. Everyone hear me?
聞こえてる。じゃ、切るよ。
Yes, we can hear you. I'm hanging up now. Stop!
偉大なる発明のテストを秒で終わらせないで言葉のキャッチボールをしようリンド
How dare you attempt to interrupt the first live test of my grand invention? Why can't you enjoy a good dialogue, Rindo? Mikaido's volume was cranked all the way up, making it so all of us could hear their playful banter.
無駄に声がでけえな。
Turn that stupid thing down.
でもすごいっすね本当にベスティアと人間界の間で会話ができちゃったっすよ
But isn't it cool? I can't believe we can make contact between Bestia and the human world. Seriously, I guess that proves it. Mikaido really is a genius, isn't he?
なぜ疑問形なのかはともかくとしてそうだろうすごいだろう
I don't know why the prospect would surprise you. It really is impressive, isn't it?
実にありきたりな称賛だがシンプルな分ストレートに所感が伝わってきて良いものだね
I must say, though, I am no stranger to compliments. Your flattery sounds extra clear over the transmitter.
ミカド、自慢とテストだけが目的なら本当に切るぞ。
Mikaido, if you're only calling us to brag about the transmitter, I'm going to hang up.
もっと待ったもちろんそれだけが目的ではないさ
Whoa, hold your horses. You know that's not why I called.
テストも無事に成功したことだし君たちにちょっとしたお願いがあるのだけど
Now that we're conducting the field test, I actually have a small favor to ask of the expedition troop.
お願いですか？
A favor, you say?
とは言っても大したことじゃないよ
Indeed. No need to worry, though. It's nothing major.
イグニス君についての話を聞くときに僕にも会話が聞こえるよう通信をつなぎっぱにしておいてほしいのさ
All I ask is that you keep the transmitter on whenever you're talking about Ignis so that I can stay in the loop.
直に話を聞いてこちらからも彼に関する考察をしたいからね
The best way for me to study him is to obtain accurate intelligence about the man himself in the field.
意外とまっとうなお願いだね。
Since when do you ask simple favors?
だね。てっきり全ヴィニトルの採血でもしてこいとか言い出すかと思ったよ。
Too right. I thought you were going to ask us some outlandish, like bring back a blood sample from every firewood wolf we
とりあえ
see.
ず了解。ただあっちにとって通信なんて未知の塊に見えるだろうし、話してる最中は騒がないでくれよ、ミカド。
Anyways, roger that. Just keep in mind the transmitter is foreign tech here, so try to keep quiet if you hear something, okay? Mikaido squeals, responding with energetic affirmation as our company sets off again down the trail. The only thing I could think of was how different Bestia looks from day to night. Back then, the ice blocks were a deep azure, but now they were close to transparent. Ooh. The trek was a lengthy workout. Just as my knees began to howl in pain, we finally reached our destination. The men in our group visiting for the first time began inspecting the surrounding igloos and large torches with intrigue.
へえ、ここがヴィニトルの縄張り。
So this is the Firewolf stronghold.
他の魔獣の縄張りとは違い、炎が灯してあるのだな。
Unlike the other beast strongholds, this one is illuminated by torchlight.
炎の魔獣ってことを考えれば、それが普通なんだろうけど、氷だらけのベスティアだと、 なんだか不思議だよね。
Given that they're wolf people, I'm sure they're all hot-blooded, but seeing this in a snowy wasteland is weird no matter what.
ひとまず私個人としては、他の縄張りに比べればいくらか暖かいですし、ありがたいです。
Personally, I'm grateful for their warm accommodations, especially compared to the other strongholds. As soon as firewolves took notice of us, the thin population began to buzz. The discomfort was palpable. All the firewolves caught sight of Ignis, and the fires located beside their ears diminished without warning. Ignis, however, hadn't seemed to mind and instead marched through the snow.
おい、おじき。あんたに聞きてえことがある。
Hey, uncle, I have something to ask you. Ignis grabbed the arm of the man who just a couple days ago delivered the earth-shattering news to him. The old man shook his head, signaling to the worried bystanders that everything was
わか
fine.
った。今まで騙してきた罪滅ぼしにはならんが。
Okay. I know this won't be sufficient to atone for the sins of lying to you about your entire life,
私
but
が知っていることを
I
すべ
will
てお前に打ち明けるとしよ
tell you everything I know. Out of respect to Ignis's unwavering resolve, the old man nodded, obliging his resolves. He escorted our group to an empty igloo to begin the discussion. At first, we introduced ourselves. We take the time to explain to him the circumstances happening in my world. Then Ignis's expression warped as he began to interrogate the man.
まずは再確認だ。俺がガキの頃、縄張りを襲った連中と仲間のビニトルを。
First things first, I gotta ask, is it true that when I was a kid,
正気を失った上で皆殺しにしたってのは。
I lost my mind and slaughtered both the invaders and the
う。
firewolves?
ああ、
Yes. After a long pause, the man nodded out of resignation.
我らビニトルは古くから迫害されているがゆえにもともと戦える若者が少ない。
We firewolves have been persecuted since ancient times, hence our people are vulnerable and capable of fighting.
あの惨劇の最中にできたことといえば必死に逃げ延びることぐらいだった。
All we could do in the face of such atrocities was to turn, run, and hope to survive the slaughter.
そうして我らがどうにか身を潜めている間に
Those who managed to escape the carnage hid away, waiting until its passed by, but
暴走したイグニスが残った仲間や襲撃者たちを。
Ignis, having succumbed to his rampage, took the survivors and the intruders and
皆の断末魔を聞けばあの場で何が起きていたのか察するのは容易だったよ。
hear what became of them, hearing the deceased cry out in their dying moments.
そうか。
I see. Ignis reminded once again of the atrocities he had committed. Uttered in silence confirmation, choosing not to erupt in rage, but to nod instead. However, we all believed this to be the story's end.
それと
And the man whose face sagged heavily with regret continued to speak, pointing his nose at the ground while recounting the tale.
これはお前自身に問うべきかわからぬのだが
This
あの
might
時
be
のことを
a
何
stupid
も覚えて
question.
はいないのか。
Do you really have no recollection about what happened that day? Ignis shrugged, offering his usual
覚え
response.
てねえさ。何もな。
I don't remember not a thing. Despite his sincerity.
そうか。
I
であれ
see.
ば仕
Then
方
I
がない
have
な
no。choice.
ゴジン、何か気になることでもあるのか？
There is something bothering you. The man stewed in his hesitant demeanor as Connus interjected. Then he let his gaze wander for a moment, all of us hanging on the edge of our seats as he unraveled.
実はその騒動の際にいくらか我らの同胞が数を減らしていてな。
During that incident, we lost many of our kin, comrades who were lost during the invasion.
そりゃそうだろ。敵味方問わずに俺が大半を殺したってんなら。
Well, duh, if I killed pretty much everyone in the stronghold, friend or foe alike, then...
いや、そうではないんだ。それ以外にも、あの混乱の際に集落の外にかなりの数が散ったようでな。
That's not what I mean. Apart from those who died in the massacre, many of our kin were separated from us in the chaos.
十数人ばかりなのだが、死体も特に見当たらなかったため、おそらく逃げ延びたのだと思っているが。
There was about a dozen of them. We never found their corpses, so we thought they had escaped. Ignis was asked if he recalled any of them, though unsurprisingly, Ignis shook his head with an inquisitive gaze.
そうか。まあ、きっとどこかで生き延びていると信じるしかなかろうな。
I see. I suppose all we can do for now is pray that our kin are alive somewhere.
イグニスに真実を伏せていた理由は、やはり自衛の武力として利用するためですか？
Is it true that you covered up the truth in order to manipulate Ignis to operate as a personal defense force?
ああ、その通りだ。
That's
言い
true.
訳のしようもない。
I have no excuse for that.
すまなかった。
I'm sorry. He bowed his head deeply. All of us, including Ignis, could do nothing except wait quietly for the silence to pass.
あの時のことを話すとすれば、この程度だと思うが、他に何か質問はあるだろうか？
That is about all I have to tell you about that day. Do you have any questions? Yeah, like, did you buy all these vases? Like, what's in the first two? And is that wine in the back two? The middle one? Like, why do you have two of each? Seems almost weird, right?
はいはい。俺たちイグニスのその暴走本能をなんとかしたくてさ、情報集めの最中なんだけど。
I do. We're here looking for Ignis's so-called rampage instinct, so we're conducting some interviews.
君以外にも話を聞けそうな人っているかな？
Is there anyone else we could speak with about it?
いや、皆やはり私と同じ程度のことしか。
Now everybody here will tell you the same thing, or close to what I told you. He stops in the middle of his sentence, as if something caught his eye.
いや、そこのドローミが何か知っているかもしれん。
Maybe Dromi knows something?
そやつもその頃すでに我らと生活を共にし、その騒動を生き延びた一人だ。
He was among those who live in the safety of our stronghold at the time, and he too survived the
そ
event.
れにそやつはあの時、最もイグニスから近い場所にいたはずだが。
At the time, he was closest to Ignis. With this unexpected remark, everyone pointed their eyes at Dromi.
え、あ、いや、確かに、そりゃそうっすけど。
Well, I mean, he's not lying, but...
でも、なんもわかんないっすよ。俺、あの時、ビビってすっ転んで、そのまま気絶してただけだし。
But I don't know nothing. Back then, I kind of just freaked out, fell on my ass, and passed out after I administered drugs into Ignis.
ガキの頃からとことん使えねえな、てめえは。
That just proves that you've been useless forever, haven't you?
ひどい！存在を全否定されてる気分っす！
That's not fair. I don't appreciate having my entire life questioned either. As Dromi sat there, fumafoxed, Mr. Rindeau continued with his own question.
ビニトルの中に過去、イグニスと同じような暴走をした個体は、例えば遠い先祖とか、何か心当たりはありませんか？
Have any other members of your clan gone on similar rampage? Perhaps a distant ancestor of some kind? Does that ring a bell?
先祖か。
An ancestor, you
ビ
say?
ニトルの祖となった魔獣は、他とは比にならぬ強い力を持っていた。
Legends
そうい
tell
った
of
伝承は確かにあるのだが。
Legends tell the Firefox's ancestral beast, a being with extraordinary powers. I confess such a legend exists, however.
世代を重ねるごとに、それも中身が薄らいでしまっていてな。具体的な内容は、私にもわからんのだ。
With each generation, the details become cloudier and cloudier. Even I couldn't recite it here entirely. Man closes his eyes, conveying to the group that it was time we took our leave. Just say it. Just tell us to leave. As soon as we exited the stronghold, Mr. Rindo pulled out his transmitter.
ミカド、もう自由に喋っていいぞ。今までの話を聞いてどう思った？
Mikaido, you're in the clear to speak. How did you think of our little event? Well, there were holes in all of his stories. It's hardly what I'd call worth our time. Even though I couldn't see Dr. Mikaido, I don't know if we've actually referred to him as Dr. Mikaido until now, face right in front of me, I could see he was frustrated sitting cross-armed on a call. Everyone else in our group was at the same pondering with arms crossed and rubbing chins. That was all completely preoccupied with the idea of Ignis's rampage instincts.
魔獣としての闘争本能が強いといえばそこまでだが。
If I may go without saying, it may go without saying that his prowess in combat as a beast is incredible.
そもそもの話、暴走するのは本当にイグニスだけなのだろうか。
But is
家庭で
Ignis
もそういった噂を聞いたことは。
the one and only beast capable of running rampage? Does anything about his tail sound familiar?
ねえな。
Nope.
俺もないっすね。
Right. Rings a bell here. It doesn't ring a bell here either.
自称とはいえ、情報通のドローミスが言うならば、望み薄でしょうね。
If the information broker himself, Dromes, says as much, then hope is faint.
あと可能性があるのは
The other possibilities are my mouse betrayed me.
実は気がついてないだけでベニトルっていう種族全体が実はみんな暴走できちゃうとか
Maybe all firewolves are capable of rampaging, but it's never occurred to them that they'd got the power.
暴走本能そのものがビニトルの隠された本性っていうことかい？
Are you suggesting that going on these rampages is a hidden firewolf ability?
いや、だとしたら、それこそ前例の一つや二つ、少しは残ってるはずだろ。
No, if that were the case all along, then there'd definitely be one or two cases than just me.
ですが、ある日唐突に種族通しての異端な存在が生まれてくるというのも考えづらいです。
Yeah, because you and Dromi made a pact, right? You promised each other, you're like, we're never... Like, where's his parents? He's raised by his uncle. Where's his parents? What happened to his parents? Does he have a story about his parents? Does he have another tragic backstory that he's not sharing? Where's his parents? Anyways, something murder. Two people that have similar feelings about being executed by monsters. One of them eats, I don't know, a leaf. It's Zootopia, man. It's night something, whatever that berry's called. Night something. It's equally foolish to believe that a heretic would emerge into being one day without warning out of thin air.
カリアもしかりだが、力というものは血に色濃く影響される。
And with that happening, with Karia's, one power is deeply connected to their ancestry.
やはり何かしらの要因がビニトルという種族にあるのではないか。
I cannot help but think the answer lies somewhere in the heritage of the firewolves.
つってもな、本気で心当たりなんかねえぞ。
Don't you think there's a problem if there's no one in living memory like me?
死んだ親父もおふくろも普通のビニトルだったって聞いてるしよ。
So I heard my dead mom and pops were both ordinary firewolves. I sat deep in thought, hoping to grasp the flicker of some great epiphany that would answer and ease all of our concerns at once, but sadly, I was no expert. Truthfully, I hadn't the faintest clue what could introduce seduce a beast into rampage. From my perspective, it felt like a submission to a baser self. Those minotaurs were encountered. Those minotaurs were encountered. Those minotaurs we encountered had certainly given credence to this claim. That's just a typo game. So I mumble aloud. Isn't there anything in this realm of simple features or qualities that makes him different? Like what separates Ignis from other beasts? But if it were to guess, if the answer was so easy to begin with, we wouldn't be in this current situation. Something that ordinarily was like more than a blind patch thrown under my breath.
Eh?
Huh?
Yeah.
Well,
食べることに決まってるじゃない。
of course it's his enormous appetite. Huh? Monsieur, Mr. Rindo, and Mikado all had apparently picked up on my idea synchronized in their declaration.
Huh?
What? The claim caused Ignis's jaw to drop as he shot a wide-eyed stare back at them.
いや、イグニス、君、アンシャンテで普通に食事してるよね。
I mean, Ignis, it wouldn't be a stretch to say you regularly eat meals at Enchante, would it?
おう、それは今更確認しなくても、毎日のように見てることじゃねえか。
Duh, do you even need to ask? You see me every damn day.
確かに魔獣は本来、飯がいらねえもんだけどよ。別に食ったからってどうこうねえだろ。
It's true that beasts don't usually consume food. Hunger just isn't a thing for us, but eating some food couldn't hurt, right?
いや、なんというか、その前提が間違ってるんだよ。
How do I say this? You're looking at it the wrong way?
いいかい、イグニス君。魔獣は食事が不要なんじゃなくて。
Listen here, Ignis. It's not as simple as beasts not experiencing hunger.
食べられないのが正解なんだよ。せいぜい氷や水を摂取できれば、それでも上出来だよ。
It's that they quite literally cannot eat. Water and ice is totally insufficient for a firewolf's diet.
もしかして、イグニス、知らなかったの？
Don't tell me you never knew this, Ignis.
当たり前のように食べてるから、今まで指摘しなかったけど。
You never had trouble putting food down, so I didn't think to point it out.
はぁ?
What? Ignis's cries echoed through the tundra so loudly it nearly triggered an avalanche. Your reaction was shock, then anger. Not that the distinction saved us from the flinching. But beasts can't eat? But how do you explain Ignis eating enough to feed a whole family in one sitting every single day?
それは矛盾していますね。
That's quite a paradox, isn't it?
一体どういうことなのだ?
What does that mean? Kaido cleared his throat, looking around the room as he continued.
まあ、多種族の体構造なんて知る機会がなければ知らなくて当然だろうさ。
Well, ignorance comes as no surprise when one has been deprived of the chance to learn about the other's beast anatomy. To be clear, ignorance in this situation, it sounds mean, but it just means lack of knowledge.
一応簡単に説明するとね、君たち人外4名のうち3名、ミシェル君、イル君、カヌス君。
To put it in layman's terms, 3 out of the 4 of you are non-humans, Monsieur, Il, and Kana.
この3名は我々の知るところの言葉で言うならば、霊的な存在に当たるんだ。
These 3 are categorized in terms that we comprehend as spiritual beings.
メカニズムは解明できていないけど、彼らは人間と同じく取り込んだものを自身の活動エネルギーへと変遷できる。
I won't go into the science behind it all, but they, like humans, can convert whatever they consume into energy.
けれど、イグニス君、君
Ignis, however, he, if what I know about Beast is correct, should have no similar need for sustenance. Why is that? The reason is quite simple. The native people of Bestia or Beast have no digestive system in their bodies. Demon bees, they all do not possess digestive organs and cannot eat. The most they do is wet their throat with water or ice. Ignis being able to eat like a normal person is an exception to the norm. To date, I've examined over 300 Bestian species, all of which validate my assertion. You possess neither stomach nor intestines, which yet somehow you manage to eat all you as if you do. If there's any distinctions between Ignis and the other bees, then look no further than what stands before us. Soon after he howled, then fell speechless.
帝がイグニスの血液サンプルを欲しがっていたのも、それが理由だったよね。
Is this why you asked for Ignis's blood sample the last time we were all together? Indeed, I never received a single drop though. Come to think of it, Kororo didn't make a pass at the fish I gave him, and the most Dromi has ever had at Enchante was a cup of coffee or ice cream.
はい、そうっすね。
Huh? Oh, yeah, I think that's right.
おい、こら、
Dromi.
そんな、なんで言わなかったみたいな眼光送ら
Why
な
are
いで
you
ほしいっ
looking
す。
at me like that? Was I supposed to say something?
俺だって兄貴が飯食ってるの疑問に思ってたっすよ。でもビニトルの特徴なのかなと思ってたんすもん。
I always found it kind of funny that you ate, you know, bro. I figured it was just a firewolf thing or something. My goodness. Who could have known his eating, which to us seemed normal, had unseen consequences? How do beasts normally generate stamina then? You're saying energy doesn't matter to them, right?
生まれつき一生を生きるのに必要なエネルギーというかカロリーみたいなものを持って生まれるみたいだよ。
It seems they're born with as much energy, which in our terms are essentially calories, as they need to live out their entire lives.
それを少しずつ消費して寿命を迎えるまで生きていくらしいんだ。
They consume this stock of calories little by little throughout their lifespan. I never knew that.
イグニスといえば食事。そんなイメージがついていただけに驚きを隠せんな。
It's simply beggar's belief. How can one picture Ignis as being anything other than face down in a mill?
しかし、さすがに食事が可能であることが暴走本能につながるとは思えんが。
But the question remains as to how he's penchant for eating and his capacity to rampage are connected. Ignis, on the other hand, had a peculiar reaction to this new revelation, one that was surprising in its own way. His somewhat thorny demeanor from earlier had mostly faded and was now replaced by total shock. All of a sudden, Kororo became unsettled and started to wiggle around in my arms. What's wrong, Kororo? Hiya! Like a rubber ball bouncing, Kororo leapt from my arms. From there, he landed and hopped onto the icy ground. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not used to him talking. Ignis! Kororo began flapping his arms around on the snow, all while calling Ignis's name.
俺が
Huh? You talking to me?
Huh?
Can you understand him, Ignis?
いや、わかるわけねえだろ。
Of course not. Perhaps out of frustration with Ignis's lack of action, Kododo began to flail his arm forcefully. Then he pointed those arms in a certain direction. Someone finally had picked up on the small creature's gestures. It wasn't Ignis, but in fact Mr. Rindo of all people.
もしかしてこの方向へ僕らを連れて行きたがってるとか？
Does anyone else think he wants us to head that way?
つってもあっちは。
That's... Ignis pauses his sentence, shifting his eyes over to Dromi with a strange look of deep concern. What's over there?
いや、俺の故郷つか、ティグリスの縄張りだった場所の近くなんすよ。
Nothing, just my home. More specifically, where the Werecat stronghold used to be. Where it used to be. Oh, that's right. Dromi's friends and families have all been annihilated by Beast. Sorry, I didn't mean to remind you of a bad memory.
いいんすよ。もうずいぶん昔のことっすし、今の俺には兄貴たちがいるっす。
It's alright. It was a long time ago and I have my bro with me
あ
now.
そこ海が近いっすから、コロロ急に泳ぎたくなっちゃったんじゃないっすかね。
The ocean's not too far from here, so maybe Kododo's just fussing because he wants to go swimming.
調査も行き詰まってることだし、気晴らしぐらいさせてあげようか。
Since our investigation's at an impasse, why don't we let him shake a flipper for a bit?
じゃあ俺はもっとビニトルの皆さんに兄貴の話を聞いてくるっすね。
Why do you not want to come with us, Dromi? Dromi, where are you going, boy? You could go with us. We're going to go this way. Don't you want to go with us? Then I'll chat with the Firewolves again for info about Bro, okay? Okay, thanks. I could imagine how painful it was to return to the ruins of your fallen kin. Dromi ran back to the Firewolf stronghold with his eyes pointed at the snowy boulders. Dromi.
同情すんな。あいつ自身が気にすんなっつったんだ。
Don't feel too bad for him. He's got his reasons for going off. Yeah, he's evil. You're right. I wouldn't want to show him any disrespect. I pick Kododo up and plop my feet through the plush snow towards the sea to where Kododo was inexplicitly drawn. Close to the shore, the smell of sea salt hit my nose. Kododo leapt towards the crashing waves. With the momentum, he drove into the ocean.
ああしてるとほんと普通のアザラシにしか見えないよね。
From this angle, that little guy looks like any old seal.
SNS 映えしそうですが、またリンドウに怒られてしまうので自重しておきます。
This would make a wonderful photograph, but at the risk of angering Rindo again, I shall honorarily refrain. It was all smiles on the windy beach as Kododo splashed playfully in the shallow water.
たけ、揃いも揃ってゆるい顔しやがって。ここまでの緊張感が台無しじゃねえか。
Man, how nice of you to take a dip. Thanks for totally ruining the moment. In the end, nothing could ever take the wind out of Kododo's sails. Then suddenly, I realized Ignis and I stood side by side, engaged in normal conversation at last. It then occurred to Ignis shortly after. He immediately reacted by averting his gaze. Oh man. Get closer. Or maintain the space. Let's see. I missed the closeness that he and I shared once before. I took an inconspicuous step closer to him. By the looks of things, Ignis didn't exactly try to escape from me, but he still pursed his lips awkwardly. It was like we were thrust back in time, an awkward portrait of our early days. It felt rather lonely. Well, that didn't go well. Let's try the other option. My bad, my bad, my bad. Well, at first I thought to move closer to him because I missed how close we used to be. I stopped myself from pursuing the impulse. Let out a tiny sigh of relief. The reason I suspect was that Ignis felt hypersensitive about his rampage instinct. The last thing he would want was a girl as fragile as me getting near him. If getting closer to Ignis would do nothing but heighten his worry, then I thought it better to maintain a distance. Just being able to partake in a normal exchange with him, as we did regularly before, was lovely, however brief it was. I don't know, that seems like she was happier in the end. After our conversation wafted into the ocean air, he and I stared blankly at the water. Hey, Ignis.
なんだ
What? Forgive me if saying this oversteps some kind of boundary, but after earlier, something about it made me happy.
Huh?
Huh? Beasts technically don't ever eat because they don't have to, right? If you were one of the beasts that couldn't eat, I would have never seen that look on your face after eating a big meal, that big, goofy smile. Yeah. I know that you're suffering right now, but I still want to spend time with you over at Enchante if you would like to visit. I want to feed you whatever meal you want every day of my life.
毎日
Every day. Yes. I don't know how to say this, but that's how much I... Wait, what was I trying to say? Kya! Kododo thrashed in the water violently, which splashed upwards and hit Ignis in the face. Water droplets trickled from the bridge of his nose to the tip until it dripped down. Ignis held his pose quietly, letting the curtain of water on his face fall slowly to the ground.
このてめえ
Kododo, you little... Unable to contain himself, Ignis nearly popped a vein from trying to roar at Kododo. Food! Ignis, eat!
Huh?
Huh? Kododo poked his head out of the water to say something unusual. The others who stood watching in the distance gathered towards us, curious about what was going on. Kododo Kododo... Oh my god, Kododo is oh god, what is it? It's a service animal, and he knows when Ignis is suffering from low blood sugar, which is what can cause him to have a rampage, which is why he knows he needs to eat. So he's like one of those dogs that'll like nudge you and go like, wink wink, you should eat something, and or wink wink, take your medicine. Kododo floated joyfully in the water, pointing his big eyes at us. Ignis, food, eat, said Kododo before diving once more into the water and swimming away. Huh, Kododo, wait, where are you going? The depths obscured Kododo's shadow, and suddenly he was
あの
gone.
バカ知らねえ土地で好きに泳ぎ回るつもりか
That idiot, doesn't he know how dangerous it is to swim in uncharted water? Well, we have to hurry and chase him.
どうやら東の方向へと向かったようだが、見失う前に保護せねば。
He was swimming down the eastward current. We must catch him before it's too late.
おい箱入りてめえの術でコロロの後を追えるか
Hey, cage bird, think you could track Kododo down with a spell?
どうした？何か問題があるのならば、無理にとは言わんが。
What's the matter? You needn't become involved if there's an issue.
あ、いえ、まだそれほど離れていないでしょうし、可能かと。すぐに実行します。
We're trying to kill ill in this world, apparently. No, he hasn't gotten too far yet. I can do it. I'll execute the spell at once. Ill soars into the air, casting the small detection spell he had previously used to locate the pockets.
たくコロロのやつ
Damn it, Kororo.
仮にもここはアルムムがいた場所だったのに、怖いもの知らずにも程があんな。
Doesn't he know that this is Minotaur territory? He's always poking that snout of his where it doesn't belong. Ignis mumbles to himself, presumably out of concern for Kororo. That's when
イグニスと餌
eagleness and food.
食べるはともかく餌なんて。コロロ、いつそんな単語を覚えたんだろ
I heard the little guy say eat, but food. Any idea how he figured out how to say a word like that?
さあ、僕は心当たりないけど、テレビとか、それか街中で聞いたとかかな。
Who knows? You're asking the wrong guy. Maybe he saw something on TV or heard it in town somewhere.
それもそっか。けど、なんで全然関係ないこのタイミングで。
Maybe, but timing is too convenient for me. Why parrot such a random phrase? From a short distant, Monsieur and Mr. Rindo watched the situation with great curiosity. Give him some food, man. Thanks to Il's spell, we're able to track Kororo's location. The former angel glided above us, guiding us through the path on our pursuit. But at the end of our long run, we hit a dead end, our path blocked by a gigantic ice boulder. It seemed that the only way we could progress any further would be to dive underwater. Il notices our predicament, landing on the ground, albeit while stumbling.
対象の移動停止を確認しました。
Target's location confirmed. Il is
どう
dying.
やらコロロはこの先にある空間にて待機しているようです。
It seems Kororo is standing idly just through this underpass through here.
いる。お疲れ様。でもその様子を見る限り、
Good work, Il, but by the looks of it,
やっぱりベスティアで彼女を探した時の消耗がまだ回復してなかったんだね。
it doesn't seem like you fully recovered since the last time you were in Bestia looking for Leah, have you?
はい。
True. Really? It suddenly became evident in me. I noticed how the color had been draining from Il's face.
お前な、そういうことは早く言えよ。だったらこっちも無茶させねえっつうの。
You know, you'd be doing us a big favor by speaking up now and then. We wouldn't have pushed you too hard.
ですが、私以外のものではコロロを追うことができなかったのは事実でしょ。
But then no one else could have successfully located Kororo, isn't that right?
ただ、申し訳ありませんが、これ以降私は秘書以外でお役に立てないかと。
However, pardon my request, but moving forward, I hope I am of use to you in ways other than combat.
十分だよ、いる。そのままゆっくり休んで。
You've done enough, Il. Rest up for now. Condis, can you carry him?
ああ、この程度の行き止まりも我らには何の障害にもならぬ。
Indeed, an obstacle of this size poses no challenge to us. In one swift movement, Hannes unsheathed his blade, there's a word there that I can say it, but I just can't say it right now, raised it in the air and shattered the huge block of ice. Ooh. A path opened before us, but its entrance was damp and dimly lit. Is this an ice cave?
ティグリスの縄張り近くにこんなもんがあったのか。
I had no idea this place was so close to the werecat stronghold. Ignis, it seemed, shared in my wonder at such a secluded location. I wonder how Kororo swam all the way
ただ
here.
の気まぐれだろ。とっ捕まえて説教だな。
Probably just to mess with us. Let's nab him already so we can teach him a lesson. As soon as we set foot inside, my skin clenched at the stone walls and the ground insulated a punishing chill. I took a deep breath, hoping my resolve would warm me in the freezing depths. Soon we arrived at an opening. The narrow path emptied into a wide hall. We can stand side by side with room to play. It wasn't exactly a cave, but rather a...
氷で作られた祠みてえだな。
Looks like a shrine made of ice. I thought I might have faintly recognized the scene from a historical documentary. Then, in the pool of water situated at the center of the shrine was... Yeah! Kororo, poking his head out enthusiastically. Kororo, we were worried about you. I hold my arms out wide for him to come. Normally, whenever I pose like this, Kororo would cry out loudly and leap into my arms, but this time... Kororo? For some reason, he didn't budge. Instead, Kororo began to swim towards the rear of the shrine. Phew! He had emerged from the water and poked a wall with his horn, as if directing our attention to this spot. His tiny horn was pointed at the small engraving etched into the wall.
壁画
Is it a mural?
いや、絵だけじゃないね。GPM のデータベースで見かけたベスティアの古代文字も薄く刻まれてる。
No, these aren't just pictures. I've seen these at the GPM database before. They're ancient Bestian characters. Kororo turned around, seeing that he had taken notice of the hieroglyphs. Yukarululu. A long time.
いきなりなんだ
What the hell? Kororo has the mural to his back. Then he begins to speak in a manner those of us who normally interacted with him at Enchante had never heard before. The lively mood among us, our expedition party, was replaced by solemn, focused attention. We stood fully entranced by the little creature as if it were about to recite a lengthy tale. So began the little creature. Far past, Bestia, he said to the group as he waddled alongside the mural narrating it. One day, humans came. But Bestia already. Fire wolf there. Wolf sleep. Wolf human wake up and foods lots eat. All of us jerk in reaction to hearing him speak so clearly. Kororo, unfazed, continued. Wolf are vinitru. Tigurish kanshi. Ignis wolf. Food eat become Kyuru. As if to signal the end of his story, Kororo cried out as he usually did. Kororo, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Seems different somehow, as if coming here awoke something inside of him.
それも気になんかなんでいきなりビニトルと俺の名前を出したんだ
That's cool and all, but why did he mention the fire wolves and my name out of nowhere? Also, are these werecats like Dromi? On a whim, I glanced once more at the mural where I began to parse various beast and men illustrations in the manners of situations. Each depicted, I noticed, had wolves dawned in flames connecting each one.
もしやコロロはこの壁画に描かれている内容に沿い関連性のある単語を発しているのでは
Perhaps Kororo is following the contents of the mural and attaching words to the images?
確かにそんな様子だったね。絵に合わせてわざわざ移動してたし。
Sure sounds like that. He even trotted alongside the picture. Imagine learning another language to try and help a bunch of idiots figure something out, and then afterwards they're like, maybe he's just making things up. Like, could you imagine this poor smart sea beast monster?
随分と古い祠だ。イグニス、何か心当たりは？
The shrine must be ancient Ignis. Does any of this look familiar to you?
知らねえよ。壁画の意味もさっぱりわかんねえ。古代文字も薄すぎてよく見えねえし。
Couldn't tell you the first thing these pictures mean. The ancient text is too blurry to make out.
どっかのガキが刻んだただの落書きじゃねえの。
What if this was just all from some kid who came to vandalize the wall? I think the picture looks too purposeful for that to be the case.
さ、
Here's a thought.
コロロがさっき発した単語をちょっと俺たちの喋り方に寄せて順に言い直してみない？
Why don't we take the words that Kororo mentioned earlier and rephrase them in our own terms?
あ？なんでわざわざんなこと？
Why should we
い
bother?
や、君との関連性がなんか気になって、もうな、試しってことで。
Humor me for a second. It must connect to you somehow. Couldn't hurt to try, right?
そこまで言うなら別にいいけどよ。
Fine, if you insist. Listen, you're half human. I don't know how to tell you this other than just to tell you. You're half person. But how should we rephrase it? I replay Kororo's presentation in my head. This is one of those things where I wish it would give me a puzzle to solve right now. And I had to like Professor Layton or Ace Attorney, you know, I just want a puzzle in front of me and it makes me like move things around. If I could summon what exactly Kororo said, I could imitate the words for everyone. Far past Bestia, one day humans came.
シンプルだよね。昔のベスティアって意味だ。
Simple enough. He referred, of course, to ancient Bestia. Next, he said,
ある日、人間が来た。
one day humans came.
大昔に人間がこのベスティアに訪れたことがある。
In other words, ancient times, humans had visited Bestia.
そうそう、そんな感じで。どんどんちゃんと文章になるように訳してみよう。
Yes, fantastic, he says, as Dora the Explorer. Let's expand that thought into a proper sentence to decipher the meaning.
いる。悪いけど、コロロの発言を全部遡ってくれる？
Eel, I hate to be a bother, but could you help us remember what Kororo said?
はい、了解しました。記憶を再生しますね。
Of course, I will replay my memories. Eel immediately obliged Monsieur's request. He began to repeat Kororo's exact words effortlessly. Far past Bestia, one day human came. But Bestia are ready. Fire wolf there. Wolf sleep. Wolf human wake up and food lots eat. Wolf are vinitri. Okay. It's trying to tell me to change this word to vanity on my phone, so vinitrui, tigerish, canish. Ignis, wolf, food eat become. Human. Human? If we do what we did earlier to interpret Kororo's meaning,
はるか昔のベスティアに人間が訪れた。
a long time ago humans visited Bestia.
元のことかな。なら、ベスティアにはもともと炎の狼が存在し。
By already, did he mean originally? Could he mean that the wolves of legend were dormant in Bestia at the time?
眠っていた狼は人間が来たことにより目を覚ました。そして餌をたくさん食した。
I'm enjoying the Decipher party. All right, perhaps the arrival of the mankind woke these wolves from a hibernation, and they partook in a beautiful, bountiful feast afterwards.
狼がビニトル、ティグリスは監視。
They were firewolf, the werecat watched. Ignis is a wolf when he eats. These qualities are enhanced. Is that right?
だいたいそんな感じだと思うよ。
Yep, I think that just about covers it.
炎の狼とは、壁画に書かれているこの狼のことで間違いないだろうな。
The wolf of flames, that must be what's drawn here on the mural.
最初はいかにも伝承って感じな話だったけどよ。なんで途中から餌の話になんだ？
The beginning part sounds like an old fairy tale, so why did he mention food all of a sudden?
ベスティアに来た人間がその狼にご親切に飯を作ってやったってか？
Or maybe the guys who came to Bestia gave food to the wolves as an offering?
その詳細はわかんないけど、やっぱり
I don't know the details,
こ
but
の狼、呼び方といい共通点といい、もしかしてイグニスの先祖にあたる魔獣なんじゃないの？
the wolves mentioned here go by their names and descriptions, would refer to Ignis's ancestors, right? Oh, that's right. The fact it refers to what appears to be ancient firewolf aligned with Ignis perfectly. It even mentions them eating.
現にコロロは狼はビニトルとはっきり告げている。
Plus, Kododo even mentions that the wolves refers to the firewolves clearly. Mr. Rindo let out a sigh in contemplation and placed his hand beneath his chin.
人間がイグニスの先祖に食事を与えてあげたから、子孫のビニトルも食事が可能になったってこと？
Let me get this straight. Because humans fed Ignis's ancestors, their descendants can eat food too.
適当に言ったんだが、
What
マ
a
ジか。
huge joke.
しかし、その先から急に話が通らなくなってしまっているな。
Except everything else that little creature said is still unclear.
イグニスが狼となるって言われても、彼はすでにもともとビニトルだし。
This doesn't change what we know about Ignis. We knew he's a beast, didn't we?
その上、ティグリスが監視って。
What about the werecat part? I don't remember there being werecats in that picture. It watches, as in watches over someone. Perhaps it refers to the werecat companion. Maybe Dromi knows something since he's a werecat. And as soon as I said that... Cold. Suddenly a freezing cold drop of water splashed onto my forehead. Oh, that scared me. I suspect some of the flames radiating off of Ignis's body melting the ice on the ceiling. I tested my hypothesis by glancing upwards, but then when I did... Look, there's a mural up there too!
何？
What? As my voice bounces around the stony cave, everyone looks up in unison. What we saw was... a giant firewolf, Ignis's ancestors, eating people and people running and minotaurs the size of mountains. He's also pretty. Actually, he's bigger than a mountain. Did I screenshot that? I got too distracted. A giant firewolf, in other words, Ignis's ancestors. It was a magnificent, breathtaking depiction. It appeared to be swallowing what looks like other beasts and humans, one after another. Was it? We lowered our heads and looked around. All of a sudden, Monsieur's face, which seemed hopeful and cheery just a moment ago, became stern.
あのさ、
Hey,
Ignis.
Ignis.
そういえばビニトルは昔からあらゆる魔獣から迫害され数を減らしちゃったんだよね。
If I remember correctly, the firewolves have been persecuted and attacked for several generations, right?
ん？ああ、妙竹林な伝承のせいでな。
Yeah, all
それがど
because
うし
of
た？
some stupid tradition. What about it?
いや、よく考えたらそれっておかしくない。
When You think about it, that doesn't make much sense, does it?
君以外のビニトルも能力から見れば、それなりに強力な魔獣なはずだ。
The rest of the firewolves other than you should be decently formidable in battle.
つまり昔は数だって多かったはずだね。ならどうして？
In other words, there had to be other ones just like you a long time ago, right? So why?
まるで檻のような氷に閉ざされたあんな辺境へと追いやられていたのか。
Why have your people settled in the furthest corner of the icy border as if they're exiled?
それは
Could it
もし
mean?
かして。
そりゃ、決まってるじゃないすか。
Well, it's obvious, isn't it?
古の魔獣たちが、この世界を守るために、ビニトルを閉じ込めたからっすよ。
The ancient beast imprisoned the firewolves to protect themselves from their own destruction.
俺たちティグリスは、その檻の監視役として、奴らの隣人になったんす。
We Firecats were assigned to watch them in this prison, passing as their neighbors. Oh my god! It can't be! A werecat? That's evil, maybe? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the entrance. An ominous interruption dotted by footsteps. Kododo stood in front of the mural, growling as the figure in the dark as if to ward them away. There was only one person to whom I had ever known Kododo to growl like that. The shadow appeared, opening his arms in a wide and exaggerated manner as if to welcome us.
さあさあ皆さん、よくぞたどり着きました。
Now, fellas, great job making it here.
俺たちティグリスが数千年守り続け、その割にはあっさり忘れちまった。
This shrine's been under werecat protection for a millennia, but it's been forgotten.
最悪の歴史を示す祠へと
The Shrine of Record. He raised his voice, beaming with what appeared to be pride. Doromi? What happened? Weren't you back at the Firewolf stronghold?
ああ、それについてはご心配なく。
There's that look
あっ
we
ちで
all
の仕
love.
事はもう全部終わらせてきたっすから。
Don't worry about that. I've already taken care of all the business over there. Dromi said as much with a wide but disconcerting smile. Something about him unsettles me, something I couldn't place. It's the eyes. But I said as much to him bluntly. You're scaring me. The werecat stared back at Kododo, who continued to growl, and he let out a heavy sigh.
いやー、にしても残念っす。本当なら一世一代の大舞台で兄貴に全てを話すつもりだったのに。
Man, what a shame. I was hoping to reveal everything to my bro in a big once-in-a-lifetime way.
まさか俺がここで計画についてつぶやいてるとき、コロロがここに居合わせてたとはね。
But I never expected Kododo would be the one to spoil the big surprise.
さては、群れとはぐれた原因ってここに迷い込んだからっすね。
So the reason you separated from the group was because you swam all the way here. Ignis stepped forward as if in Kokodo's defense, despite still processing the big reveal.
いい加減にしろ、ドローミ。
Enough, Joromi.
てめえ、さっきから何を意味わかんねえことばっかほざいてやがる。
Mind telling us what the hell you're blabbering about? We're waiting. Yeah, he killed Kokodo's parents, which is why Kododo has been mad at him.
計画ってのは何のことだ？それにさっきの。
What do you mean by surprise, and what do you mean?
この世界を守るために、魔獣たちが俺らビニトルをこの辺境に閉じ込めたってのは。
When you said other beasts imprisoned the firewolves at the borders to prevent destruction.
え？そのまんまの意味っすよ。
Oh, seems pretty obvious. Dromi offered a casual rebuttal as if it was any other conversation.
要は、アルムムたちが今行おうとしてることと同じっす。まあ、 くだらねえ雑魚魔獣っすけど。
I mean, it's basically what the Minotaurs are trying to do as we speak. It doesn't make the situation any less lame, but...
真実を知った奴らは奴らなりにこのベスティアを守ろうとしてたってことっすね。
I thought you were going to talk longer, honestly. Since they're aware of how sticky this has been since old times, they're trying to protect Bestia the only way they know how.
イグニスという未来の大災悪から
From the total destruction, aka Ignis.
だからその意味がわかんねえっつってんだ。
Like I said, you're not making any sense, you stupid tiger.
下手な役者気取りなんぞしねえで、シンプルに質問に答えやがれ。
Quit with the riddles and answer the damn question to my face.
って言われても
I would, but...
皆さんが訳したこととその天井の壁画に描かれていることが全ての真実っすよ。
You already know everything. You guys figured out what's written on the ceiling. It's all pretty clear, you know. Normally, Dromi would shrink or run at the sound of Ignis's threats, but he didn't bat an eyelash, nor did he flinch at Ignis's screams of anger. He was no longer the coward hiding behind Ignis, relying upon him for strength.
とはいえ他ならぬ尊敬する兄貴からのご要望お望み通りシンプルにお答えするっす。
However, I will oblige. You're my inspiration, bro. I'll lay it out, just as you asked.
いいっすか？天井に描かれているビニトルの先祖。その魔獣は
That's the ancestor of the firewolves drawn there on the ceiling.
かつてこのベスティアであらゆる魔獣と人間をほふり世界を破滅寸前まで追いやった化け物なんすよ。
That monster once brought Bestia to the brink of annihilation because it slaughtered man and beast alike.
化け物。
Monster. That was...
ベスティアで。
Ignis recalled that conversation.
まさかイグニスの暴走本能って。
So what you're suggesting is that Ignis's rampage instinct...
そう、その通り。この化け物の子孫ゆえの本能っす。
Bingo, you got it. He got it from this ancient monster.
とはいえ、ビニトルの中でも特に色濃く化け物の血を継いでいる兄貴にしか起こらないことっすけど。
My bro here's the only firewolf that seems to be carrying on his ancestors' legacy.
ドローミ、その口ぶりからして、お前はイグニスの暴走本能について気がついていたのか？
Joromi, judging by the way you speak, have you known about Ignis's rampage instinct all along?
もちろんっす。兄貴のことならなんでも把握してるっすよ。
Of course, when it comes to my bro, I know
あ
everything.
と、兄貴が行った大虐殺の時も実はバッチリ見てたっす。
In the past, I saw it all. I watched my bro commit mass murder and I never said a peep. What? He confessed His confession rang as words of betrayal to Ignis.
てめえ、全部知ってて黙ってやがったのか。
You knew everything and kept quiet this entire time? Why? For what purpose?
別に教えてもいいっすけど。
I could have told you, but...
それよりいいんすか？ビニトルたちを孤立させちゃって。
More importantly, you think it's smart leaving the firewolves alone right now?
あのコロロの仲間探しの時の騒動みたいに。
When Kododo took all his little friends on that wild goose chase?
あそこにいい狩り場があるって俺がアルムムたちにまた情報を流しちゃったっすよ。
I might have told the Minotaurs about a good hunting spot around here for old time's sakes, you know. Joromi. No, he said as much with a chuckle. Ignis's face dropped and he immediately sprinted towards the shrine entrance. Ignis, wait!
追いかけるよ。イグニスを一人にしちゃダメだ。
After him, we can't let Ignis go alone.
おっと、お客さんが舞台に上がるのはマナー違反っす。
Hold your horses. The audience isn't allowed to get up on the stage. Jerome lowered his shoulders as if on cue. A deranged band of minotaurs came rushing into the cave.
コロロを抱えて下がれ。
Leah, take Korodo and stand
い
back.
や、それよりも一層逃げてくれた方がいいかもね。
No, I have a better idea. Get out of here.
ここは君たちが暴れるには狭すぎる。下手したら彼女ごと巻き添えだ。
We can't afford to slip up. One wrong move and we could hurt her on accident.
同感。
Agreed.
イル、弱って戦えない君もやばい。彼女と一緒にアルムムたちの包囲網から抜け出せる。
Eel, you're in no shape to fight either. Think you can sneak her out of the Minotaur ambush? Oh my goodness.
はい、その程度でしたら。マスター、急いでコロロを。
Yes, I should be able to. Leah, grab Korodo quickly. Sure. Yeah. As soon as I wrapped Korodo in my arms, Eel carried me in turn. Just as the Minotaur charged at us from behind, Eel kicked up the ground. He flew, nearly scraping the ceiling on the way out so we could escape from the cave.
Sa じゃ、常連さんたちが立ち回ってる間に、俺もおいとまするっすかね。
Well, then guess I could let the regulars dance around for a bit before I skedaddle.
楽しみだな。
Ugh, I can't wait.
もうすぐっすよ、兄貴。
Soon, soon, bro. I dashed towards the stronghold, noticing the setting sun plunging Bestia into darkness. I alone illuminated the darkness as I cut through the frigid air, running as fast as my legs would take me. The flames covering my body flared wildly, mirroring the chaos that stormed inside me. Come on. The firewolves had suffered enough, especially at my hand, and I couldn't let their numbers dwindle anymore. I've been lied to my entire life. I was feared. I was used. It all felt heavy on my shoulders for sure. I felt betrayed. But even so, they were still my kin, the last of my people. I'll never let anything horrible happen to them ever again. This time, I would protect them. This time, I would save their lives. All my hopes and convictions disintegrated in my palms. My eyes were fixated on the scene, a familiar sight I had long since buried. Huts and bodies charred as the firewolf torches waned in the distance. Blood and soot soaked the snow. Not a single firewolf was spared. The man I called uncle all these years tumbled on the ground, disposed of, forgotten. What I saw there instead were the Minotaurs hacking at their opponents relentlessly, showing no mercy to whomever stood in their way. Their eyes, they were clouded, disgusting. As soon as they noticed my presence, their eyes bulged open. My vision went red. My heart was ready to burst from my chest. Searing heat covered my body, a sensation that radiated from my body's core. If I were to give into this heat, there could be only one outcome.
ダメだ。ダメだ。ダメだ。ダメだ。
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
殺すんじゃねえ。
Don't
抑えろ。
kill. Hold it in. In the future, violence doesn't have to be the answer. I want to believe in a future where we live in peace.
あいつの信じた未来と俺自身を裏切るな。
Don't betray myself and the future she believed in. But it was useless. I was submitted to my base self. Submitting? Ah, yes, I remember now. Each time that I lost my sanity or came close to doing so, it involved the smell of blood. No. An appetizing aroma filled my nostrils, consumed by waking thoughts. My rampage instinct lay dormant inside me, crying out its cravings. It commanded me, it wanted me to feed. Upon every living being in sight. Am I getting the bad ending? Did I do it? Did I get a bad ending accidentally? I've said this like 3 times, I think, in this thing where I'm like, ooh, this feels like it's going the bad way, and then it'd be fine. Il managed to dodge the Minotaur's swinging arms one after another. We flew out of the cave as I hugged Kododo tightly against me, and we were lifted into the cold, Bestian sky.
なんとか逃げ切れましたか。
We escaped with our lives. Just as Il squinted his eyes, we heard flames erupt in the distance. To neither of our surprise, we glanced over in the direction of the sound. Right beneath us, the firewolf's stronghold glowed a faint shade of crimson. Don't tell me. Was it?
他の魔獣に襲撃を受けたようですね。おそらくイグニスもあの場にいるのでしょう。
The stronghold is under attack. I am afraid that Ignis too is there. We have to go there too.
申し訳ありませんが、その願いは聞き入れられません。
Unfortunately, I cannot grant that request.
今の私にあなたを護衛できる能力は残っていません。このままアンシャンテのゲートに避難します。
I haven't much strength left, certainly not enough to protect you. We must head directly to the Enchante gate and evacuate. Ignis.
大丈夫です。彼の実力ならば敗北することはありえないでしょう。ですから。
He will be all right. With his strength, it's unlikely he will come under any harm. Il, please listen to me. He's turning into a monster. Il's eyes shot open. We felt an intense ray of heat, one that could normally occur in such a frozen world, coming from below. Il let out a sharp gasp, shifting his weight mid-flight to avoid it, but his trembling wings were slow to react. A giant storm of flames surrounded us. Il! Oh, we're dead. Il's wings were exposed and burnt by the raging flames exploding below. I heard Il cry out in agony before my vision became suddenly blurry. We dropped into the flaming Maelstrom, down into the firewolf stronghold. And we died on impact. And the end. Finn. A small distance away, Kododo laid there passed out. We fell from quite a height, but somehow both Kododo and I survived the fall. Luckily, neither of us were seriously hurt. I spotted Il lying unconscious beside me. It seems as though his quick reaction was more than enough to spare us our lives, for which I felt immense gratitude.
申し訳ありません。お怪我はありませんか?
Forgive me, are you hurt at all? I'm alright, but Il, you're...
この程度なら人間界に戻れば回復します。それよりもまずは状況の把握を。
This is nothing to worry about. I will recover once we return to the human world. More importantly, what's going on here? At Il's prompting, I surveyed around us. Judging by the immediate surroundings, we landed within the Firewolf stronghold. However, the horror began to set in as I realized I recognized no part of the secluded, humble stronghold in the chaos. It was a massacre, a force that left no stone unturned, all-consuming and deadly. A flaming tempest that ate all in its path. Is this where the 12 bodies they never found went? I watched as red sparks bounced off of armor swallowed by snow. The white wonderland was painted with colors of grisly, brutal nature. A hot wind, fanned by the flames, carried with them a strong stench of iron, the scent of which wafted from the trampled corpses lining the snow. At the center of it all was... Aww! Well, he just looks friendly. This is why he doesn't wear a shirt. He's covered in blood. The curt, heavy-handed, but most of all kind Ignis. He and his aura shone as a brilliant red. It was as if he was bathed in the blood of his foes. But how could that be? Relative to his ghastly appearance, there weren't too many corpses. What happened to all the others? Where did the blood come from? Little by little, I urged my trembling self onward to look further up. The answer was right there. His mouth, thick, viscous trails of blood dripped from the corners of his lips. When I looked closer, it looked as though he bit onto something like his mouth. And after chewing a couple times, he gulped it down. Without having to think, my instincts told me exactly what I was looking at. Choked with fear, I could hardly muster a loud scream, but he managed to pick up on what little sound I did make. After subtly twitching his nose as if in reaction to my scent, his dreamy eyes darted over to me a sharp focus glance. He eyed me with a predatory gaze. Ooh, like I was a delicious meal. Just as Ignis took a step forward, ready to lunge at me, the surrounding snow around him melted and evaporated as if devoured by him. I gasped out of panic and his body burst into flames.
Master, sagatte!
Leah, stand back. Il, you get out of here. Il stepped in front of me, but he had already used up all of his strength and was at his body's limit. He stood in front of the menacing wolf who had marched up to us without fear. The wolf laughed savagely. He dug his claws into his defenseless prey. Splashes of red dispersed throughout the air. Il's slender body was shredded and eviscerated. Oh god, I can't buy the frightening inferno. Did I get the bad ending? Is this the bad ending? His angelic body dropped face down into a pool of his own blood. Blood soaked his body and drenched the clothes around his inanimated self. He fell atop the crumbled remains of his black and white feathers. He could be fine. There was no hint of color familiar in Ignis's eyes as the wolf looked coldly at his comrade. I couldn't even scream. Alas, I was falling apart. I was ready to collapse, ready. Reality was too intense to face. I wanted nothing more than to cook for us. My teeny tiny dream, the small fantasy I had for the two of us. Ignis reached his hand over Il, who laid there collapsed in his blood. Ignis wrapped his fingers around the angel's neck, lifting him up with ease. Then he opened his mouth wide. He slowly pulled Il's unconscious body towards his gaping maw. It was easy to predict what he was going to do next.
俺はよ、そ
I
の価値観を変えたいと思って。俺が誰の少しぐらいは影響を受ける魔獣が出。
Yeah. No, please don't do this. Stop! Don't throw away who you are. Don't abandon your dream. Just before Ignis sank his fangs into Il's flesh, he tossed the angel aside. I felt compelled to protect Il, and I stood before Ignis with my arms outstretched. Stop it! Come back, Ignis. This is not you. This isn't why you trained your entire life, is it? I cried out at Ignis, trying to appeal to him with the first words that came to mind, but all my pleading could accomplish was redirect the firewolf's ire towards me instead. Interrupted by a severe throbbing pain, Ignis sank his razor-sharp fangs into my arm. But I realized in that moment, too late, as my own blood splattered onto his face. Adrenaline numbed the pain, but my head spun. The only thing rooting me to my current predicament was the dreadful sound of my flesh being ripped apart. Ignis, stop. My pleading voice never reached him. Ignis only sipped and licked the blood trickling down my arm and... Did I get the bad ending? Is this the bad ending? Did I do that? He ripped a piece of flesh off of me. That feels like a bad ending, right? Did I wake up later? Oh, I'm still alive. This isn't over yet. After neutralizing the Minotaurs, we hurried towards the Fire Wolf stronghold with Monsieur and the rest of the party witnessing what that was supposed to happen. Supposed to have my arm bitten into. Oh my god. Okay. I was convinced. I'm like, I did it. This is the end. Blood drenches the night. I die. My poor angel. I know, right? Oh my god, ill. What Monsieur and the rest of the party witnessed was death. We're just death. Far-reaching patches of blood, corpses thrown into haphazard piles, the relentless flames surrounding them, and Il, who lied on the snow unconscious. His wings were torn and bald, and his atrocious injuries dyed his hair and clothes in blood. Good, good, good. I totally despise Dromi. Yeah! Thanks, Dromi. Oh, who was sitting there going like, I'm pretty sure Dromi's evil the whole time, and neither one of you said a thing, which I appreciate, honestly, but like, oh my god. My theory was correct. I guessed right. Dromi was evil. Kya! Just dying. To the side, we saw him bite into Leah's arm, ripping off her flesh. It was one of our fellow Enchante regulars. Our friends, or so we thought. He's still your friend. He's just on a murderous rampage. That doesn't change that. Ignis. Aww. Did they give him darker eyeliner for this? He doesn't look that evil, honestly. No way we're gonna spoil everything. I appreciate that. Our once thought to be ally wiped the splattered blood off his face, shooting a fearless glance in our direction. As we stood there stunned, the quickest to react to the tragic scene was Canis. No, that sometimes is like the color you make when you're in love. Are you in love, Canis? I know it's also anger, but... The swing of Canis' mighty sword blew Ignis back with a cannon's force. Under normal circumstances, the sheer power of Canis' attack would have torn Ignis' torso in half, but Ignis summoned a wall of flames to dull the impact of the knight's incoming strike, sparing himself from harm. I like his echoey voice right now. Ignis moved purely on instinct. He twitched, realizing the path to his prey was obstructed, and showed his fangs. I love Ignis, but I'm glad Canis was ready to fight. Someone needed to be. Somebody be like, okay, this is a bad situation. Wake up, Ignis! Ignis kicked at the ground, lunging at a speed too fast for the naked eye. And then he took a bite out of Canis. Leah, freed from Ignis' grasp, fell to her knees in excruciating pain. It's snowing, guys! Did I screenshot it snowing? Boys, please run to our girl and Angel. They're too... They can't handle it. They're not sure what to do right now. Blood began to gush from her wounds, which she clamps with her free hand. The blood shows no sign of stopping. I hate snow. Asia! Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look how the blood looks better in the snow. That's how you know it's a good scene. Canis and Ignis, meanwhile, locked in a lightning-quick exchange of blows no human could see. Monsieur, that better be freaking you. Leah, ill. Still hate snow. That's so cruel. What's going on here? What's going on? You're asking an unconscious person and a girl who just had her arm bitten into what's happening here? Dude, I just got here myself. Nasir and Rindo sprinted over to the two wounded members, hastily tending to their injuries. Rindo, what do you think? Like, I don't know. Survey. You're a detective. That happened. They eyed each other and rushed in. Rindo went to Leah and Monsieur went to Il. The first cast a simple barrier to shield them from any impact from the duel. Oh no, Il, hang in there. Monsieur clutches to Il's blood-soaked body and his arms and cries out his name. No soft-spoken word escaped the angel's lips and his breath began to slow. Dude, take him home. Thought I heard someone scream. Meanwhile... No small amount of blood began to pour down from Leah's slender arm. At least we're keeping it slender, right? Leah was succumbing to traumatic shock from the punishing magnitude of pain, and her medic Rindo, whose brow began to sweat at the pressure mounted, hesitant, asking her to remain calm. I've been bitten before, but I've never had like a chunk of my arm, like it's gone, right? That's how they describe, he took a bite out of her. It wasn't like a numb, it's gone. Please tell me what first aid you intend to do, other than getting something hot and like burning it to cauterize the wound. Are you gonna cauterize the wound, buddy? You've got very limited options here, and even that, depending on the size of the wound, could actually be worse than just leaving the wound alone. Keep applying pressure on the wound. I'll apply some first aid. Unless it's like Left 4 Dead and it's just a spray bottle and you're just like, shh, better now. Rindo fell back onto a particular solution, eyeing and ripping his handkerchief from his person to fashion a makeshift clotter. Witnessing this, Monsieur... I am a destroyer. I do not possess the power to ease Leah and Il's pain. Poor Monsieur! He has no... He'll need a lot of bandages to wrap her arm. Need to stop the bleeding too, my guys. I do not possess the power to ease Leah and Il's pain. Poor Monsieur, being a demon here. He gently stashes away his regrets and sets Il upon the cold ground delicately. Then he switches gears, honing in on the sole mission to stop Ignis. He raised his hand. Try as he might, Caunus' blade could not penetrate either of Ignis' blazing fist. Well fought. Careful, he'll take a bite out of you. Although Caunus' footwork was deftly tested by the pace of Ignis' height and beastly movements, Caunus blocked each of his foe's punches with ease, making the tense duel an even one. In the midst of it all, Caunus, jump back as far as you can. Roger. His little like metal things on his helmet sometimes makes it look like he's like sweating bullets. He did as instructed and leapt back. Left open, Ignis reacted by immediately racing towards Caunus, but... Whoops, sorry, just kidding. Once Monsieur barked out his command, a spell was cast and a large shadow swelled over Ignis' head. The shadow belonged to a giant iceberg, which soon was flung at an alarming velocity, ready to crush the body of its target upon impact. However, with the power of his attuned reflexes, Ignis ignited the flames covering his body movement moments before impact. The flames burned at the temperature so intense that the whole icy meteor nearly melted, dispensing it into shattered chunks. But nevertheless, the immense impact and blast from the heavy ball of ice was felt. At last, Ignis' eyes returned to normal, indicating he had returned. That was easy. I was waiting for, I'm always gonna compare everything to Sailor Moon when Tuxedo Mask got taken away and she's like, ha, he'll never succumb, and then she's like crying and then he's like, I'm sorry, and then he comes back. It was loud. My head was being knocked around by some deafening explosion. Sharp bits of icicles floated down, tickling my skin. The red in my vision went away, reverting everything back to normal. I winced at the massive surge of shame. It occurred to me that I had no idea where I'd been in the last couple of hours. How did you know it's been a couple hours, Ignis? What was I doing? Where was I? What happened? What was I doing this whole time? Just as my vision cleared up and focus returned. Ignis, you're back to normal. Caunus was there first to pop into vision. Caunus, why are you pointing that sword at me? My breath left me as tall flames burned behind Caunus, and the smell of smoke stung my nose. Don't tell me. I refused to believe it. My throat tensed up. I couldn't speak. I looked around. Bodies of my kin and the corpses of the minotaurs were stacked atop each other. Right in front of me, the tip of Conus' sword was pointed shaky and cautiously. Monsieur and Rindos seemed guarded too. Lying next to Monsieur's feet, Il. I saw Il, mangled and torn up, covered in blood. And the one Rindo held in his arm was Leah. Leah clenched the patched up spot on her arm and her face filled with terror as soon as our eyes met. I reflectively gulped down something that was still in my mouth. He still had her in his mouth? That sounded weird. What was that? What did I just swallow? Why did it smell and taste of iron? I still don't fully know his endgame. Come on, you know exactly what it is. You know it's not healthy to be this delusional, don't you, bro? A pair of feet tap danced lightly around the massacred grounds, approached me. But man, talk about a view. How nice. Dromi arrived, and unlike how Leah looked at me fearfully, now I want to turn off Jerome's voice. Listen, we didn't turn off Dahat's voice, even though he turned out to be a horrible, terrible guy. But I kind of agreed with him a little bit. I don't know if I agree with Dromi yet. Was this worth it? I don't know. This is what war looks like. What it truly means to be a beast. I kind of agree with Dahat. Ooh, yeah, see? That's how I know we have problems. You know, maybe we should destroy the continent. You're like... I actually spelt Dahat's name. You did! I'm so proud of you. I mean, his name is spelt kind of like it sounds, which is rare sometimes. I knew it. Everything from that day is as real as I remember. Remember, I wanted to ruin the Verche world technically, in the bad ending. For Eves' route, we did. We burnt down everything. I knew it. Dromi's eyes glowed with intense awe, dumbstruck as the flames towered behind my bloody body. I watched Dromi for a minute, then toss him a throwaway question. Dromi, you... Are you the one behind all of this? The Minotaurs in the human world?
Bestia に戻るたびに魔獣の襲撃を受けて大量の血が流れたの。
All the bloodshed that happens every time I set foot back in this god-forsaken Bestia.
何もかもがお前が裏で仕組んだもんで今ここで
You're the one pulling the strings here just so that I'd have a breakout into a rampage?
Yes! 大正解! さすがは兄貴! 勘が鋭いっすね!
Yes, sir! Exactamundo! I knew you had some brains up there, bro.
いやーでも邪魔だとばかり思ってた人間がこんなとこで役に立つとは。
But man, I thought these humans were just pests. Turns out they got some use to them.
魔獣の血の匂いを嗅いだり浴びるだけじゃ計画がもっと長引いてたっすから。
I'm so upset for Ignis, yeah. Well, I'm upset because I know she just had her arm bitten, but hey, you don't give up on your boy. This is exactly what she did with Eel. This is why Eel refused his emotions, okay? You're making the situation worse. It would have taken us ages if all you had to smell and bathe yourself in was beast blood. Hearing the word blood, Leah's body jolted.
それよりも話が脱線してるっすよ。そろそろ
Anyways,
現実を直視した方がいいっす。
we're getting off track. Time to wake up.
いいっすか、兄貴。
Listen, bro,
あんた
you.
はお優しい常連仲間をあんな風にズタボロにした挙句、
You beat the living
他
crap
の魔獣どもや
out of those nice cafe regulars, and in the
そ
end,
この女の肉をその牙で引きちぎって、それはもう美味しそうに。
you feasted on that girl's arm, not to mention the minotaurs too. Seems like you really enjoy
食っちゃったんすよ。
devouring them, don't you? He accused Ignis with a deranged smile. As a reminder, Ignis did lick my bloody arm or hand. His ridiculous claim, it seemed, was the answer we were looking for all along. Devouring. A beast that eats. Stashed by the threatening veil of my ability to rampage was another more terrifying ability which I alone had. After all, the minotaurs had to drug themselves just to make an attempt on my life. The truth was, no one knew why the fire wolves disappeared all those years ago. Ignis is not a monster at all. If he is a monster, he would enjoy killing and hurting others. He doesn't like it. He didn't even want to fight. He's literally trying to change. And he has no real conscience when he goes into his bloodthirsty modes. And he was forced into it. But the cost of learning all of this was just too great. Damn you! Fueled by nothing more than rage, I swung my fist at Dromi. But... Whoa! Despite how many swings I took at Dromi, he had evaded each blow by a hair. But they weren't perfect dodges. I managed to yank his favorite bandana with my fist and it glided to the ground. What did we reveal? Something weird happened. It was as if Dromi's expression changed at the drop of his bandana. At last, my dream comes true. That snivy personality you have, that tame pushover regular at Enchante is fake. Even his uncle and others tried to use him and he still wanted to protect them, right? Imagine the people who abused you and literally called you a monster to your face, you're still trying to save them. This is your true form. Catastrophe, a cannibalistic monster. That's who you are. Cannibalistic monster. The words hit me in the gut. It was time I accepted my destiny. I caused the destruction of this place. I dropped to my knees. The crimson-stained snow, the sobering stench of charred iron. To think of all these who fester inside of me. Dromi, I think you are the true monster. Typically, the person making the monster is the monster, if Frankenstein has taught us anything. I tried my best to purge my body of it, but I couldn't. Despair, loss, rage. These emotions are shoved down my throat, ready to burst on a whim. All the trauma, right? Cafe Enchante. All the trauma. Oh, yeah. We picked a really great time to show up. Welcome. I mean, Nocturne matches the vibes. I roar so loud, the heavens quake. Are we having fun? But there, to make a mockery of it, All is, of course,
さあこんなくだらない殺戮の世界は
gonna cry for Ignis. He's given such hot vibes right now, though, because he's all like, look what I've done! I've ruined the world! Stop being pathetic at the same time. Come on, this pathetic wasteland is ready to blow.
これからはあんたの時代だよイグニス・カリブンクルス
Oh yeah, I forgot he has this crazy last name. Your time has come, Ignis Carbunculus. We're gonna go with...
古より復活した
Or should I say, the reborn?
すべての命を食らい尽くす生きる最悪バナル
I forgot about all the pain that happens in this game. As I'm writing the Virtue Evermore, I'm reliving the pain of Virtue Evermore, so yeah, you forget because you're like, oh man, it was such a great time. Oh yeah, the doctor. How do I talk indifferently about the doctor after I know? The World Devourer, Doom Incarnate, Venara. Venara, what a name. The Heretic of Doom had resurrected in fire. This is also giving a little bit of Silent Hill vibes, like everything's in flames. Chapter 4, final chapter. I'm glad I missed Il's route because I remember when I saw his route, I cried. Jay said the same thing. Jay was prepared me for it, so I wasn't too depressed, but his route is sad. And I was kind of mad at the very end of it. I was like, how dare you do this to me? Thousands of years ago, a great calamity ravaged all of Bestia. One day, in a frozen place where ferocious beasts lived, suddenly out of nowhere, pesky beings called humans began to appear. Most of them perished from the unforgiving climate or were helpless to the demonic beast, but a slim portion survived. However,
もともとベスティアにはこの地が雪と氷に閉ざされるよりも前、さらにはるか昔から
back then in Bestia, before the land was sealed by snow and ice, further into the distant past,
後にバナルと呼ばれる山をも越える巨大な炎の狼が存在していました。
I said he was bigger than a mountain. I said that. There existed an enormous flaming wolf who was larger than any mountain. They called him the World Devourer, Venara. In those days, Venara was fabled to be the lord among beasts capable of devouring the world. To stave off demise from his insatiable appetite, the beast was put into a deep and indefinite hibernation. When I saw your title for Il's route and there was a CG of Il and the other angel, I was like, oh, she's on that part, and no, I don't want to cry. But that other angel, he was hot. He was hot. All the angels were hot. But sadly, a bunch of humans came and woke the big monster up. As a result,
目覚めたバナルは空腹を満たそうと暴れ回り始めました。
the awakened Venara went on a massive rampage to fill his empty belly.
魔獣も人間も関係なく、目に入ったすべての命を自らの餌として食らい尽くしながら。
Neither human nor beast stood a chance. Anyone who got in the big bad wolf's way was devoured without warning.
特に人間の血肉はバナルにとって最高に美味しい大好物とも言える味でした。
In particular, Venara developed a taste for human flesh. He loved it so much he couldn't get enough. At least for a little while. Sadly, for the big bad wolf, humans, with their superior brains, formed an alliance with the tribe of Beast. While they paid an immense sacrifice, they managed to subjugate Vanar. However, Vanar passed his legacy, his vicious, fiery appetite to his descendants. These people became known as the Venator, wolves, with the blood of the heretic of doom. Naturally fearing another incident, the beast tried to exterminate the Venator, but the Venator only needed blood to rampage. Thus, the beast could not stop them. Now I can't wait until you get to Radiant Tell. I won't tell you which love interest, but one love interest's backstory hurts so much. Is it the one that looks like a clown? The one with the blonde hair? He looks like he has a sad story to tell. With little choice, they were chased off the remote lands with another clan, the Tigress, as their guardians. Eventually, these people would die out. Weaklings, stranded. Oh, really? Are you gonna be playing Radiant Tell soon, Jay? Weaklings stranded helplessly, awaiting their own deaths, all this because of Vanar. This is what instilled the survival of the fittest culture. The predetermined will to wage war at the heart of Bestia. I finished that during the release last year. Super good, loved it. Wait, was I right? Is it the blonde? Did the blonde have a tragic backstory? We'll find out. Eventually. I don't own it yet. Then, after several thousand years, in other words, the present day, as time passed, so too did the memory. He got a sad story, but you'll find out. As time passed, so did the memory. The incident was long since forgotten. The Venator were thin in numbers from persecution. Bestia's lands were reduced to the battlegrounds where the strong always conquered the weak, and it remains so to this day. But yet we still have a bunny tribe and a little fox tribe, so... Fighting, killing, spilling blood. He's so cute! I mean, he looks more like the guy from My Hero Academia right there. That's what woke up the walking disaster, with the blood of Vanar running through his veins. Ignis. Nobody, not a single person knew the truth. That's that. Need Radiant Tell fan disc. Please let me date the two side characters. Oh god, that reminds me of Collar X Malice. I want to date the other detective, the hot detective from the team that Seaweed Head's in. That guy, I thought he was cute. Also, the bad guy with the scar was cute too. Cute. That fateful day never left me. Dromi's teaser of a story about the history of Vanar just wouldn't leave my head. Vanar, an ancestor of Venator, like Ignis, that nearly destroyed the world before through predation, a gigantic life-devouring wolf that craves all forms of life. Maybe they'll announce the Radiant Tell fan disc. That's also an AKSYS game, right? Do I need to figure out how they actually pronounce their name? Afterwards, the werepat put up no resistance and was apprehended by Connus easily. They sent him to the GPM. Ow! Forgot that I'm missing a chunk of my arm each time I revisited the memory. The gash on my arm, wrapped under several thick bandages, ached in immense pain. Several days had passed. After we somehow managed to return home, I was immediately taken to a hospital. Over the course of a day, my wound was treated. Fortunately, the injury hadn't damaged any of my nerves, but there was no ignoring the big hole in my arm, all thanks to his fangs. Although I got to avoid surgery, the scar would stay with me my whole life, at least according to the doctor. But there was someone in far worse condition than me, an angel marred by heavy injuries. Il had been in a coma the whole time, resting in his bed in an empty room at Enchante. He hadn't awoken once. And after Ignis lost control, doing something which could never be undone, Monsieur and the others placed a barrier over the shrine along with a history of Benar and sealed him away. He made no effort to resist. He hung his head low, a husk of himself. To be clear, Kororo encouraged him to eat food. I'm assuming, as I said when he first said eat food, it curbs his bloody appetite. Are we all depressed, guys? Connus, I can tell, but the rest of you also look kind of depressed. Are you mad at me? Is everyone mad at me? This is what it feels like when everyone's mad at me. You all look very mad at me. Everyone had gathered at the cafe, recounting the sequence of events to one another. Naturally, the conversation was a solemn one, and even Karia, who wasn't there, became pale.
彼女の手当ても終わって、ようやく腰を据えて話し合えるようにはなったけど。
Now that she's out of treatment, we finally have a chance to sit and talk everything over.
最悪な状況に変わりはないね。
Not that it changes anything, of course.
イルの容体の方は
Any update to how Il is doing? Monsieur shakes his head back and forth quietly, having watched the angel from the morning until the time we were gathered.
ダメだね。傷が塞がってはまた開くの繰り返し。意識が戻る気配もない。
Oh, interesting. He's in rough shape. The wounds close, then they open right back up over and over. I have no clue when he'll come to. What? Il's wounds were supposed to heal as soon as we returned to the human world. He mentioned as much to me in Bestia. Monsieur picked up on my disappointment and continued in hushed tone of voice.
普通ならもう動ける程度にはなってるはずなんだ。ただ今回は傷がひどすぎる。
Normally he'd heal up and be ready to fly at a moment's notice, but his wounds are too severe.
前日までの疲労も含めてイル自体がかなり弱っていたこともあるし。
Combined with the fatigue of that earlier trip, his body hasn't had much of a break. Yeah, but in a different route, he took on a god. Like, I mean, he's fine. Ignis is not a god.
肉体を再生するための代用エネルギーが人間界のものじゃ足りないんだ。正直、いつ最悪の事態になるか。
I suppose in human terms, his body hasn't much left in the tank. Honestly, there's no telling how much worse it'll get. No frickin' way.
それほど正気を失ったイグニスの攻撃が苛烈だったということか。
That is enough to indicate the state of Ignis's mind when he went on his rampage.
もしあの時マスターがかばわねばイルも
If at that time you, Leah, had not shielded him, ill would already...
他の魔獣と同じくイグニスに食われてたってこと。
He would have been eaten by Ignis? Just like the other beasts? Is that what you're saying? My shoulders tremble out of reflex.
つまり俺たちが今まで暴走だと思ってたイグニスの本当の危険性は
Simply put, what we thought were nothing more than rampages from Ignis have proven to be something much, much more serious.
命ぐらいの最悪の狼バナルの末裔ゆえの捕食本能だったわけだね。
A devourer of worlds, if he's a descendant of Anar, we're talking ancestral instincts. I'm not going to say what I was about to say because I realize if you plan on watching this thing, it's a pretty big spoiler. It's a TV show. This would be a good twist. If he stays bad, great twist. I would love for you to make me fall in love with someone. And then at the very end reveal, by the way, they're the monster. And then I go, but I loved them. And then they're like, it's too bad. They're unapologetic over there. And I'm like, it was a really great twist for that one show, but it's a very big twist. I can't say it. It would be a spoiler if you haven't watched the show. But like, they're like, he's a world devourer. Like, that's a pretty intense title. Like, that's a sexy title. But like, obviously, Ignis is apologetic for it. But if he wasn't, what a twist, right? That'd be one heck of a twist. If he was stayed dark, he kept that broody dark look. Oh goodness, I was almost like, you know, like this show, and I was like, oh, that's the season finale plot twist. I probably shouldn't say that. We're talking ancestral instincts.
おそらく彼は覚醒遺伝によって
Okay, but maybe the sea beast, hear me out. The reason all the sea beasts were murdered, except for our little bitty baby, who knows that guy was evil. Maybe it's because they know the trooper. Maybe they're troopers. Ever think about that? It was probably through atavism. Refers to genetic inheritance and appearance of traits held by ancestors after skipping many generations. Atavism can also refer to ancestors' reversions. This could also be a great example for the white-haired boy here. He's related to fairies and his family hasn't got that trait, but he did, which is why he got sick.
バナルの血と力をかなり濃く継いで生まれてしまったんだろうね。
He inherited his incredible raw power. Because the Venar blood flows in his veins, he's the only Venator who can eat.
その本能が目覚めるよう裏で糸を引いていたのがドローミということか。
And to awaken that instinct, Jerome pulled the strings from the shadows, ergo... That little... Yeah, I wonder who could have saw that he was evil. I don't know, my little friend Kororo? The moment his name is mentioned, Karia clenches his fist in frustration.
してやられたね。あの小物っぷりは全部演技。
It's a very consistent thing in Otome games, isn't it, too? Where it's like there's this guy, and he's super cute, and you're like, oh, he's so sweet. Look how sweet he is. He's evil. Otaro. It's a hot. You keep thinking, let me think. Lover pretend, lover pretend. Everyone was bad. Just kidding. He sure fooled us. His smarry and jokey face was all the big front.
ドローミはイケシャーシャーと味方ずらしつつ、アルムムや他の魔獣にイグニスの情報を流し、
Doromi was almost too eager to help us, all the while leaking information to the Minotaurs and other beasts, conveniently.
彼と多くの魔獣を戦わせることで、その血の匂いからイグニスの空腹を煽ってきたんだ。
Ooh, Monsieur just lost the light in his eyes. He does not look happy. By getting him to fight more beasts, he triggered Ignis's hunger by constantly exposing him to the scent of blood.
アルムムにはバナルへの危険性だけを吹き込み、その本能が目覚める条件は都合よく伏せていたのだろうな。
He only spoke of the danger of Veneer to the Minotaurs while conveniently failing to mention just how to awaken the instinct. The true danger held by Ignis, smelling the scent of blood, takes him a step closer to turning into Veneer.
魔獣は弱者や多種族には容赦がないけれど、身内には甘いところがあるからね。
Beasts have little mercy for the weak, not to mention species different from their own, but they look after their own.
自分たちの子やつがいを守るために、彼らはなりふり構わずイグニスを討伐しようとしたんだろう。
They were likely acting to protect their children and mates and tried to kill Ignis without giving it much thought. One thing explained why the Minotaurs had behaved in such a reckless way. Turns out Mikaido had already uncovered the thing eating away at their sanity. It was a drug the origins of which were unknown. Traces of it was found administered to the Minotaurs. It warped non-humans' minds. The culprit was almost undeniably Jerome. Why is it like without his bandana he's more creepy? He's actually a fanatic of calamity trying to return Ignis to Veneer through predation? His clownish small fry behavior was all an act. Which also means the person who flung me into the gate to Bestia had to be him as well. The forgotten item at the time was an outright lie. My guess is that he passed through the GPM wormhole and slipped into Enchante through the gate, and from there he did his deed hoping to kill me and make it look like an accident. I would like if that was not the case.
何が目的なんだ?
That puny, what did he want?
目的ならば大体は察することができる。
I finished it and it only took me 4 hours and 30 minutes. Nice. Honestly, that feels about right. Diamond arts are time and labor inducing. You need to get the rolling pin now so you can hear the satisfying popping as you roll over with the rolling pin. Is it super cute? Is Cinnamon Roll to die for? I have a guess concerning this objective here. Actually, let me see. I think I have here. Let's do this. I think I can share this. Can I share this? How do I share this? Server, invite people. No. I don't know how to link the server. I was gonna say I could link this because then you could post it in here under your art because there's a thing in my server for that. Create a category, create an event. Did I mention I suck at Discord? I only ever used it to chat with people. I don't know how to link it. Custom invite link. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, that's fine. Is that why? It's because I'm on streamer mode? I had it linked before, but I took it down because I didn't have anybody really watching on here, so I felt weird having a random server that no one was on, but we can share Tomies on it, which would be fun. Let's see, I was trying to see if I had it in my original link settings. I might have gotten rid of it. I honestly, it doesn't have an option to just link it, which is weird. Disable, let me just disable it. Will that do it? Did I do it? Can I share it now? Settings, server settings, custom invite link. I honestly do not know how to link it on here right now. I've done it before. Do I need to Google this? Did I just close my web browser? Invite. I need to Google this. How to share a Discord server? Question mark? It sounds like there's a tap share it. Oh my gosh, how am I this old? Server on the left side. Oh, and this is what I'm silly. Okay. Invite people. Copy this link. Haha, I did it. Here, this is Bunny's Burrow. I made this when I first made the channel. It has not really been used. I've only shared like my finished VODs on it so far, but it has places where you can post stuff. I'll probably make a new thing for Atomi specifically because when I first made this, fun fact, I didn't think I'd only play Atomi games. It just turned into what I like to play, so that's really all I ever play. I'll probably make rules later too. But yeah. That is the thing. And there's a spot on here where you can share your art. I have thrift finds on here because I'm a thrifter at heart, and then thoughts. So, and there's a chat stream on here. With Discord though. That way it can go back into streamer mode when I turn it back on. Alright, I have a guess concerning his objective. He said it as much himself. He said it. I have an idea. He kind of said it. Your time's come. He literally wants you to devour the world.
ドロービの目的はおそらくイグニスに先祖返りをさせること。
Dromi's goal was likely return.
バナルに戻すことだろう。
I got a bunch of Instagram notifications for some weird reason. That was weird. Alright. Dromi's goal was likely return Ignis to his ancestor. In other words, to resurrect Vinar. But why? Alright, let's see if I fix that. Although I did little more than squeak weekly, I might add, I finally managed to join the conversation. What's the meaning of it all? To end the world, my guys.
ドローミ本人も含めてベスティア中の魔獣が食われる。はっ
Then
きり
Jay
言って
can show us off her
僕なんてかけらも
adorable
ないよね。
diamond art piece. Dromi's not that dumb. Every beast in Bestia would be devoured. Him included. Frankly, it's a lose-lose situation. However, he's the last of his kind. And I'm gonna say it, and I think I've said this before, some people just want to watch the world burn. I'm pretty sure I said that in Verche Evermore. Some of us, not necessarily me, are accepting. Things change, the world's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like the world can be insane. It's okay. I'll probably link also the Discord back in my channel because I had it linked for a while, but because, again, I'm not like a huge streamer, I didn't have very many people in and I felt weird being the only person commenting at times. Every beast in Bestia would be devoured, him included. Out of the consideration for me, Bestia picked up where I left off, helping me make my point.
そのあたりどうなの、リンド。ドローミは何か白状した？
While we're on the subject, Rindo, has Dromi ever confessed to anything? only world I'm willing to turn evil is only Virche world. Right? But like, it got to the point where, let's say in Virche, the royal family was literally the reason their little continent was dying. Like, that was a choice. They were like, let's do it. Yes, let's burn it down.
それが尋問にはかけているんだが、案の定こっちをおちょくってばかりでね。
Come on, when we interrogated him, he carried on like it was no big deal, all smiles. The event had been clearly upsetting Rindo.
尋問自体は続けてみるけど、彼からこれ以上の情報が引き出せるかどうかは。
We'll continue to interrogate him, but I can't promise we'll exact anything worth bringing up.
なあ、この先、イグニスはどうなるの？
So that's it then? What does that mean for Ignis?
まさかこのまま、ドローミの思惑通りに、バナルとかにならないよな。
Don't tell me Dromi is getting everything he wanted and he's gonna become Vinar. In the past, Kadia's stubbornness was known to clash with Ignis's, so the two rarely saw eye to eye, but the situation felt so dire, even Kadia expressed his concern for Ignis. As for Kadia's question, the adults in the room, Messire and company, shifted in their seats.
今回の件でイグニスは
With this incident, Ignis
アルムムたちを皆殺しにして捕食、さらに人間の肉の味まで知ってしまった。
Don't say that. That is a thing they use in movies to make it sound like if an animal tastes human blood, they're gonna crave it. It's not. It's an old wives' tale. Like, it's not how this works. Not only preyed upon his kin, but he murdered them in cold blood. He actually didn't. They were all dead when he got there. He didn't kill them. He killed the Minotaurs. And guess what they had done previously? Murdered his family. He might have ate them. That I can't disprove. But he didn't kill them. They were all dead already. Now he's got a taste for human flesh too. Everyone looks at me. He more or less fulfilled all of the requirements to wake as Vinar.
ああ、このままではイグニスは。
At this rate, Ignis will...
そんな。
No way. Kadia was incensed, frustrated by the situation Ignis was left in. I, on the other hand, could hardly utter an opinion of my own. I needed to say something, think. But despite my best efforts,
ともあれ、
regardless,
我々がイグニスのためにできることがないか、少しでも模索していくとしよう。
there must be something we can do on Ignis's behalf. We must look at all options at our disposal.
ただ、あなたはしばらく自室にて休んだ方がいい。
However, Leah, perhaps it's better for you to rest in your room in the meantime. Don't you tell me what to do, Connus. Huh?
腕の傷も癒えていないだろう。それに、現実的な傷だけではなく。
That wound on your arm has not healed, not to mention the emotional wounds. Wow. Thanks. Thanks for pointing out that I'm emotionally scarred, my guy.
心の方もね。
He means your heart. Thanks, Messire.
イグニスの話を聞くのも辛い。いや、怖いなら
Love it.
無理はしないでいいんだ。
If listening to us talk about Ignis's fate is painful or even worrisome, then know that you don't have to force yourself. Which reminds me, the start of my Virtue Evermore thing literally has my like warning, like, hi, this is not a game for most people. So here's your warning. Oh god.
今後の対応については僕たちの方で考えておくよ。マスター業の方もお休みにすべきだ。
We'll handle what to do from here. An owner can't tend to your shop without adequate rest. As I feared, they read my mood on my face. When Ignis's name came up in conversation, my body trembled. Kadia looked back at me. His eyes traveled between my eyes and my arm, inferring enough to form an opinion. I knew there was more to it, though. I noticed they avoided talking about actual details. Nothing about what really happened. It was true, my presence here was an obstacle to the more pertinent conversation at hand. Yeah, thanks. So I thanked them for their responses, apologizing for taking up their time. I bowed my head and headed to my room. They said they waited for her to have this conversation. If they didn't want her to be part of it, they could have had that conversation. She owns this cafe, my guys. As soon as the door shut behind me, I plopped onto my bed and took Kororo in my arms. Cute. Not out of sadness, but fear. Ignis. Each time I hear his name, each something reminded me of him. I think time was supposed to be in that sentence. The fear of being devoured possessed me and I trembled. Until that tragedy I cherished him. I never once felt intimidated by him. I understand trauma. I am not discrediting trauma. She knew this was a potential risk because he already was scared he was going to hurt her. But the fact of the matter is, he was not himself. This isn't like he was drunk, you know. His body was taken over. He has no memory. It's almost like being possessed. This goes hand in hand with people blaming themselves for things they didn't actually do, but because they weren't in control of their bodies and other stories. Like, this is not the same. Stop it. I cherished him. I never once felt intimidated by him. I wanted for us to be together. Ooh, did you just confess that in your head? Crying here into my pillow would do nothing. That much I knew, but why? Why did this have to happen to Ignis? Fear pulled tears from me like a conduit. Conductor? Different thing. All I could do was cry out of grief to mourn the injustice of it all. Afterwards, according to Monsieur, who had stopped by my room to brief me on the rest of their talk, I want to hug her. I know, it's so sad. They agreed they needed to strengthen the barrier that encased the shrine plus Ignis. To do that, however, Monsieur and the others had to find some way to heal Eel in his current state. If we could so much as take him to the heavenly world, he would heal just fine, but fallen angels weren't exactly welcome. Normal angels hunt fallen angels for sport, and it wasn't worth the risk on Eel's life. But it was good enough as a last resort. In the meantime, the regulars searched high and low for ways to improve his condition. As for Rindo, he was given the sole pleasure of interrogating Dromi. However, even if either endeavor came to something, neither did anything to help Ignis directly to help manage his dangerous power. Due to atavism, he has the possibility to become the Wolf of Calamity Vinar. Despite wishing not to kill, the scent of blood makes him go wild, and many demon beasts fall prey to his hunger. If I was in this position, I think I would be mad. I will have so much hatred. She just turns into a little ball of anger. Like, it's a lot. This is a crazy, like, concept. This one is probably one of the more wild concepts, too. He's just a demon beast. He can't help it. So he's actually Inuyasha's father. I would lose my mind. Can we do something for Ignis? Yeah. Like, he's just alone. I was like thinking if they go back, she could like make him food. Like, take this to him. I sit in this icy shrine all banged up. I got nothing to do but hang my head and listen to my thoughts echo. After that howl of despair, that bastard Dromi had the balls to come to my face and tell me, Venair, ancestors of the Venator, he said, that I have inherited his blood, which makes me a world devourer monster. Apparently, I'm a legendary beast reincarnated, one that makes me hungry for flesh. Classy. The idea is so repulsive I want to gag, but nothing comes out of my stomach except for the fact that you did lick MC's arm when she had a small scratch. I'm just saying. In other words, I've already digested their flesh and blood and absorbed it all into my body. I only remember one scene of this route, but anything that's gonna happen next, I don't remember. Is the scene after this? I'm just curious. The thought sinks in. I can't help but feel disgusted by my own body, which until now I had been proud to show off as a symbol of my strength. That's why I don't wear a shirt, you see. No wonder they call me a monster. I don't remember. I'd say describe it to me, but if I haven't seen it, it's spoilers. It goes beyond eating food for humans. I devoured my fellow beast, people that could have been kin while they lived and breathed. You forgot you took a bite out of her.
弱い存在がなすすべもなく命を散らしていく。バナルが引き起こしたこの事件は。
Wait, I'm losing my mind because I'm too excited for tomorrow. Listen, you might love Like a Dragon, okay? It could be your favorite game. I don't have an argument, actually. I don't know where I was going with that. But you have to follow us on Discord and then share us updates on your progress.
その後のベスティアの根幹となる弱者排除の戦社会を作り上げた。
Yeah, okay, alright. I don't need to hear you, Dromi.
どうして俺の故郷はこんな残酷な世界になったんだろうな。
Why has the place I called home surrendered to such cruelty? Like, this is still such a good CG.
もし遥か昔にその元凶になった奴がいたとしたなら、俺はそいつを。
Oh, forsaken him. I forgot that was a flashback. I started to read it like a normal person.
何が不殺だ。何を恨んでんだよ、俺は。
Who did I think I was with my no-killing pack? Man, talk about being a hypocrite. What happens tomorrow? Dun 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 dun. Like a Dragon 8 comes out. I'm gonna watch a playthrough of it tomorrow. Others playing it now, but I'm waiting for one streamer to play it tomorrow morning. Wait, why aren't you gonna play it? You play it. Are people playing it today? They shouldn't start until like 2 hours from now. Yakuza. Asia, yes. Hello.
んなことほざいていた俺がこの残酷な世界の象徴
I
その
got a
ものだ
lot
っ
of
たんじゃ
games
ねえ
to
か。
play at the moment. So do I. I'm still buying Sympathy's Kiss at the end of February. I ran my mouth condemning everybody on my soapbox, but I was the worst of them all. Get a load of this, the Devourer of Worlds. I can't add another game. I think you could. Every time I see the mural, I'm petrified. I know that one day that drawing will look like less of a drawing and more like a mirror. I want them to melt this entire cave. I want to see if there's more murals. Am I destined to become a Venair no matter what?
いや、なってたまるか。
No, I won't let that happen.
要はこの後、二度と血の匂いを嗅いだり、何も食わなきゃ。
I might have to miss part of their stream because I still have to get my hair done. Oh yeah, you said you took your hair down and you're gonna get it redone tomorrow. That's exciting. You have to like tell that person not to stream before you can watch. Be like, you can't start until this time, thank you. All I have to do is avoid blood at all costs and did not eat any. This reminds me, I have not watched any of Markiplier streaming the new FNAF game, and like he's got like 10 videos and we're so behind. I haven't watched a single one. Until now, I had no real need for food, so any craving I had were superficial, but my stomach let out a terrible growl in the darkness, a desperate, hungry cry. I bent backwards and hugged my arms around my torso. I clenched my teeth, fighting the desire, but it was useless. Must eat. I bark into the darkness. I'm hungry. In times like these, the one to feed me was Leah. Literally. And you fed off of her too. When her face came to mine, my hunger worsens and I can't help but gulp uncontrollably. Her flesh was perfectly delicious. Oh, he remembers eating her. Aw, he remembered me. A monster hides in my brain, it's part of me. When I picture it, it laughs at her blood dripping from my mouth. Stop breathing. I can't. I can't disrespect her memory by thinking of something like that. I grip my stomach and continue to suffer in denial, surrounded by darkness. But in a way, it was too late. Yeah. Her flowing blood, I could never forget the look of fear in her eyes as they burned into mine. More importantly, I can't believe I attacked the person I most wanted to protect. I became a monster, devoured part of her body. As if that wasn't bad enough, I hurt one of her most favorite guests ill. Hell, I tried to eat him. Tried to devour him. Leah trusted me when no one else would. She vouched for me. And then she betrayed you the moment you went a little bad. You couldn't help that. That was nature. She really believed I'd be worth it. But it was all for nothing. I gave in to my wretched hunger. I betrayed her. I'm sure I'd never get to see that smile of hers glow again. In that case... Perche Evermore called. It wants its depression back. Stop it. It would be better for me to just kill myself. I kick the idea for a bit in my head until I decide to use my own fist to do the deed. But as soon as I place it over my heart to rip it out of my chest, I'm dominated by another feeling, a rapid beastly hunger, one that chips away at me until I satisfy its craving. Damn it. Come on, man. I'm not allowed to die either. Nobody in their right mind would want a monstrosity like this to go on living. I do. Me. I am... Oh, hang on. I can think of his name. I got this. Don't say it. He wrote Fantastic Beast. Newt. I'm Newt Salamander, and Scalemander, I don't even know his name right now. And I've never met a monster I couldn't love. In a remote territory, stir the omens of an awakened calamity, a promise from fate about a tragedy, bloody unrest. Yet out in nearby desolate ice fields, the calamity was a mere passing thought. A small tribe of nomadic beasts struggled to survive in the harsh desert. A young beast with lanky arms patrolled the outskirts of the village, and he turned at a sudden sound of footsteps. He lowered his body, assuming an offensive stance, expecting to see a band of raiders. What he saw instead were beasts even smaller than him. They had long ears, so malnourished they could snap on contact. The young beast regarded them as no threat. He began to ponder. Were they refugees from a random attack? Have they fled here looking for safety? The boy began to pity the small creatures. However, he hesitated to call to them on his own accord. Instead, he chose to observe them, losing himself in thought until one of their ranks walked towards him, crunching snow beneath her tattered hide shoes. Hey, you, over there. Me? Is anyone out here with you? The girl exhales hotly through her nose. She was incredibly forward, stronger than her frail demeanor had suggested. The boy shot upright to maintain decorum, but he had no intention of threatening her. We were chased out of our camp. We got nowhere to go. Would it be okay for us to start building a camp here? I promise we won't cause no trouble. The truth was revealed. They were driven out of their territory and were searching for a new place to call home. So long as they were considerate of their neighbors and caused no trouble, it was fine. They seemed awfully sincere to the boy. Survival in the Badlands was brutal. Raiders and murderers pounced on any prey too vulnerable to look after its own. But these beasts seemed different. If they continued to wander, he thought it'd be a matter of time until they were goners. He nodded immediately. I can't make that decision. I gotta go back to my village and ask the elder. Okay, let's go and ask. Huh? Go on, lead the way. We're the strangers around here, after all. His first impressions, it seems, were off. The boy began thinking that he had mistaken her lack of consideration as confidence. Regardless, as representatives of his people, he led the two of them to the elder. Both of their foot trudged through the dense, knee-high snow towards the village. They shared the burden of their silence on their solemn trek until... Got any tips we should know about if we settle here? He couldn't tell if she was unable to endure the silence or if she was simply bored, but he humored her attempt to break the ice. He stuck out his tongue and thought. Only one thing came to mind, especially for beasts of their stature. You'll probably be fine out here. There's the fire wolf stronghold that way, but a big icy mountain keeps things in here and things in there. Don't you think that's risky? Seems a little strange to live so close. I hope the rock keeps you all safe. You don't look like much, but maybe there's a fighter in you.
If
you must know, it's because at some point we were just like you, a tribe without anywhere to go. There's something else besides the icy mountain, something protecting us. Protecting you? The young girl blinked in confusion and the boy became animated. Enthusiasm glows in his eyes. Have you ever heard of Ignis? He's the strongest beast in Bestia.
時々様子を見に来て、縄張りを守ってくれてるんだ。
It's him. He always comes to visit us. He keeps our village safe.
そのおかげで、僕たちはなんとか生き残れてる。
Thanks to him, somehow we've managed to see more days. The boy patted the top of his head, reliving when his hero patted him on the same spot all those days ago. The warmth stuck with him all this time. He found strength in that memory.
彼、イグニスって。
Ignis is. Why am I allowed to choose for the fox? What? I have, in all my Atomi life, I have never been in a view that's not my own and had a choice.
優しいよね。見た目はちょっと怖いけど。
Why am I in control? What? He's really kind, isn't he? I mean, sure, he's kind of looks scary.
僕、この間、頭撫でてもらっちゃった。
But a while ago, he rubbed my head. The girl watched the boy's face turn red as she scoffed and averted her gaze.
あんなやつに憧れるとか理解できない。単に甘いだけじゃない。
I don't get how you could admire him. He's just too soft.
自分にかかってるイメージっていうか、誤解を解こうともしないぶっきらぼうだし。
Haven't you heard his reputation? He's rude and brash and causes trouble wherever he goes.
彼のこと知ってるの？
Do you know him?
知ってるっていうか、知り合ったっていうか。
I know of him. Actually, we've met. The boy guessed to himself how it seemed likely that this young girl was saved by the very same beast that so-called strongest Bestia. A weak demon girl, rude, who found out that Ignis isn't the killer before and is also owing her life during searching the Kororo's parents. While not upfront about her feelings, she does seem to be thankful to Ignis. However, afraid to draw more of her ear, the boy kept quiet, expecting a rebuttal from her were he to mention a guess. The boy was sharp, and in a short time span had managed to see her for who she was.
また会いたいな。最近姿を見かけないけど、どこにいるんだろう。
I want to see him again. He hasn't shown up lately. Where could he be?
そういえば、あいつが他の魔獣と戦った噂とか聞かないわね。
Not you mentioned it, I haven't heard any rumors about him fighting other beasts. True as the girl said, the boy had noticed this too. His strength was undeniable, rendering the fear of losing him to battle to just that a mindless fear.
なんだか嫌な予感がする。イグニスに何もないといいんだけど。
I can't put my finger on it exactly, but I hope Ignis is wherever he is okay.
余計な心配よ。第一、何かあったところで。
Don't even worry about it. First off, if anything happens to him,
あいつに関する騒動に弱い私たちが関わることなんて。
all of that is his
何のうちにも
business.
ないんだから。
For weaklings like us, that's all out of our hands. Fox Boy's like, whoa, 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 I saved someone he cared about. You can't call me inconsiderate. Several days had passed since the band of Enchante regulars commenced our plans. The GPM headquarters, including all of its higher-ups, shuddered to and from meetings on how to deal with Dromi. Through it all, I was there stuck in an interrogation room. In all truth, I was starting to become fed up with the runaround the kid kept giving me. The maestro himself even, the chaotic prince responsible for this hellish vortex before me, was restrained with non-human bindings. He whistled nonchalantly to me, chagrin. Early on, he detached his small fry act and revealed his true impish self, dodging each question with a quick Or a quack. Don't take it from me. Kaido also sat in on the interrogations, driving himself and his assistant mad at the latter grimaced from his side.
まったく、友好の証としてホールの使用を許可していたっていうのに。
Good grief, I permitted you to use the wormhole as you please as a gesture of friendship.
それをあっさり裏切るとはね。血も涙もないとはこのことだよ。ねえ、クーちゃん。
And you chose to betray me? I need no X-ray to see that you've got no heart. Isn't that right, Ku?
裏切るだなんて心外っす。俺は博士さんを裏切ったつもりなんてないっすよ。
Betray you? Hardly. I think you're being a little harsh, don't you think, Doc?
ホールを悪用するな。
It's not the wormhole's fault.
それを先に言っといてくれれば、俺は律儀にそのルールを守ったっす。
If you had laid out these rules from the start, I would have followed them to the letter. His ability to shift blame was impressive, but I sighed, realizing I had lost count of how many of Dromi's games I sat through.
随分と余裕だね。このまま自分が処分されるとか考えてないのかい？
How are you so calm all the time? Is it self-preservation thing, or do you really not care what happens to you?
だって俺別に人間界には迷惑かけてないっすよ。
What? I haven't done anything to trouble the human world, have I?
人間界で暴れたアルムムたちだって自分の意志でホールへ飛び込んだわけだし。
The Minotaurs came charging here to the human world on their own free will. I didn't tell them to jump into wormholes.
俺自体はまだなんにもやってないと思うんすけどね。
As far as I'm concerned, I've done nothing. Aren't you wasting your guys' time? I clicked my tongue, betraying my position. Of course, he was right. Dromi may have been the mastermind. He set things into motion, that much is true. But I couldn't pin any of those things on him to get real charges in the human world, except for the fact that this company has literally turned someone into a monster using a drug so they wouldn't spill beans. I don't imagine they need real charges. With this, even upper management realized he was a special case and we needed an alternative to squeeze the truth from him. The tragedy of Bestia was within the legal jurisdiction of Bestia alone. It was impossible to charge him for that. The lad was sly, but he knew this much.
ちなみにホールに関してなんすけど、人間界に繋がってたってこと自体は俺完全に無関係っすからね。
By the way, about the wormholes, you know how they happen to connect to your world? I had nothing to do with that, Kay.
本当に超偶然にっすけど、全部があの町に繋がってるのに気づいて、それを
It's all one big coincidence, you see? So strange, they all appeared out of nowhere, but thankfully I made good use of them.
ジョシュ君、どう思う？本心かな？
Dear assistant, what do you think? Is he telling the truth?
虚偽は含まれていないと判断する。
His vitals seem to indicate so.
だからそろそろ解放してほしいんすけど。
Well, there you have it. Now how about freeing me from these chains? He lifts his arm, poised and pitiful.
却下。君の腹黒さからして。
Denied. You have something up your sleeve.
イグニスのバナル化以外の目的がありそうだから解放できないんだよ。
I can't help but wonder what else you are scheming apart from turning Ignis into Vanar. I'm afraid I can't release you. But in the back of my mind, I knew time was almost out. Soon I would have to relinquish custody of Jerome. Did I say his name wrong? I might have, for lack of evidence. I decided it was time I loosened the tie to make the most of our time together.
君は何が目的なんだ？
Jerome, what's in it for you?
どうして君はバナルを盲信し、自分が食われる可能性も承知の上で復活なんてことを。
Why the blind devotion to Vinar? Why go through the effort to revive him knowing he'll just devour you too?
はあそんなの
What? That's
すっげえかっこいいからに決まってるじゃないですか
well, it's obvious. It'll be an honor and a cool one to boot.
は
What? The answer took a moment to register. I thought I misheard him, but Mikaido and much to my surprise his assistant were both catatonic, so I knew I hadn't imagined the response he gave. Dromi, meanwhile, had an unperturbed by our reaction and began speaking sternly. At first, it was about Ignis. No, not Ignis, he clarified, Vinar, and how his past led him to worship the heretic of doom. Is it about how his family died? Now then. Time for one of Dromi's history lessons. Or shall I say Vinar's history lesson, since my life is nothing compared to the majestic tale of the World Devourer. But enough with that, the discretion. As I remember before, Tigris, like me, are also descendants of Vinar. We were ordered to monitor the Venator, so we huddled up with them in an uncharted region. Fast forward to now, Vinar's just a memory. All my people remember is we got tangled up with the Venator and got crap for it. Anyways, that's my story. When I was a kid, my village was attacked. Everyone I knew was dead or worse. It was the first time I saw anything like it. In other words, it was the first time I witnessed Bestia's cruel heresy at work. It took me a while to get over the sight. Some things you never forget. Never.
What
is it now? A guy can only take so much. Huh? Why was this so shocking to me? Wasn't it okay to question it all? Supremacy determined only in battle? It sounded good in theory, doesn't it? A platonic ideal of the world's best warriors? But of course, reality was disappointing. It was an endless cycle of massacres, chances for the strong to bully the weak. That was the world I lived to see. The last of my kind. I was pretty cute back then, too. What? I was pretty cute back then, too? The Venator took me in since our stronghold closely bordered theirs. They raised me as one of their own. That's where I met my bro. Big bro always looked out for others, but he had his hands full with me since I had no other relatives. A certain incident happened around that time. At first, I thought to myself, oh man, another boring massacre. I didn't give it much thought. But then I witnessed a true calamity. Hey, I haven't seen that sketch before. That's right, it was my bro, Ignis, who lost control and awoke his Vinar instincts. The Minotaurs and even his Firewolfkin, all of them, were devoured in a manner of minutes. Oh. It's so clear to me even now. Such overwhelming power, he hunted his prey, chopped him up, and swallowed him all in one gulp. He was soaked in blood, ascending to his throne as the greatest beast to ever live. It was a monumental step for beast kind, What beast could live to see a more glorious day so long as any of us could live?
額に受けた傷の痛みなんてすっかり忘れて
The sight mesmerized me so that I totally forgot how bad my head was hurt.
俺はその最悪にただただ見とれていた
The spectacle of such doom was enough to entertain me for hours. Boy, I was lucky. My bro returned to normal and passed out right after, sparing me from being eaten. So nobody even got to find out exactly what happened. Or the fate on that fateful day, I covered up all the traces. Once things settled down, I started to research what kind of ancestral traits my big bro had. I found a shrine once maintained by the Tigris people. Proof of Vinar's existence was chronicled. I put the pieces together, realizing that my bro wasn't just a Minotaur, but also had the traits which set him apart from his kin. But I had to remember.
イグニスの兄貴いやバナルに比べて
My bro Ignis was nothing compared to Vinar.
捕食本能を忘れたただ残酷なだけな今の魔獣たちのなんと情けないことかってね
Beasts nowadays were just mean bullies whose predatory instincts were dull from the lack of real challenge. That's why
あの最悪にバナルに会いたい
I want to meet Vinar.
あの獣こそがベスティアの真の頂点に立つにふさわしい
That beast is the only one worthy of standing atop Bestia's summit as the world's best warrior.
その最強があらゆる魔獣を蹂躙し食い尽くす瞬間を見てみたい
I want to see the strongest beast in history devour his competition without fear and without mercy. In order to fulfill my dream, I carried out my plan in secret. One day, I talked to myself through the plan by the plucky Kororo overheard me, swimming quietly around the shrine. Neither Makaido nor myself could do anything but sit dumbfounded at what we just saw. It was, in other words, idolatory, much like a child admiring a blown-up version of the television character. Although his obsession was no doubt childish, Dromes connived his deadly plan with no hesitation, all to resurrect Vinar. He seemed to convince himself that being devoured was worth it all in the end. His devotion, as esoteric and trivial as it all seemed to me, left a deep impression. In short, I had things left to say.
狂ってるな、お前は。
You're insane. Kaido flashed a brief smile, perhaps echoing my sentiment from my eyes only.
おかしいよ、君。僕のクーちゃんに近づかないでくれたまえよ。
That's crazy. How could you resist opening up to my precious coup?
はあ別にそんなお人形には興味ねえんすけど。
What? Why in the world would I be interested in your doll?
あー、でも、イルさん、あの獲物は惜しかったな。
Oh, but ill man, that's someone I can't say I envy.
天使って超珍しい人外なんでしょだから、兄貴が食ったらどうなるか。
Aren't angels like invincible or whatever? What would have happened if my bro had eaten one? Wish I could have seen it myself.
あ、もしかしてありがたいご利益で背中から翼が生えたりして。
Don't tell me. Do you think wings would sprout out his back? Dromi loved to laugh at his own jokes. He cackled so hard I thought he snapped. All of a sudden he dropped the act.
でもそれもあの女が邪魔したせいで確かめることができなかった。
Even so, because that damn girl got in the way, I couldn't see how things went down in the end.
ほんと、あの女もアンシャンテも とことん邪魔な存在。
Seriously, that woman and Enchante are such a nuisance.
あそこに入り浸るようになってから兄貴は戦いから遠ざかっちゃったし。
Ever since my bro became a regular over there, he took a break from fighting.
まあ最終的にはうまく利用して人間の血肉を食わせることができたんで結果オーライですけど。
I guess she had some use. She gave him a taste of her arm. Maybe the end justifies the means.
お前、
You. I realized I could no longer keep
仮
quiet.
にも幼い頃から君の面倒を見ていたイグニスを
Ignis looked after you ever since you were a snot-nosed orphan.
魔獣だからと偏見を持たず君をアンシャンテのマスターとして親切に出迎えていたあの子。
And that lady was nothing but kind to you, you foul beast, inviting you at as her own guest at
一
Enchante.
体何だと思ってるんだ。
Now who the hell do you think you are? My brow furrowed one step away from...
兄貴のことはもちろん尊敬してるっすよ。俺の憧れ、未来のバナルとしてね。
I mean, sure, I got a lot of respect for my bro. I admire him a bunch, especially as the future Vinar.
ただし、あの女や俺も含めたそれ以外の命は全部兄貴の
That
餌。
woman and even myself are just fodder to my bro. Prey, waiting to be eaten.
それ以上でもそれ以
Nothing
下
more,
でもないっす。
nothing less. He was deranged, completely oblivious to what he was saying or what any of it meant.
ちょっと女子くんどこへ行くんだい？
I'm gonna say this because we're at the 10-hour mark. And I don't want to split this into 2 videos. If it turns into a 12-hour video, I'm gonna stop before it reaches 12 hours. Because I had to split the last time I did a very long stream into 2, and I just don't feel like it. Wait, assistant, where are you
こ
going?
の道化を相手にこれ以上の尋問は無駄と判断した。退出の許可を要求する。
I have determined that any further interrogation of this clown would be useless. I request to leave at once.
要求するって許可を出す前に出て行ってるし。
Request? But you're already halfway through the door.
引くに耐えないって思う気持ちはわかるけどね。
Well, I can't say I blame him. I'm not sure how much more of this drivel I can stand to hear. In all truth, had I not been tasked with interrogating the little rat, I would have let him rot inside that cell. I gathered that Dromi shared my disinterest with how interrogations were going.
あ、いいな。俺も正直ずーっとこの部屋に閉じ込められて憂鬱な気分になっちゃったっす。
Nas, between you and me, being cooped up in this room for so long is starting to make me cuckoo.
ってなわけで、そろそろおいとまさせてもらいます。
So I think it's time I take my leave.
何？
What? The entirety of the GPM headquarters shook in a manner not unlike an earthquake. What? The tremulous sensation rocked the petite Mikado who fell over. I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket as panic began to set in. I looked at the caller ID, letting out a sigh as I recognized my subordinates. The timing of the call coincided with a bizarre quake, intensifying my worry. I immediately picked up the
こちら
call.
リンド、どうした？
This is Rindo. What happened?
課長、大変です。
Chief, this is bad.
地下のベスティアへ続く固定ホールから
Underground, there's a wormhole underground connecting straight to Bestia.
大量の魔獣が
There's too many of... I pulled the phone from my ear as my agent cried out in agony, but I had heard more than enough. Then a cold sweat drips down my brow and I hear a bell ring in my head. I realize the gravity of our
リカド、
situation.
すぐにここから離れ。
Mikado, we need to get out right. By the time I tossed my smartphone into my pocket to lead Mikado out, I saw a pack of minotaurs charging through the entrance, standing shoulder to shoulder.
アルムム、どこから？
Minotaurs? Where'd they come from? I put Mikado behind me, acting as his shield, and I pointed my weapon at the angry wolves. A door swung behind them. It didn't take me long to realize it was...
人間ってほんとバカっすね。
Humans are so stupid. Dromi freed from his binding, stood behind the Minotaur's grinning
俺
manacling.
が黒幕って分かった時点でホールをとっとと閉じてりゃよかったのに。
Man, you're dense. You should have closed down the wormhole as soon as you realized I was the
こうなる
mastermind.
ことも予想してなかったんすか？
I mean, didn't you expect something like this to happen?
まあ、そのもったいない精神のおかげでこうして脱出できたんすけど。
Although your stupidity worked out in my favor, I guess I should thank you for being the worst captors in history. As he taunted us, I noticed Dromi was holding a phone. Don't tell me. I went to check my pocket only to find the phone, which I thought was safe in my pocket only moments ago, was in his hand.
いつの間に
When did you?
そんなに意外っすか？もう、俺のこと舐めすぎっすよ。
Huh? Don't tell me you're shocked. Jeez, you underestimate me too much. I see.
見ての通り、イグニスの自称射程君がアンシャンテに来店しちゃってさ。
我らの後を尾行し、アンシャンテのゲートへたどり着くとは。
こいつ、逃げ足と気配の消し方だけは
How could I let him slip from notice? Dromi was a marvel, capable of tricking humans and non-humans without batting an eyelash, the perfect con man. But I knew there was only one reason Dromi would steal my phone, only one.
アンシャンテと連絡を取らせないためか。
You don't want me calling Enchante, do you, punk? I barked out madly from across the room, and the ground shook as the Minotaurs began their menacing approach.
ご名答。じゃ、生き残れるようせいぜい頑張って。
Okie dokie! Try not to get trampled by my furry friends, okay?
俺はバナルを下ろすための最後の餌を回収しに行かなきゃいけないんで。
As for me, in order to resurrect Banar for good, I gotta fetch him his last supper.
くそ、待て、ドロミ!
Damn it, wait, Dromi! Gone. But it was a cry to the void, and Dromi answered with a dismissive wave. Without breaking his aloof stride, he left the room. Fade to black. Cute. I sat on the edge of my bed to distract myself. I stared at my phone. I had been spending all my time in my room hoping to regain my strength and to let this gaping wound heal. Il, however, remained unchanged, continuing to sleep in the room over. Nor had I heard from Rindo about how the interrogation with Dromi had progressed. What am I even doing here? Everyone was fighting tooth and nail, doing whatever they could for the sake of Ignis and for all of us. Yet I chose to stay inside my room, wallowing in self-pity to no end. But each time I urged myself to stand up on my own 2 feet, multiple times I should add, it all ended the same. No matter what I tried, the memory of that incident came flooding in, and fear paralyzed me from head to toe. Still, I can't stand to call Ignis a calamity or a monster. Nor can I handle the thought of life without him around. I refuse to. That much I knew for sure, so go make him something to eat. But my options in this room were limited. I was sure that Ignis and I were ever to meet again, I would be afraid. If he knew the truth, it would hurt him more than anything up to that point. I want to see him. I want to, but I'm scared. What should I do, Ignis? I uttered my plea, and Kororo responded with a heart-rending cry. The small critter crawled into my lap. His eyes were puffy from tears. Kororo? Ignis? Ignis? Together? Together! Kororo. Kororo had seemed to indicate some kind of dissatisfaction on account of the distance. Do not act like you can't understand what these words mean. Of the distance between Ignis and myself in this moment, even I... A huge tremor interrupted my thoughts. I rushed over to a window, pulled back the curtain to see a large crowd gathering. What? What-a-do? With Kododo in my arms, I hurried downstairs to see things from the ground floor. The sound of the stairs was intense. Once more, I ran over to the shop window, hoping for a clearer view from outside. Right outside of Enchante, through the door and around the winding road, a crowd of minotaurs leading various other beasts rioted on the motorway. It was pandemonium, as humans and non-humans alike tried to flee from the frightening scene. What's going on? What's going on? It wasn't the minotaurs themselves storming through town as they pleased that worried me. Normally, I had Ignis here to handle all the beasts for me, and there were never this many. I was rooted to the spot as Messire and Canis, who had been nursing Eel back to health, made their way to me to look for themselves.
この忙しい時にまたどこかでベスティアへ続くホールでも開いたってわけ?
Timing couldn't be worse. Did another wormhole to Bestia open up somewhere?
ミシェル、そのようなことを追求している場合ではないぞ。
Messire, maybe we can worry about the specifics later.
今までとは規模が違う。早急に襲われている人間たちを救助すれば。
The stakes have never been higher. We must make haste to rescue any nearby humans from harm. When was... Interesting.
分かってるよ。マスター、絶対にアンシャンテの外に出ないで。
Roger that. Leah, whatever you do, do not leave Enchante. You got it, Messire. I'm gonna stay right here near the door that leads to other worlds. Alright, bye. I won't leave. Then both Messire and Canis rush outside to navigate the commotion. Not only are they vast in numbers, but they seem to have us totally surrounded.
ああ、もうめんどくさいな。異世界の開けた場所ならまとめて吹っ飛ばせるのに。
Damn it. This is a headache. If only I could teleport everyone to an open field in another realm, I'd blast them all.
それに、あんまり戦闘に気を取られると、イグニスを封じてる結界にほころびが。
Don't forget, if we get carried away fighting here, the barrier sealing Ignis will weaken conveniently. Steel and magic clash in the distance, bitter pangs underscored by helplessness. I held onto Kododo, observing from the safety of my shop. Will everyone be okay? At a glance, there seemed to be more minotaurs than I had ever seen. No matter how much I trusted Ignis and them, I contemplated the thought of casualties. Cute. A shrill scream pulls my eyes to the outside. It hadn't taken me long to spot the source.
なんだよこいつら!
What's up with them? Standing at the entrance to Enchante, I saw Kirida standing with one leg inside the cafe while to his rear, an enormous... I have been talking too much. My voice just cracked. Stars. An enormous minotaur huffed, eyeing him like a tasty morsel. My goodness. As the minotaur raised his elbow high into the air to swing down upon Kiria. Kiria, over here! The small aquatic mammal in my arms, I pried the front door open. I used my free hand to grab Kiria's forearm, yanking him into the cafe with all my might. What? Kirida came stumbling into Enchante. It might not have been pretty, but we were safe. It's a glass window. Immediately pulling on the doorknob to shut it when a foot slipped into the gap, obstructing it from closing. The owner of the foot was not, in fact, the Minotaur who had rushed Kiria.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you for the warm welcome, Miss Owner. Dromi. In self-defense, I attempted to shove him out of the door, but he tightly gripped my arm. It was her bad arm. I ended up relenting, which gave him enough leverage to force himself into the shop. Now then, with all those troublesome regulars gone, I'm safe since we both know they'd wipe the floor with me if they were here. Get away from her. Karia was quick to shout at the sudden intruder, shooting up from his feet. Kirida squinted, staring at our intruder as a sharp coldness seeped around us. Whoa there! Would you go so far as to skewer Miss Owner and me together? Dromi spun me around, holding me in place before him, like a shield, and the ice shattered before it could take shape. Coward. Coward? Oh, come on. Consider it more like... After all, I'd consider letting Miss Owner go if it meant fighting you one-on-one. What do you say? I might not be the baddest beast around, but I've got more than enough to kick your half-human, half-whatever ass. Dromi showed his teeth, implying that our resistance would put Kirida's well-being at risk. Kirida, don't do it. But I gotta... I'll be fine. Please don't do anything dangerous. I think we should wait for Monsieur and Canas to return. Kadia pointed his disappointment at the floor, to which Dromi nodded smugly. Dromi's face makes you really hate him. What do you mean? He just looks a little crazy right now. A bandana apparently was hiding his forehead, which is how you would have known he was mad. Look at the rest of these people. Do you see their foreheads? No. Yes, yes. Good boy. If you keep whining and crying, I'll have to gut you. However, Dromi kept his hold on me tight, putting me between himself and Kadia. Then, just as he had done on the night he infiltrated Enchante, Dromi walked me over to the gate and threw me into Bestia. That is not right spelling for through. I hugged Kororo tightly into my arms as we plunged once more into that icy world. As soon as we crossed over, my breath became vapor, reduced to an intense chill that nearly choked me. Surprisingly, though... Here you go, I'd hate for you to freeze to death. Dromi, the erratic puppet master, wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. It was enough to stop my shivering, give me a chance to catch my breath. Why go through any of the trouble? Hadn't he dragged me in the first place, hoping I would freeze to death? You're an open book, Miss Owner. It's written on your face. Don't get it twisted. I'm leaving you here to die. That much is true. After all, nothing beats a fresh catch for dinner. Am I right or am I right? do you mean? Do-do-do-do-do-do.
あらら、なんかうるさいと思ったら。
Oh dear, I thought I heard something. Looks like Kododo came to play.
弱っちい魔獣の分際で番犬にでもなったつもりっすか?
That little sack is a pain in my ass. Think you're a guard dog, big guy? Kododo! Dromi's determined face warped as he lunged to snatch Kododo from my arms. Then he tossed the poor creature to the snowy ground like a rag doll. As I reached my arms out to Kododo... Ah!
さあさあ、店主さん。あんな邪魔者は放っておきましょう。
There, there, Miss Owner. Let's leave the nuisance behind.
今あんたが一番会いたいであろう人のもとへ、俺が連れて行ってあげるっすから。
I mean, she's getting to see her beloved. That's nice. Come along. I'm taking you to the person you've been dying to see. Dromi dragged me through the plush snow. There was nothing I could do to resist. I winced at the rocky ground scrape my back. Dragged, literally. I was like, what do you mean, your back? I'm not doing the skulls right now because my throat's sore from talking for all day. Oh. Good. 11 hours almost. Yeah, it's... Woo! Hydrate. I have this... So actually what's funny is my water bottle's missing. The hunger had become torture, like my gut was being ripped from my body. What's really weird is the first chapter of this was only an hour, so I thought this was going to be really short. I was drastically underprepared. How many days has it been? Any concept of time left with me? I sat there pathetically squatting in isolation inside the freezing cave. Although all I could think about was finding prey, which required me to break the barrier. I clenched my fist tightly enough to draw blood, using pain to hold my focus together. How much longer can I stand it in here? I should have told Monsieur or one of the others to put me out of my misery. I caught myself groaning in resentment. Then I see a faint glimmer of light, meaning there was an opening in the barrier. While stuff like spells and magic weren't really my forte, I recognize Monsieur's handiwork when I see it. And that perfectionist wouldn't be caught dead half-assing one of his spells. If one of his projections, like the barrier up there, started to waver... Are you in some kind of trouble, Monsieur? Something in my gut told me that was the case. Told me to cast a look up at the ceiling, and sure enough... Hey bro! Sorry for keeping you waiting! Some wimpy high-pitched voice echoed down from the opening, making my ears sore. I pointed my fist, hoping he'd take the hint before he pisses me off even more. What? You? Ignis. It was her, but at the same time, I could barely look her in the eye. But that rat bastard flung her carelessly through the barrier onto the shrine floor. Oh, there's no... She's not on the other side. I see. Ignis should just eat Dromi so he don't need to see or hear him anymore. There's one way to get rid of a problem. Hours of trudging through Bestia's snowy fields, Not to mention without any breaks. Dromi had shoved me into the cavernous shrine that housed the mural of Veneer. I collected myself, but when I looked up, it was him. But I couldn't make eye contact. The man I cherished most was separated from me, visible only through an opaque barrier. Ignis? It was him, alright. There was no mistaking his gentle eyes. But nevertheless, his name quivered in my mouth. In the moment, I unwittingly withdrew, giving into my fear of confronting him.
こらこら、何を勝手に逃げようとしてる?
I accidentally hit the button, but that was funnier. Oh my god. Where are you going? Are you trying to run away? Dromi kicked my back with a dull thud, knocking the wind out of me. Alright, I need to get another drink because my drink. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be BRB. I have a little mini fridge over here. I just feel weird walking over to it. 1 sec. Wasn't even sure I paused it at first. I was like, did I pause my, not pause, turned off my mic. I was like, oh dear. As I scurry. I need a little cart of snacks. Honestly, so you can't see this. We have a fridge over here that's, I would say half the size of a normal fridge. It's really just meant for drinks. And we used to keep snacks on top of it, but we weren't using the room as much when we first got in here, so we stopped doing the snacks, which I guess I should maybe bring snacks in here again. We also had a mini microwave for in here too. This is only half the room. I wouldn't even say this is half the room. The other half of the room is like my sister's half, so it has her computer over there. She also has a oh, I just forgot the name of everything. She makes D&D minis, and she has one of those machines you use to actually make them. I can't think of the right word right now. Over here, and then she has her little studio over here where she draws or paints them too. So we had big plans. We actually bought 2 really big TVs. There's a big TV up here on my side. It was going to be one on each side of the room. The other one doesn't have the TV up, and I don't even use that one when I'm streaming. I have a tinier one on my counter because it was too far for the Elgato to go. It's more like we had all these visions and they didn't turn out the right way. So like I had this big TV that I was going to have my stuff streaming on. Instead it didn't work. So now I have a tiny TV where my stuff streams. But yeah, this is our gaming room. We built it about a year ago. Or actually more than a year ago, because I've been streaming for a year. And when we first made the gaming room, I wasn't even using it. Yes. This is what I spend all my money on. And the things behind me. These used to be shorter. We got bigger ones because we wanted to store stuff, so. I'll take a nice photo when it's actually clean so you guys can actually see. I'll post it on the Discord. Like, this is my gaming space. It's kind of messy right now. I still need to organize it. But I do love my Kirby's. Aren't they cute? They're just sitting here. Alright. We're back and I have a fresh drink. I also need to get snacks I can actually eat while streaming. The problem is what I play is this, and there's a lot of talking, so it's kind of hard to eat a snack while talking. Dromi, you bastard. Don't you dare touch her. He's the only one I use in Smash. Kirby, I've loved Kirby forever. I have a bunch of these little figures, so this is what's sitting on that. I have like 10 of these on my desk. My desk itself is pink, you can't see it. It matches my chair. So Kirby fits the theme really well for decorations. It's actually a game I want to play. I want to play Kirby. I also want to play the new Princess Peach game when it comes out in March. I'm probably going to stream it if I get it, but I don't know if I'll complete the whole thing on stream. Don't you dare touch her.
ああ、はいはい、ごめんなさいね。けどこれが最後の仕上げですし、これくらいは多めに見てほしいっす。
Oh my god. Oh, I pre-ordered the special pink Joy-Cons. Dude, I'm debating it, but the thing is, can you see my Switch? I can move my Switch. My Switch is the Legend of Zelda Special Edition. You can't see it, it's too far back. And I already have the Zelda Joy-Cons. I kind of want to see them in real person because the other ones, the one that comes with the pink and yellow, if it's the same pink, that one's kind of a salmon-y pink, and I want a bubblegum pink. If it's bubblegum pink, I'm gonna own those. I'm gonna own those babies. I'll have 6 pairs of Joy-Cons. But I'll do it. I honestly wish they'd make a Pro Controller. If they had a Pro Controller, I'd be down. I'm not saying that like I don't already have a Pro Controller sitting back here somewhere that's Legend of Zelda theme, but I could get the Princess Peach one too. Hear me out. It'll match. I only heard about those controllers yesterday, by the way, and I was like, oh, do I need them? I would love a pink Pro Controller too. It would be the best. It'd be the best. Honestly, it makes more sense than Joy-Cons. Because, let's be real, like I said, I already got a set of Joy-Cons with my Switch. But my Pro Controller is just boring black. Look at this boring black Joy. It's not even charged. I think it's broken, actually. I've been using a wired controller. Am I breaking the veneer? This is a Mario controller I got for like $5. But I would switch it for a Kirby controller in a heartbeat. Sorry about that. I'm just tenderizing for you. Okay? Surely you will forgive me for that. Tenderizing? Oh, he's mad.
そうっすよ。兄貴、あんた。
That's right. Oh, brother.
人間の中でも特に入れ込んでたこの女の血と肉に目がないんでしょ?
I bet this lady's the tastiest thing you've ever laid your eyes on, isn't she? Doesn't she look delicious?
あの時、夢中でかぶりついてた顔を思い出せば、すぐにわかることっす。
That day, I remember it clear as ever. The pure joy on your face said it all. Don't tell me. The reason Dromi dragged me all the way to this ice-cold cave alive is...
だから
Which is why...
バナルとなる記念の食事は特別合成にしてあげようと思って、この女を用意したんすよ。
I figured I'd make your celebratory feast extra special before you officially become the Nar. Bon appetit, big guy.
一番の大好物を食って、最強の獣になれる。最高だと思わないっすか?
Getting to savor your favorite meal on the planet before becoming an actual god. Does it get any better? I have a cinnamon roll themed desk set up. I'll share it later. Dude, yeah, post that. I'm sure we have a spot in Discord. I haven't checked my tags in a bit. Oh my goodness. Is it blue then? A little bit baby blue? See, my desk, I have a desk mat that I bought online. It's not like an official anything, but it's Demon Slayer, so it's Nezuko. Because it matches. My desktop background has Nezuko on it for that reason too. I might change it because you actually can't see her face because my keyboard, which is a Razer pink keyboard, covers her entire face. It's pretty much all blue items, which is perfect. It's aesthetic. It makes it cute. I don't know. It makes me happy. My desk makes me happy. The only problem is she's a wobbly girl. And you guys will see that anytime I cross my legs and I barely tap it. She wobbles. We were talking about getting another desk just for me because me and my sister have identical desks because, again, we made this room together. And when she comes in and she sits, if our desks start to touch, it makes my entire, like, it'll do this. I don't know if you can tell. That's what it does when she's typing sometimes. And I'd be like, I can see you typing. I can tell you're typing right now. Imagine you can savor your favorite meal on the planet before becoming an actual god. Does it get any better? Dromi.
いやー、そんな喜んでもらえるなんて 射程冥利に尽きるってもんっすね。
This is how you know this guy is crazy. Wow, you had no idea I was about to surprise you. You're speechless. It's the least I could do to repay you. But speaking of cinnamon roll, I got the Hello Kitty plushies that are Care Bear themed. I got 3 of them, and I need to put them in here somewhere. So it reminded me they're living in a bag right now. You had no idea I was about to surprise you. You're speechless. It was the least I could do to repay you.
ささ、時間の猶予はあげますから。
Now. Take as much time as you need. Savor every little bit.
ざけんな。誰がんなこと。
I love it because he's so confident. Don't screw with me. You know I won't do it.
するでしょ。あんたの本能が獲物を前におとなしくしてるはずがないっす。
Are you sure? You can't help your instincts when there's prey right in front of you. It's a matter of time. Dromit curled his lips into a menacing grin, unsheathing his claws and reaching over to tear my bandage with his sharp fingertips. The bandage clung to my raw flesh, stinging immensely as he reopened the wound. Oh my god, I can picture that and I don't like it. As he ripped the bandage from my arm, droplets of blood dripped onto the ice. This is Twilight, actually. I just realized. Okay. Ignis rushed to cover his mouth, retreating a few steps back as his instincts kicked in. His cry reverberates through the cave. It hasn't taken me long to realize how much agony his hunger has caused him. He swung his arms out, trying to gain even more distance from me. But all he could do inside his tiny prison was pace back and forth. Don't go. I wanted nothing more to just say that, however. My arm throbbed as the blood trickled down. Oh god, she's gonna have such an infection at the end of this. As my stomach sank, I stood rooted in place. My arm stopped hurting. Then I hear the eerie sound of blood splashing to the ground and my eyes follow its path. The veins in Ignis's were ready to bulge from his skull, but he fought his ancestral cravings. At his feet, a river of blood flowed and thickened into a mixture with dirt and snow. The runoff trickled to the barrier's edge. I gazed in horror at Ignis's bloody claw. Ignis! Was that his blood? Yeah. Must feed. Must devour. No. Each time Ignis was tempted by the craving, he tore into his own body. His own body became burned and shredded. He was determined not to devour me. His commitment could cost him his life. I can't. I refuse to give in. All I want is for all of this to... I could only watch in horror. I cupped my hand over my mouth, but I knew there was no running. I dragged my feet towards him, watching as his body began to convulse violently. Stay back! There's a barrier. If you come any closer, I'll kill! No. I'll devour you. Aww. Damn. Okay. Even in the end, while experiencing an onslaught to his mind, body, and spirit, he looked out for me. Just a bit closer. I walked to where, if the barrier had broken, I knew I would be devoured, but I continued onwards until I reached the threshold I couldn't pass. I'm scared. I'm scared, Ignis. Oh dear. Just look at you. I barely recognize you. It's all because every time I look at you, I'm reminded of that moment you tried to eat me and my feet stop. I wonder why. I thought that when you love someone, nothing could stop you from being apart. That's what I thought until now. What was stopping me from reaching out my hand? In the end, I had clung to a naive fantasy, whereas my actual circumstances involved the very tangible threat of my gruesome death. That's... But... Through painted breath, Ignis responded. That's how I feel too, duh. You know that better than anyone. His voice howls in lament, echoing behind me. Why? Why did it have to be me? That's an argument we can make. Why do I have to be the one to inherit my ancestral power? Why to you of all people do I have to hurt you? Just because I'm a monster just like him? The burden sat heavily on Ignis's shoulders. I don't want to have to live without you. Aww. Also, all these friendship bracelets, look at them. They're so cute. I want to go back to Enchante. I'll eat whatever you set in front of me every day for the rest of my life. You're the strongest person I know. No one else's smile lifts me up like yours does. I can't do another day without it. Is it too much to ask for a simple life together with you? Aw, Ignis. But I get it. That's impossible. You'll never feel safe around me. We both know it. I'll just devour you. You're just hungry for food, not my flesh. You're just confused. Okay, it's the smell of blood in the air. I get it. You're not a vampire, remember? You being here is proof enough of it. Even hearing your voice makes my stomach growl uncontrollably. I think it's too late. Soon I'll look at everyone I meet as nothing more than a mill. Why? Why must I be cursed to suffer the cravings of the woman I love? Oh. Tears begin to well in my own eyes. Despite the grimness of his desperate plea, the sentiment behind it shot through me like an arrow, causing my heart to skip a beat. Me too. My heart belongs to you. I don't want to fear you yet. My heart was all over the place. Feelings clashed, conflicted, and formed lines that could be and would never intersect.
はーい。お涙ちょうだいの茶番はそこまでにしてくれないっすか
Okie dokie. Mind wrapping up the sob story soon? Dromi once more kicked me from behind, sucking the wind out of my lungs. He crouched and grabbed me by the scuff of my neck, threatening me coldly.
キャンキャンうぜえ女だな。お前がバナルのつがいだなんておぞけがするよ。
I'm getting real tired of your chatter, lady. I'd hate to think what you'd be like as Veneer's maid.
な思い上がりの勘違い。とっとと捨ててバナルに食われろ。
Not that we'll have to worry about that. How about we wake Veneer already?
それがお前の
弱っちい人間に存在する唯一の価値なんだから。
You're just so pitiful, even for a human. All you're good for is the last meal. Before Dromi put his grubby hands on me once again, my vision inexplicably became bright red. And I slapped him! Dromi had all of a sudden stopped provoking Ignis, so I mustered all my strength to slap him in the face with my open hand. But then I remembered I still had to face Ignis. The terrifying truth hadn't changed. But my concern for Ignis was nearly eclipsed by the anger I admitted at Dromi for trying to make an offering to Vinar. Dromi had lightly put his fingertips to the reddish spot I had slapped, a rare moment of reflection for the impish beast. Of course, as a human, my slap did no significant harm, especially not to a beast. But Dromi slowly rose, pursing his lips as he searched for a response. Oh, I don't think I've ever really seen his tail before. How dare you, you meat scrap! Dromi kicked me down with a roundhouse kick. He did a roundhouse kick to her? Jesus! Leah, As Ignis gets closer to me, the scent of my blood travels to his nose and his cravings become heightened. His face crunches as he resists the urge to restraining himself from dominating me. Dromi watches the two of us, wide-eyed and apprehensive. Don't screw with me. Quit playing around. Quit playing around! The werecat began to stamp his foot in anger as color flooded his pale cheeks. Banner! Benair, why have you gotta hesitate? If you devour her, then you'll become unstoppable. Can't you see? What? We have the same dream. Both of us want to change the world. Let's get rid of all the evil and murderers. Don't you agree? Your method is different. It's making one. Ignis fighting to keep his sanity, listening to Dromi proclaim a last-ditch monologue. You idiot, you must be sleeping if you think our dreams are anything alike. Benair is nothing more than a ravenous murderer. Don't you dare confuse us. You're totally wrong. Benair is... You're... Totally different from any other beast. You don't just slaughter the weak for sport. Dromi continues on indignantly. You only kill to satisfy your hunger. You kill to survive. That's not evil, that's just your nature. You honor the dead by absorbing their flesh and blood into yourself, then they live with you forever. You might spill blood, but you make it a worthy sacrifice. It's totally different. It was clear how misguided Dromi had become. It was tragic. I'll say it over and over. Benair will enlighten us and show us the true path which all beasts should follow. Once Benair devours all the beasts and destroys the endless fight for supremacy, all of you will see. Believe me, I've seen brutality. I've seen people kill for nothing. I've had to sit and watch while all my friends have been taken away from me. That's why others might regard you as nothing more than a heretic of doom. To me, Veneer is salvation. I suppose from a certain point of view, he wasn't all that different from Ignis, but... Are you sure? It could never come to be. It was too bitter. Dromi Yor. Insane. Cruel. Cowardly. Yeah, fine. I know that better than anyone else. Still. You may think that I'm in denial, but I will spill as much blood as needed to awaken the calamity. Dromi had surrendered his fate, avenging his fallen loved ones by taking the whole world with him. Ever since that day, Dromi had nothing, but even now, he looked uncertain to fulfill his purpose. Despite his best efforts, he was once more at the mercy of uncontrollable circumstances. I could only imagine how tragic it was, how much pain he endured, but I remained steadfast. You're wrong. While you and Ignis both pleaded to change the world, your methods are different. What? For Ignis, the inherent value of beauty in the world around us isn't up for debate. He's the same as he's always been. He is the sworn protector of the weak, someone who's given his life for others. That's why he fights, I continued. That's what sets you two apart. He wants to save the world, and you're condemning it. My words fell on Dromi's deaf ears. Without a word, he kicked my head again. I was blinded by pain, but couldn't pass out. I mean, you could pass out. It's okay. It wasn't just my head, my back, my arms, just about every part of my body throbbed. Desai. Shut up. You blabber on like you have any idea what you're talking about. You lived a spoiled life. Humans don't worry about anything. Pull that silver spoon out of your mouth and shove it. I'm the only one who truly understands why we need his power, Veneer. Ugh. I'm the one who understands. Stop, Dromi. I cough up blood each time Dromi kicks. That's internal bleeding into me, which enrages Ignis even more. But it was futile as he cries. His cries of anguish only poured gasoline onto raging fire that was Dromi's thirst for vengeance. Why don't you stop me yourself? Why won't Veneer come out already? How are you still conscious? Why? You're nothing more than an insect from the weakest realm of them all, so why are you such a pain? Aww, that's... Can't you see this isn't what Ignis wants? Damn you, woman. Man, she should be bleeding so bad right now. Dromi pulled his leg back, gathering enough force to shatter my ribcage. I braced for the impact of his kick, shutting my eyes in fear, but... She's like... A moment passed. I look up fearful to see Jeromy's halted in place. His expression began to soften. I've had enough. At first glance, it wasn't as simple as a change of heart or even a surrender.
分かった。最後の仕上げとして連れてきたが、逆効果だ。
I get it now. I hoped that bringing you here would be the finishing touch, but it backfired on me.
お前がいると、イグニスはバナル化を拒む。
Because of you, Ignis might not want to associate with Venair at all. Dromi turned neck to glance at Ignis, who watched him from inside the barrier.
あんたが食わないなら、俺がこいつを食おうかな。
So if you won't eat her, maybe I will. He broke into a cruel, bitter laugh. What?
実は俺も食う練習してたんすよ。あんたを見習ってさ。
To be honest with you, I've been watching you just in case maybe I had to do some eating of my own.
だからまあ、牙で引き裂いて飲み込むぐらいはいけんじゃないかな。
Here I go. If all I need are my fangs to rip her apart before I swallow, it shouldn't be hard.
俺に言わないから、最終的には多分吐くけど。
But I still got no stomach, so don't be surprised if I puke her up afterwards. What? Dromi capitalized on Ignis's shock, and the firewolf stood helpless as his old friend shoves me to the ground. I thought she was already on the ground. Let go of me. I wonder how you taste. He stretches his lips into a deranged smile. His fangs were pointy and gleaming. Stop. I said stop, Joromi. Ignis strained his throat, screaming, but Joromi reacted with a smile as eyes squirmed beneath him.
さようなら、アンシャンテのマスターさん。
Bye bye. Any last words, Miss Owner?
あんたの味の感想は後でしっかりバナルへと語ってあげるから。
I'll be sure to give Venair my full report on how you taste, don't worry.
それじゃあ、いただきまーす。
Okay, time to dig in. His sharp fangs pressed into my neck, the tips of his canines punctured holes. This was it. I was about to be eaten. As I was nearly succumbed to my daze, the sound of flames igniting startled me. No, Ignis! I could have guessed what exactly had happened, but as I cried out to him, it was too late. Whatever senses he could bundle together were cast aside, ironically, to save me. A crimson storm shattered the barrier, then... Oh, look at him! He's a big boy! The flaming wolf of calamity let out a guttural, primordial roar of awakening. He turned into a lethal beast. He turned into a literal fire dog. Bestia, land of the beast. Its inhabitants follow a strict code of law. The strong dominate the weak or thin them from the herd. Tonight, once more, beneath moonlight, somewhere in this vast, desolated place, someone is killing, dying, fleeing, or fighting. This order has been upheld for eternity. Its rules have been paid for and signed by the blood of all beasts. A crimson fiery tower rises in the night sky. Any beast whose eyes catches the red flare blast upwards, stop in their tracks and stares. It was strange. A bitter, intense frost covered the terrain, so thick not even sunlight could penetrate it. In the dark of this night, one could hardly see the moon. So what was that? The answer puzzled all but a chosen few. A mighty howl blazed the surrounding area, a beast feared by all in antiquity, the beast that time forgot, the heretic of doom, the world devourer, Benair. Awakened after millenniums of hibernation, thanks to the latent powers of dwelling in a young fighter, the flaming wolf is reborn. Led by the call of hunger in its stomach to satisfy the craving swelling within, the unforgiving winds, the blizzard, the ice melts at any distance near the flaming wolf. Observers from far away cannot make out the source of this mysterious pillar of light, but its light is nevertheless ominous. Upon seeing the flaming pillar, all beasts abandon their skirmishes, struck by fear. It was certain death. This instant came universally to all beasts. Why? All except for one. That's it. This is the real Venar. At the feet of this snarling wolf who sniffed for praise, rejoiced the calamitous fanatic. Dromi, a fanatic of calamity, his attachment is rooted in a sad yet very serious wish to win against the world of Bestia that is filled with malice and slaughter. Venar. That's right, devour everything. It's all yours. You're the strongest. Your time as the great equalizer has come. My hopes, my dreams, my dying wish. Consume the strong, the meek alike, spare no one from your just wrath. Oh no!
Master! Master!
Leah, Monsieur, as someone else's urging, I was shaken awake. As my eyelids slowly opened, the person I see in front of me was...
よかった。怪我はしてるけど、命に別状はないみたいだね。
Thank goodness, your condition was slightly aggravated, but luckily nothing life-threatening. Monsieur... I glanced around. The restless field of ice along with the shrine had vanished into memory. The hell am I? With the aid of Monsieur, I attempted to stand, placing both my feet on the cold floor. Canis and Rindo stared back at me silently, but something in their eyes worried me. I knew that at some point I had fainted. Just fainted. But everything else was a blur. How did I get back here safely? My face, my back, my arms, a dull pain coursed through my body. Ignis! He loved me so much he turned into a monster. Listen! I remembered everything. Dromi kidnapped me. Wait, tell me something. Where's Ignis? What happened to Ignis?
Ignis なら
Ignis
異
is...
形の姿と化し、ベスティアの表現を失踪している。
He has changed into something terrible. He's been running rampant in Bestia. That must mean... Did Ignis become Venar? As the reality sank in, I begged for all of it to be a mere nightmare. But all three nod in unison to my question.
ごめん。俺たちってば毎回到着するのが
Because you
遅すぎるよね。
suck. I'm sorry, it seems we just keep coming just a bit too late.
まさにイグニスがバナルの姿になった時にちょうどここに追いついてね。
We managed to catch up with you guys moments before Ignis turned into Vinar.
巨大な炎と祠の崩壊。そして何よりも。
We saw the magnificent tower of fire which destroyed the shrine. Then
あな
there's
たをバナルと化したイグニスから隠すので精一杯だったのだ。
you. Despite our best efforts, we could not hide Ignis's transformation from you. My deepest apologies. No, none of you are responsible for this. I don't know, man. Self-deprecation seems to be the way to go. It's my fault. I should have known that Dromi was plotting something the whole time. I went along with him and I didn't put up enough of a fight. The part which hurt the most. Ignis succumbed to his instincts to become Vinar, all to save me.
ともかく、イグニスも放ってはおけない。今からでも追いかけないと。
As a reminder, I could get the bad ending. Regardless, we can't exactly let Ignis carry on as usual. We have to find some way to subdue him.
君はどうする？安全面を考えるなら、ここに留まってもいい。
What do you want to do? If this interest of your safety, maybe. In the interest of your safety, maybe staying here is the best. Monsieur offered his suggestion with a nod. It seemed he already expected my answer, but I appreciated his consideration all the time. I responded without hesitation, no. I want to go with you. I know this isn't much that I can do, but I want to do whatever it takes to help Ignis return to normal.
オッケー。
Battle music.
パーティーにお姫様を追加っと。
Okay, the princess has joined the party.
助けようね。俺たちの仲間をさ。
Let's save him in the name of friendship. Yeah!
リンド、彼女の意思も確認できた以上、すぐにでも出発できるか？
Rindo, now that she's informed us of her intentions to join, are we ready to depart once more? As Canis turned to face the man to whom he directed his question, Rindo came huffing. A snowmobile? I've said this already. A small motor vehicle that slides along the surface of snow.
正解。極寒の世界を旅するにはもってこいさ。調査班御用達の特注品。さあ、早く乗って。
That's right, perfect for traversing harsh freezing terrain. I ordered a set of them for the investigation team. Time to move out. Oh, okay. She should look horrendous, I might add. She was beaten. So, at Rindo's prompting, I climbed into the rear seat behind him. Hanging on each side of the vehicle, Monsieur and Canis hung their hands and feet, sitting snugly inside compartments. I'm sorry, what?
重量的なものもあるし、お強いお二人は飛ぶなり走るなりしてくれると助かるんだけど。
Wait, gentlemen. You two are plenty strong, so wouldn't it be perhaps be better if you fly or run beside me?
大丈夫、いけるいける。風圧やらなんやらチート使って軽くなるようにしてあげるからさ。
Enough, it'll work. I'll just whip up some spell to manipulate the wind pressure. You can pretend we're not even here.
いざという時のための温存だ。操縦はお前に任せるぞ、リンド。
Indeed, I must conserve my strength just in case. You have our full trust, Pilot Rindo. What a wild ride. Rindo curled his lip into a smirk, digging his boots into the pedal and revving the engine before.
じゃあ、飛ばしていくよ。荒くれ狼との追いかけっこだ。
Hold on to your belongings. We got a big bad wolf to catch. As the snowmobile dashed atop the dense snow, I gripped my arms around Rindo. Monsieur stretched out his head to share info with me as we glided across Bestia. Look at that. Woo. He informed me that shortly after subduing the mad hero of herd of minotaurs around town, they came back to Enchante once Katia had gotten he and Canis up to speed, they entrusted him with, that's not the right word, with Eel and left. Then they regrouped with Rindo at the GPM. They routed the Minotaurs near his location and managed to manipulate a fixed wormhole to appear in the vicinity of the shrine. Shortly after, Rindo had placed an order for the snowmobile with Makaido after debriefing the doctor on everything thus far. I see him. Rindo called to us, and sure enough, in the distance, a gigantic beast trampled on the frozen ground, crushing snow melt beneath paw size of our vehicle. Ignis! Somewhere beneath that flaming behemoth was the fighter I longed to see.
この距離であの大きさ、全長20メートルあるかな。さすがに圧巻だね。
From this distance, he must be just about 20 meters tall. Holy hell, this is ridiculous. A meter is... How long is a meter? I was gonna say like 1 meter. Okay, 1 meter goes like a yard. A yard is 3 feet. So he big. He a big boy.
けど壁画の内容から察するにあれでも可愛い方でしょ。
Need I remind you the cave painting? He's almost cute in comparison.
このまま餌となる命を貪り完全なバナルの姿になったら
If we let him roam free and stuff himself until he becomes Venar Prime,
山を越えるほどの大きさになるということか。
he would grow to the size of the mountain, don't you think? Right now, what exactly is Ignis heading for?
当然、獲物となる魔獣たちが固まっている縄張りなのだろうな。
For prey, naturally, my guess is that he's sniffing out for any nearby beast villages. Just then, I heard a ringtone chiming from Rindo's coat pocket.
ごめん、運転で手が離せない。代わりに君が取ってくれるかな。
I can't answer it while I'm driving. Could you answer it for me? You gotta reach in my coat pocket. Okay. Hey, Rindo, you were able to rescue the Enchante owner, right? Makaido! Ah, lovely. Just who I wanted to speak to. Impeccable timing. You've saved Rindo from giving me a full report. Are you there too, Rindo? I have bad news and I have bad news. Yeah, it's all bad news. So which would you prefer first?
そこはせめていい知らせとセットにするもんだろう。たく、とにかく話せ。手短にね。
Couldn't you at least make up some good news? Anything, whatever. Just talk and keep it short. Indeed, even I feel like the stakes might be a little too high this time. Okay, keeping it short. Reports are coming in from the human world of a massive wormhole that's opened up in the sky. It's connected to Bestia. Worst yet, it's big enough to fit Venar. In other words, Ignis could very easily pass over in his current state. What?
嘘だろ。
You've got to be kidding.
でこのタイミングで最悪。
Could the timing get much worse? Sheesh.
人間界は死神に呪われでもしているのか？
In one universe, yes. Has the human world been forsaken by death himself? As we all processed Mikaido's bad news right before his eyes, Ignis came to a screeching halt. The calamitous beast let out a giant roar, swinging his nose in search of prey. Then he shifted his weight and sprinted off in an entirely different direction. Ignis! I called out to him in the darkness, but showed no sign of slowing. Don't tell me he's heading towards the portal to the human world.
マジか。発生したホールから匂いを嗅ぎつけちゃったんだ。
Really? He must have caught onto a scent from the other side.
バナルは何よりも人間を好んで食らう。となれば、あのままホールをくぐらせては。
Banar prefers to feast upon humans more than any other creature, so if he passes through the wormhole...
人間が根絶やしになるってわけだ。その前に何としても止めないと。
He might just wipe out all of mankind. We gotta stop him somehow. Without much time to think, Rindo floored acceleration to top speed. We had managed to catch up with Ignis, keeping him well within pace to stay right on his tail.
とにかく今は足止めを最優先と。
No matter what's stopping him is our utmost priority. Monsieur motioned the arms, generating thick, colorful circles of mana that materialized into thick chains of light. I think I've screenshot this before, but I'll do it again. The magic chains pursued Ignis, tangling around his massive body to ensnare him. But the giant wolf howled, warding off the incoming spell with his inferno pelt. Great pelt.
そう、やっぱ俺に高速系は向いてないか。だったら。
Stars, damn! I should have practiced my wrangling before this trip. How's this? This time, Monsieur had stretched out his palm. The ground before Ignis cracked. Monsieur's spell tore the earth asunder. The great wolf took a step backwards and the ground started to give beneath him, forming a pit down into the sea.
よし、そのまま海に落ち。
Perfect, we can drop him in the ocean. A wolf was a wolf no matter the size. At risk of losing his balance, the wolf needed to run nimbly and quickly. The great beast dashed left and right, searching for some solid ground before the entire sinkhole collapsed. The spectacle draws a lot of awe from Monsieur's face.
むちゃくちゃすぎでしょ。でも元がイグニスなら納得か。
Unbelievable, isn't it? Gotta say, I must hand it to Ignis if he's in there.
ミシェル、感心してる場合じゃないって。
Monsieur, spare us the poetic drivel for once.
わかってるよ。だったら純粋にやるしかないね。
Okay, got it. All right, time to bring it all home. Monsieur thrusts his hands outwards into a shape, then snaps his fingers. Then... a series of incendiary explosions occur all over the surface of Ignis's fur, which is flames, by the way, not fur. Even from a great distance away, I had to cover my cheeks from the heat produced by each deafening blast. Monsieur, don't you think you're overdoing it?
いや、どうやらその心配は無用のようだ。
No, I believe your worries are unfounded in this situation. Here, right now, it looks like he has like driplets on his cheek. Like, I know what they're supposed to be, but he looks like he's worried or crying. As the smoke cleared from the explosion, Ignis had calmly carried on, acting as though nothing had happened.
体の頑丈さも反則レベル。小手先じゃノーダメ確定。
That bee soaks up a lot of pressure. My spells aren't making a dent.
そういうか。何より一番厄介なのは。
Although the most worrying part about it is...
俺の攻撃や妨害に全然反応してくれない。
He seems totally oblivious to everything I throw at him.
本能のままにただ餌を求めて走っているせいか。それ以外にはまさに目もくれないか。
He's acting on pure instinct. He will not rest until he finds nourishment. Anything else is a distraction.
挑発や説得に応じない分、そこらの人外や悪党よりもよっぽどタチが悪いかもね。
If he's impervious to taunts or persuasion, then it looks like neither of you have anything more to give to our cause.
ならば、我が先回りし、直接迎撃しよう。
In that case, my desk might move because I'm stretching my leg. In that case, I shall race ahead to intercept him directly.
さすがに真正面から攻撃をされれば、狩りの邪魔者とみなし、排除しようとするはず。
If I confront him head on, he might identify me as an obstacle to his hunt and may try to engage me as a threat. But Canis, are you sure that's okay? Usually Canis has no problem assuring me, but even the Black Knight was lost for words. This time it seemed was an exception.
やってみなければわからん。
The only way to know is to try.
だが何もせず。 友が落ちる姿を眺めるばかりなどできるはずもない。
No longer can I watch my friend succumb to depravity in this monstrous state.
リンド、速度を上げてくれ。
Rindo, full speed ahead.
了解。
Aye, aye.
少しでも可能性があるならかけるしかないね。
We need to beat on every chance we get, or else we may not get another. The snowmobile's engine lets out a low grumble over the icy field. Soon we overtook Ignis, and when we had gained a fair bit of distance, Canis leapt out of the snowmobile, unsheathing his enormous blade in a bid to distract Ignis. Monsieur followed soon after, covering his ally from behind. The vehicle zoomed some ways away from the fray, keeping a close eye on them.
足場やらなんやらは俺に任せて。ガチの殴り合いはよろしく。
I'll cover the high ground. Go ahead and give him a real fight.
心得た。
Understood. The Black Knight and the Demon King. Even when facing two of the greatest warriors across all realms, Ignis didn't flinch.
衝撃に備えて。
Leah braced for impact. Okay. The moment I stiffened my body, Canis took a giant leap. The Knight of Medio and the Wolf of Calamity clashed together, slamming the ground with intense impact. As expected, Canis' sword could not penetrate the blazing hellfire which covers the fur of his opponent. Somehow, however, the Black Knight managed to halt Ignis in his tracks. Monsieur was quick to react.
動けなくするなら足の剣もらうよ。
I'll make sure you never run again by cutting those leg tendons. That's a horror movie phrase right there. Monsieur drew large circles above his head that summoned hellish spears, which he hurled towards Ignis's legs. I can press the button. The result was the same. It was, despite Monsieur's efforts, futile. Much like the chunk of ice, Monsieur's spell evaporated before even making contact with their intended target. Does nothing work?
最悪の名前は伊達じゃないってことだね。
Looks like there's a reason people call that thing a big calamity.
なんか俺が雑魚キャラみたいじゃない？チート魔王様の設定はどこへって感じ。
Oh my god. He's making me out to be some kind of minor sidekick. Shouldn't being a Demon King count for something? As I sat in astonishment beside Rindo, I noticed a small magical circle. It was, from what I recalled, what Monsieur used to communicate with Eel.
とりあえずこの場にいる全員に通話用の術式と魔力を預けとく。これで最低限の連携は取れるからね。
Either way, I'm tagging everyone in with some communication magic. This way we can talk to each other. Behind Monsieur, Connus was still in the heat of battle, clanging his sword at the massive wolf without breaking a sweat. It's impressive given how hot it is. Explosions continue to ring in the distance, likely from some spell that Monsieur automated while talking to us.
それで対策は見た感じだとバナルは無敵。このままなすすべがないってこと？
So what's the plan? It looks like Veneer is invulnerable. Is there nothing else we can do?
いや、彼はまだバナルとしてやっぱり完全には覚醒してないよ。今ならまだ。
Technically, he hasn't fully awakened as Veneer yet. As we thought, he's still vulnerable for now.
それと、今俺たちが苦戦してるのはイグニスを止めること、つまり救うことを最優先としてるからだ。
I mean, maybe the reason we're having such a hard time is because we're stuck thinking Ignis is still in there. What did I do? What did I do?
あと一応、俺には切り札っていうか。
I'm weak. I don't know how to cross my legs. Not to worry though, I have something special up my sleeve.
どんな化け物だろうと、どんな世界だろうと、絶対に勝つことができる力がある。
No matter the monster, no matter the realm, I never lose.
それを振るえば、この戦いを終わらせることはできる。
But if I activated this power, the battle would immediately end. Monsieur, is that? As the cacophonous battle raged behind us, Monsieur heaved a sigh in anguish. Rindo frowned, having seemingly picked up on Monsieur's implications.
拘束や静止もうまくいかない。その上で、イグニスに人間界へ侵攻する意志がある以上。
None of my binding or restraining spells are working. We're running out of time before Ignis crosses over into the human world.
俺たちは決断しなきゃいけない。
All of us have a decision to make. That meant... Do you mean... killing Ignis? The other line was silent. I took a deep breath, realizing the answer.
ミシェル、任せてもいいのかい？
Monsieur, are we leaving it to you?
ああ、もうダメだと、そう判断した時には、俺が全責任を持って。
I'm the one who has to cast a spell, so it's in my hands. I'll kill him myself.
わかった。僕も GPM の臨時代表として同意する。
Understood. As the GPM provisional representative, I must concur. Push him off the motorbike. Go up there. The two broached the topic diplomatically. I couldn't even eck a word in protest. With the fate of my world hanging in the balance, Monsieur and Rindo had to make the toughest decision of all. There was no denying the threat to mankind posed by Ignis that I knew. If he were part of our discussion, I knew for sure he wouldn't want to eat, kill, or put anyone in harm. If it were up to him, he would rather die. But... Please stop. During a pause in their battle. Come back, Ignis. I realized I couldn't abandon hope, so I screamed out to him in parched voice. Put a mic by him. Ignis, you're being bad. You're being a bad boy. Stop it. Grazing a corner of the ice field where several beast clans grouped en masse, the strong and the weak. Tribes had been warred amongst one another days or even hours ago, stood in harmonious awe. They gazed their eyes upon the magnificent wolf and trembled before its maw. Gonna be 12 hours soon. I know. I don't think we're gonna hit the end of this. I mean, it'll be wild, right? Hydrate. I'll hydrate. I have caffeinated beverages only. The only issue is it's a pain in the butt to splice it. That's the only reason I didn't want the video to be more than 12 hours. I don't think this is going to be resolved in 25 minutes. But I'll give it another 20. Another 12-hour stream for Leah. And I thought it was going to end at probably like the 8 or 9 hour mark. Honestly, I thought it'd be over. That first chapter was only an hour long. I was like, oh, if one chapter is an hour and there's like 5 chapters, I'll be done in no time. What the hell is that? Looks like a monster. I mean, I can make it longer than 12 hours. It just means that I'll have to splice my video into 2 because YouTube doesn't let you upload videos that are longer than 12 hours. For good reason, I'm sure. I'll probably have to cut it where I took my little lunch break and ate food. Who in their right mind would take that thing on? What do we do? You're kidding me. There's nothing to do against a monster that big. I say we tuck our tails and get the hell out of here. It was common sense even to savages. While all beasts communed in an unspoken trust, one that dared them to risk their lives in the name of honor and blood sport, the godlike wolf towering above them superseded their futile search for supremacy. The crowd of beasts all nodded in agreement. Savage and civilized beasts all turned their backs to leave the battleground together. Among their numbers was... I will say that it did have like a good 30 minutes of them just doing nothing. Was a beast like that really in Bestia? Hey you, look alive. Come on. We should hurry up and get out of here too. After they struck up acquaintances several days prior, the boy and the girl developed a strong neighborly friendship. The girl tugged at his arm, hoping his eyes would meet hers before they trotted to safety with the rest of the pack. But the girl's ears perked upwards, twitching in alert. The boy asked what she heard. I'm listening. Huh? It's a voice. Someone's calling the monster's name. The boy squinted his eyes, blushing because her hearing was sharper than his, but he focused, listening closely. Come back, Ignis! They're so cute. I know, I ship them. They're great. They're gonna be a cute couple when they grow up. Each impact cracked in the foggy air. The boy recognized the voice. It belongs to the human woman whom he tended. The girl and the boy exchanged a look. Ignis? Is that him? Both of them gasped in disbelief, but others soon began to hear the voice. The two put their heads together, trying to discern how exactly that monster was the same person as the beast who saved them. True, the fire wolf And this great beast had similarities, being wolves and being made of fire. And some beasts could switch between humanoid and animalistic forms. But even so, how much of Ignis survived in there? Judging by the beast's reckless destruction movements, the answer appeared grim. What could have happened to him? What could save him? The boy and the girl took in the sights of the giant beast and realized they were terrified of its monstrous size. Also, only difference between that Verge 12-hour stream and this one is I'm not losing my mind. That's true. This one hasn't felt like it dragged on. I also, if I recall correctly, keep in mind the Verge stream that was 12 hours, that wasn't me trying to finish that in one day. If I recall, we had a couple streams before of that story, so that story itself was longer than 12 hours. It still hurts my feelings. So this one doesn't feel like that because it doesn't feel like it's dragging. The other one had so many parts where they're repeating the same stuff. I wanted to scream. However, together they nodded and found resolve. Each of them put on one leg before the other. They moved forward one step at a time, as if in sync. They were friends no matter what. They met 3 days ago. Both of them represented every beast who had ever owed their lives to Ignis. They bravely stepped towards the giant calamity together. It was a sight to behold. The hardened beast, who wouldn't have hesitated to torture or kill them, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Our little boy and girl are going out into the snow to say hi to a big doggy. How sweet. After the countless swings of his sword were powerless to deter Ignis's advances, Caunus had begun to feel like he reached his threshold. There. Just as his solid armor was close to bursting from the intense heat. Ew, he's alive! Thick chains of light had suddenly appeared, restraining Ignis's giant body. This time, they did not shatter prior to impact, and the fiery wolf found itself ensnared as it lashed out in resistance. Verge caused some pain to us in bad ways, and this one caused pain in good ways. But they both have trauma. See? 2 things can happen, and it doesn't have to be bad. My stomach just growled. I feel like Ignis now. I'm saved. However, what was that? Everyone glanced up at the sky in unison.
申し訳ありません。到着が遅れました。
I nearly almost cried because of Ignis. Dude, he showed up at the right time. My apologies. Please do excuse my tardiness.
いる。まだ傷も塞がってなかったはずじゃ。
Eel, I thought you were comatose in the bed at Enchante.
それがどういうことか、眠っている間に最低限の霊力が回復したようでして。
I haven't the faintest clue why, but while I slept, I somehow recovered a sliver of spirit energy. It's like a masked man broke into the building and gave me some.
カリア曰く、突然見知らぬ男が訪ねてきて、私の治療を行ったそうですが。
According to Kadia, a man he had never seen before arrived and insisted on performing treatment on me. And it's not like 2 a.m. like last time. I started my stream earlier. That's also fair. I didn't start at noon. I started at 9 a.m. my time. So it's only 11 o'clock your time. You're welcome. Eel spoke in a calm demeanor, flapping his wings while he recounted his story.
状況はすべてカリアから聞きました。あれがバナル、つまりイグニスということでよろしいですか？
From what Kadia said to me, this must be Vinar, better known as Ignis, I presume. Yeah.
了解しました。能力も体力も全開には程遠いですが、 私もなんとか戦闘行動に。
Duly noted. I must mention that my abilities are far below peak conditions, but I can play some part in battle. As Il said his part, Ignis bit the chains of light, using his fangs to force them off. Then he rolled over, smashing his tail right onto Il's body. And then Il was completely incapacitated, and he shouldn't have came. Il! Freed from his metaphysical chains, Ignis marched haughtily on the ice field before turning to stampede over the downed eel. At the last second, a shadow swooped down in the nick of time. Il was saved by a mysterious savior. To my surprise, it was not Canis nor Monsieur, not Rindo, and certainly not me, because I'm just standing here. Gary, you sure that's Ignis? If not, then I think we made a big mistake coming here. I squinted through the darkness, realizing there was something familiar about him. It was the frail beast boy who saved me. He doesn't even get a name, like Foxy. We're just gonna call him Foxy and Bunny, because frail beast boy and frail beast girl is just too much. As he carried Il to safety, he turned to look over his shoulder each time Ignis roared. Then, shattered clumps of ice came flying from behind us. The specks hit Ignis's eyes. Rindo and I were frozen in place, puzzled by what we had just seen when...
どんだけすごいデカブツだろうと、眼球までは丈夫じゃないでしょ?
Ha! Doesn't matter how big you are. No one likes dirt in their eyes. Rushing atop the bluff was another familiar face, a young, grinning beast girl. It's you! We're gonna call her Bunny. Oh, I don't need a flashback. We don't need a flashback. We're not doing the flashback. I remember her. How...
久しぶりね。相変わらず弱そう。っていうか。
It's been a while. You look as sickly as ever, actually.
ちょっと見かけない間に情けない顔になったわね。
It actually hasn't been that long at all. It's just your face. Huh? The young girl laughed air out of her nose, enjoying a smug laugh to herself. A rumble grew in the distance, signaling the rally of the beast contingent en route. Beasts of all color and creed, united by their size relative to Ignis, ran forth. Some of them stopped to pack tight lumps of ice into snowballs, hurling at it like cannon fire into the towering wolf's eyes. Others leaped up towards Ignis's snout, finding patches of fur to kick at the disorient the beast. While each attack did not serious harm to the wolf on its own, it was death by 1,000 cuts. The wolf was poked constantly in all directions, infuriating him to no end. He could hardly focus on Monsieur or the others, as the frustration had become too much to bear, as his flames began to wildly ignite.
のった。これくらいなら俺も役に立つよっと。
This gives me an idea. Hope you find this useful. From under his cloak, Monsieur flipped his hand, deploying arcane shields, which contained Ignis's flames and protected their lives.
揃いも揃って戦いを得意としないであろう魔獣がこれはどういうことだい?
None of these beasts look outfitted for battle. They don't even have weapons. What's going on here?
借りを返しに来たのよ。
They're here to repay our debt. Oh, we're sorry. Debt?
どいつもこいつも同じなの。
We all have something in common.
今まで誤解してた。どっかのお人よしの不殺の魔獣に命を救われた借りがある。
We've had our misunderstandings, and all of us owe our lives to that sentimental, merciful beast up there.
だから、それを返す前に、死なれたり、化け物になり果てられたら迷惑ってわけ。
Oh my goodness, that's why before we repay him, it would be a real pain if he ended up dying or was stuck as a wolf. Then it hit me.
なんつうか、俺はこっちで喧嘩の他にも。
Although he threw it out in a cocky stride, here was proof as all of the people he had pledged to protect up until this point were gathering together as a community to save Ignis. The girl proudly declaration coaxed a smile from the faces of Monsieur and the others.
そういうことなら作戦変更。
Okay, gang, change of plans.
まっとうな攻撃や拘束が通じないなら、かく乱が得意な彼らのサポートだ。
You accidentally scrolled. How do I... Texting my sister. Hello. Pizza sounds great. I'm never leaving this room, apparently. Okay. It's full-on attack, and restrainment won't work. We'll bombard him with distraction.
こうなったらとことん、イグニスの体力が尽きるまで全力でおちょくってやろう。
This is what it's come down to. Let's bug the lights out of Ignis until he collapses from exhaustion.
心得た。
Let's tickle
で
his
は魔
toes,
獣たちの
guys.
守護は我に任せよ。
Understood. Leave safeguarding the beast to me.
では、私もかく乱行動をしたいとします。
Then I shall create a worthy distraction. What about food? Everyone fanned out, heading into position. Now, instead of casting waves after wave of powerful attacks, they redirected their efforts by drawing the wolf's attentions away from his target, using a more peaceful solution to handle the beast. Rather than slay the wolf in calamity, they gathered courage as a unit to repay the ultimate debt to their savior and friend. Even so, Ignis was slowly but surely making progress towards the wormhole, all while attempting to devour any beast unlucky to be swallowed. As this happened...
で、あんたはぼーっと何やってんのよ。
Hello, do you enjoy being sitting ducks out there? Huh? The girl barked me out of my daydream.
さっきから様子を見てれば、何もせずに黙ったり、ビクビクと怯えてばっか。
I said that earlier, so I feel this is justified. I've been watching you. All you do is sit and mope. You're just a coward.
あれ、イグニスなんでしょ？不殺の魔獣なんでしょ？
That's Ignis, right? The beast who never
あ
kills?
の時、あんたを守るために戦ったあいつなんでしょ？
Back then, didn't he almost give his life to protect you?
とんでもない姿になってるけど、その事実は変わらないじゃない。
Sure, he's seen better days, but the fact still remains.
あんたとイグニスの間に何があったのかは知らないけど。
I don't know what happened between you and Ignis. Don't they have like the same color eyes as well? Is this her as a bunny? I accept.
怖がんなら後にしなさいよ。あいつに伝えたいことはないわけ？
You've got the rest of your life to be scared. Isn't there something you should tell him? Ooh, what should I
私の
tell
両親
him?
みたいに死んでからじゃ何もかもが遅いのよ。
Just like with my parents, don't wait till they're dead to tell them what you mean. Okay, thank you. I honestly...
行く必要はね。言ったろ。仕方ねえから守ってやるってな。
I gently placed my hand over my chest. My fingers felt the rhythmic thump of my heart, the one he swore to protect. There was something I could do, something I needed to tell him. It was... Thank you. I clenched my teeth, grimacing at the truth of what she said, and thanked her. Rindo, everyone, I have a request. I poked my head over the crowd, commanding the group's attention with a loud proclaimed proposal. Can you, like, put one of those thingamabobs in front of him? I have something to say. Can't tell if this is new or not. I was being driven through the ice field in the opposite direction from the wormhole. Rindo raced the snowmobile through the tundra some ways from the battlefield. Are you sure you want to do this? Absolutely. I'm in love with that dog up there. Yes. The distraction effort is going well, but Ignis is still getting too close to the wormhole. That's where we come in. We need to draw his attention. She gonna cut her wrist? No, wait, not her wrist. That was too much. That was too much. I went too far. You're right. Her hand, her arm, like, you know, like she gonna bleed. Picture Bella. This is Twilight, remember? Only one thing would work as bait. Me.
そうっすよ。兄貴。
Oh, right. Oh, brother.
人間の中でも特にあの時、夢中。
Verche ruined you. Oh, God. It did. It really did ruin me. I'm not the same person I was. He was lured him to the wormhole by humans. Our only recourse was to tease him with an even more tantalizing scent. One came to mind. It's me. I'm not being full of myself. That's something Verche Umse would do that. We can't use you of all people as bait. I smiled, watching as Rindo furrowed his brow behind the wheel of the snowmobile. I'm prepared for anything. So Rindo, please get away from here. Thank you.
やる以上は従うしかないよ、リンド。君がそこにいると、匂いが混じってうまく機能しなくなる。
She's already made up her mind, Rindo. You better get out of there before your scent gets caught up in the mix.
ですがどうか無茶はせずに。イグニスが走り出すと同時に私たちも当然追いかけますが。
Keep in mind, however, not to cut things too close. When Ignis comes charging, we will be close to follow.
万が一間に合わなかった場合は、すぐに傷口を塞ぎ、逃げてくれ。
Worst comes to worst, and I implore you to cover your wound and flee. Who knows whether or not Ignis will heal? Heal! Like a good boy! Got it. Thank you. None of them could leave their position, so I responded affirmatively, holding the wish of the beast people close to heart. I tepidly reached my hand over the bandage covering my wounds. Then, after extending his look of concern, I started to say Rando. Rando nodded slowly. If anything happens, I'll be right there before you know it. Okay. With that, Rindo spun the vehicle around, moving to a safe distance where he still keeps an eye on me. Phew! I took a deep breath then. I bit my lip as I pulled the sticky bandage from my arm once again. Okay. You know those things where, like, if you've experienced, I have had surgery and I have had an open wound before, and the idea of a sticky bandage, I hate it. Like, it hurts. They hurt if it's stuck to your skin, and I don't like that sensation. So this is the most disturbing sentence for me in this game. Anyways, blood begins to pour. Gosh, more like it. That means your bandage was not doing a good job and you needed stitches. And I watched the pestered Ignis from a distance. He scuttled at the scent as the scent hit his nostrils. Reacting to the scent of my blood, the wolf shook his fur before kicking at the ground to blaze towards me. Eels eyed the rampaging wolf, flapping wings to overtake the beast and secure me, but... He's traveling at a speed faster than we anticipated. Don't tell me.
今まで一度たりとも全力ではなかったというのか。
Until now, had he been using just a fraction of his possible speed? No, he's hungry. He's just hungry. Everyone across the magical circle gulps.
リンドン、作戦は中止です。今の私ではあの速度に追いつけません。速やかに彼女の保護を。
Rindo, cancel the operation. I stand no chance of reaching her in time. Go ahead and secure her quickly.
わかった。
I got her. The flaming wolf had sprinted towards me at the speed of sound, stirring me with terror. I thought you were going to try and talk to him. As the one who conceived of this operation, I anticipated this outcome. The outcome where nobody made it in time, where my life could end in an instant. The wolf had let out a delightful howl, ready to savor the taste of his meager prey. There was no kindness in his eyes as they locked on target. Before I had a chance to move, the wolf stretched his maw open to devour me whole. But something beat him to it. At my feet, I heard something bounce. It plopped repeatedly on the icy ground. The sound repeated over and over, building into a louder rhythm until I heard ice cracking beneath me. That was a bunch of them. I hear a adorable cry squeak beneath the lake shore, summoning even more countless small figures to loosen Ignis's feet. Ruh. Even he had been taken by surprise. Before Ignis could adjust his front leg, his hulking frame slipped into the water. Waves began to crash, rippling through the immediate vicinity. Desperately, I shifted my feet, hoping to avoid the wave. In front of me, I spy a small figure. I recognized that voice. I glanced down to see... Kyoto! Kororo, you're safe! Kororo had been closely followed by a horde of beasts who looked just like him. It was a pride of Pakas. Could it be? Were the Pakas not extinct as we thought? It appeared that some had survived. Somehow Kororo managed to rally them after being tossed aside by Dromi? Cute! Kya! The many Pakas formed an orderly line, cheering me on from the side. I looked around me for Ignis, but I spotted him. When I spotted him, he appeared to be locked in place, although something confused me. He groaned in frustration despite being, from my perspective, able to get out of his binds. He refused to. It was as though his mind and his body were out of sync. His willpower was diminished. And I realized, Ignis! I discarded my role as his bait and I called out to him, running as quickly as I could to the huge wolf. However, there was shards of broken ice all around me. It was difficult to find steady footing, much less run. My legs felt ready to give when... Aren't you going? Won't you see Ignis? Yes. The young boy came to my side, his eyes beaming with kindness. He generously helped me to my feet. He pulled my arm around him and supported my back, making sure I found my footing. Then he led me to Ignis. Just as we reached the wolf, a rushing wave caused by Ignis's exhale rumbled the fragile ice. Keep going! Find Ignis and save him! The boy threw me from the crackled ice. He plunged into the sea in my place thanks to his sacrifice. Which better not be a sacrifice. Ignis was right there, standing right before my eyes. I make a slow, tepid approach to his maw. The wolf immediately raises his head, tracking me, his prey, with a glare. Following his essential instincts, the wolf bared his fangs to devour me. The beast cried out in anguish. Sorry, was he gonna be louder? My bad. Oh, I hit the wrong button. That's pretty same. The beast cried out in anguish, his fangs halted inches from my face. The wolf opened his mouth and closed it. He began to flee, wincing with each movement. This was no mindless beast. I could hear him whimpering in there. I knew it. You're still there. I took one step, and then another when...
自分から食われに行くとは殊勝なことっすね。
Why is he here?
最初から素直にそうして欲しかったっすけど。
If you were so willing to make an offering out of yourself, why didn't you cooperate at the start?
あ、それともまだ奇跡だの愛だのなえ空事を信じてるんすか?
This is all a romantic gesture to you, isn't it? Maybe you'd taste better if you make him wait for it.
どんな言葉は
I forgot he existed.
バナルの捕食本能の前には無駄なことっすよ。
No matter which excuse you choose, it doesn't matter. His I don't know why I can't say this anymore. And sensual, his instincts will prevail. Oh God, I can't. Dromi crackled manically, likely having watched everything unfold from the shadows. I would have been fine if Dromi had died. Not gonna lie already. But none of that mattered. Who are you even talking about? What? I'm not wasting my time here right now extending my hand to Venair. He's awkward and blunt. And he's like no one I've ever met. He's one of Enchante's favorite regulars. Ignis Carbunculus. Just changing it every time. Damn you, woman. Enough of the cheese. I love cheese, though. Dromi raised his arm, perhaps so he could strike me again when... 2 chains suddenly appeared around his body, completely restraining him.
なんとか術式の届く範囲まで近づけました。
Just in time. Luckily, we were well within range to cast our spell.
うちのお姫様は勝ち気で困るね。まあ、それはそれでお似合いか。
Seer needs to catch his breath. Our princess is unbreakable. Does that spell trouble, or is it a blessing in disguise? No justice, no peace.
やめときなよ、ドローミー。この状態で逃がすほど。
Give it up, Dromi.
バカじゃない。
You won't fool us again. You're not going anywhere.
君にできることはもうないんだ。そこでおとなしく見届けるんだね。
There's nothing you can do. Just sit quiet and watch. Thank you, Monsieur. Ill. I thanked my 2 assistants and I walked onwards once more. The pillar of light climbed into the night. At last I reached him. She's like, boop. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ignis. I whispered softly into his ear, running my fingers through his scorched fur. Ignis let out a tender groan. Then, don't touch. Don't come. I'll kill. I'll eat you. Once more, the calamity surged. Ah, I knew it. The same old Ignis still hides in there. You're resisting Venair. Even now, I know you're looking after me. I felt beside myself, but I'm sorry. I won't do that. I won't do what you tell me to. I won't scream in fear, and I'm not running away anymore. I still haven't given up on you winning the fight. The wolf tilted his head in confusion, uncertain of what I meant. I call it naivety, or idealism. None of it mattered to me, even if Ignis himself refused to believe it was possible. I believe in your strength. You're the strongest ever to live, strong enough to overcome the instincts. Didn't I tell you before that I will satisfy your hunger every day at Enchante for the rest of our lives? I haven't given up on that dream. What about it, Ignis?
違う。誠は、俺の本当の願いは、叫びは、本能は。
Don't do flashbacks, even if it's sad. Tell me what you wanted to say. Tell me your wish. I want to know your heart's deepest desire. Suddenly, his enormous body began to convulse. Why? Why are you? The moonlit flames flickered above the frost. It was as though whatever was laying dormant inside of him was fighting desperately not to vanish. Why must this calamity forsaken me like this? How can you smile like that? The flames weakened and the wolf heaved a sigh before going silent. Then he lamented, just as he had at the shrine, but there was new life in it somehow. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to devour you. Oh, take me back to Enchante. With you in good days and bad. I want to dedicate my life to you. He cried out from the bottom of his heart. Oh, he's crying. That's it. That is my real wish. My calling is... the malevolent force that compelled Ignis to feed. Howled for the last time. I've been devoured. In a sense. It had been totally devoured. After returning to his original form, Ignis lived out the life he had always wished for. Oh my god, it's so cute! I hit the wrong button. My second favorite CG right here. Oh my god. That's so cute. Ignis. I called out to his sweet voice as he wrapped his warm arms around me. Welcome back. You've returned to me as quickly as you said you would. Good job. You have managed to avoid the bad ending. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. I don't know which ending I'm gonna get. Ha ha ha. This is the scene that I remembered. Oh god. We shared it. Imagine if I got the bad ending after we sat here for 12 hours and then I had to figure out where I messed up to get the good ending. Oh, that's the only reason I haven't done the bad endings. Is because I have to go back through all the choices and fast forward to get the bad endings. I don't want to. Although it did work last time when I did low like at the end, so maybe I can manage it. We shared in the same heat. Is that not fire? Is she not touching fire? We went to merge our lives into one. Oh, look at his arms. What arms, my guy? Good for you. At last, the night was broken and a warm sunrise was birthed into the frozen realm.
Ah, そうだ。
Yeah, that's right.
俺の本当の願いは、本能は、
My wish, my true calling.
お前と、こうすること
Just
だ
a
った。
reminder, she should be covered in bruises because she was getting the shit beat out of her. And she should have a bleeding arm with a giant bite mark taken out of it. Just saying. It happened. My true calling is to live my life by your side.
飽きるぐらい、お前の強さとぬくもりを、この身に宿すことだった。
This is also her most age-appropriate partner. Just saying. My strength has become our strength. My love for you will burn inside me until there's nothing left to give.
俺は、お前を、男として欲してたんだ。
I want nothing more than to be the man of your dreams.
餌として食うためなんかじゃねえ。
You know, instead of, like, devouring you. I'm excited for the after scene. What is this face? You finally said it. You might run your mouth from time to time, but at least you're sweet. In my arms, I felt a warmth and a comfort I didn't know were possible. The thought brought a tear to my eye.
俺はもう、最悪になんざならねえ。
No more rampages from me, I promise.
俺は、
I...
お前って強い女に惚れた。イグニスという、ただの男であり続ける。
From this day on, I'm just Ignis, a simple man whose love is the strongest woman in the world. Leah! Aww! I mean, those arms, I accept. And so he sheds his past as Vanar. My number one favorite. Oh no, wait. What is it? We're gonna get there. From a short distance away, our friends sat watching us, grinning kindly as we basked in our love. Actually, I thought Monsieur couldn't stay overnight. I thought he had a limit. It's no use. I couldn't possibly take another step. I'm exhausted. We fought the whole night long. Introducing Ignis like, hi, he's my boyfriend. He has anger issues. He literally turns into a monster and he will eat you. So be nice. Good thing I got some beauty sleep in the demon world or I'd have to keep watch after Il. Goodness.
さすがに我もここまで苛烈かつ長丁場となる戦は初めてだ。
Indubitably, that was a Herculean task. In fact, that must have been a personal record for time spent on a battlefield.
僕もこの年で肉体労働の徹夜ってなかなかね。正直気絶しそう。
Rindo, this is why you're no fun. Okay, sometimes you have insomnia and you just don't sleep, alright? God, get with the program. At my age, all-nighters are few and far between, gentlemen. It's way past my bedtime.
もういっそその場に寝ちゃったらリンド。
A nap couldn't hurt, could it, eh, Rindo?
イグが消耗していたせいか、決着を見届けた途端に気絶してしまったしな。
Speaking of exhaustion, it seems our friend knocked out the moment the mission came to an end. Poor Il.
この人たちでもこんなありさまなんだから、俺たちが全員生き残ったことって
Now that the dust settled,
奇跡なんだよな。
don't you think it's a miracle we made it out of there alive?
正直死ぬかと思ったし、二度とごめんだけど。
Honestly, I was sure I wouldn't make it. That was enough adventure for a lifetime.
うん。いいもの見れたし、満足だよね。
Foxy says, yep, that was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I've had my feel.
そうよ。むしろもっと誇りましょう。
Bunny says, true, but be proud of yourself.
私たち、この世界の最強の魔獣を打ち倒すための力になったのよ。
We helped stop the strongest beast that's ever lived here and everywhere.
もう弱いなんて誰にも言わせないわ。特に、どこかの臆病な魔獣たちには、ね。
We don't have to let anyone call us weak ever again. I won't let cowards judge me.
そうだね。君たちの強さは俺たち全員が保証するよ。
Right, you are. All of us here are more than willing to vouch for you.
彼を倒したのも結局力じゃなかったしね。
In the end, it wasn't the person with the most power who stopped the wolf. The conversation unfolds amidst the chatter. But there was someone unable to accept reality. The young man fell to his knees. Kidding. Everyone else was gathered in celebration, and the chains which had restrained him until sunrise were unhinged. But Dromi nevertheless stared into the emptiness, unwilling, unmoving.
嘘だ。
It's all a lie, bro.
兄貴が。
This is some sort of mistake.
世界最強の兄貴が。
Bro was gonna be the strongest. Vanar. I'm not even letting him speak anymore.
もあっけなく。
But they stopped him. Not with weapons, but with words. This sounds like the Grinch right now. It's so grinchy. Much to his surprise, someone responded to his cries out in the void.
間違いなんかじゃないわよ。あんただって見てたでしょ？
That wasn't a mistake. Didn't you see it for yourself?
うん。負けたんだよ、彼は。最強の魔獣、バナルは。
Yep, he lost. The so-called strongest beast, Vinar. Why don't they have mouths? Like, their mouths don't move when they talk. It's not like they... Why? The people who came to the aid of Leah, those who overcome their weakest designation, defying odds by conquering Ignis the Strong. Dromi turned that thought over in his head, letting the gravity sink in. He lost. My dream to summon the strongest fighter of all time wasn't killed by the demon king, the angel, or the knight, but by the weakest beast and humans?
完全な最強などどこにも存在しないのだろう。
The platonic ideal of strength you idolize does not exist the way you imagine it.
だからこそ初代古代のバナルも同様に当時の魔獣や人間に討伐された。
Remember, even the first Vanar of antiquity was bested by beasts and humans all those millennia ago. Millennia.
仮にこの先イグニスがもしまたバナルになったとしても、
Even if
結果
Ignis
は同じだよ。
somehow became Vanar once more in the future, the results will be the same. Is that in the fan disc?
彼はこの子たちや彼女に永遠に負け続けるんだ。
I'm sure he's destined to lose to the real heroes, to them and to her. Aw, they're smiling now. Meanwhile, whatever Miss Sierra and the others were discussing was none of our concern. Hey, Ignis?
Oh.
Yeah. Over and over, we couldn't tire of it. We basked in each other's warmth, exchanging sweet, tender words. You're so strong. You fulfilled your promise. You came back to me. I feel so safe in your arms. At first, Ignis was taken aback by my directness. He let out a light-hearted chuckle. Huh, was that weird to say? Yeah, you just don't get it. You're the strong one here, Leah. Huh? You never gave up? Not even when it got real tough, when things were the darkest. Somehow you reached me and helped me remember. Your feelings. My feelings. I've never met a woman as kind and persistent as you before. I am entranced by the comfort of his embrace. The dawn brought a new hope with it. And just then I feel all the gratitude in the world to be in the arms of the man I loved. Leah, I love you. I'll never let you go again. His words complete me. I won't let you go either. I squeeze tight, bringing this body closer. The one and only wolf of burning love. Wow. It was a fire we now tended together. It blazed on, illuminating our dark past, guiding us up to a brighter future. That was so cute. That was the best one to save for last, honestly. I think I liked that one the most. He did not disappoint. Have we met all the people yet, by the way? No, we still have a question mark. I guess that's going to be Monsieur's route. Remember when we met the seal friend? Actually, wait, where was our seal friend? We didn't have a final cut with him. Just because he found his family doesn't mean he's not mine still. But yes, that was probably the best one so far. It did take more than 12 hours to finish, so I will have to break this pod down into 2 videos. Alas. But it's not midnight, so... And again, I think the other game was even longer because I think I had 2 videos, or like a video at least prior before I had to do the split video. I was just like, I'm getting this. I'm doing it. That's still my favorite photo of him. He's so cute. Just look at him. Oh, Jay posted her thing on the Discord. We can see it now. Oh my god, it's so cute. I love the gems. Eight more minutes for me for it to be midnight. I'm so sorry. Actually, am I allowed to use... Oh, gotta turn the sound back up. Oh my god. I'm not doing that because my voice is sore. Kororo's mom! Kyo? Oh my god. They're alive? Then I can't keep their child anymore? Yeah? Ignis! Master! Together, always together. Yeah, but you were the baby. You were their first baby, and now you're not their baby anymore. Is that what I'm understanding? You lost our baby. Where did I put that new recipe book? Ooh, my voice just started cracking again. Hang on. We're almost there. We're almost there. I wonder how old is Kororo. He's as old as Grogu. He's got to be a couple hundred. No. Found it. Right. I put it on top of the shelf. I stretched up, reaching my arm towards the book I wanted. As I groaned from a sharp pain. Good grief.
何やってんだよ。しばらくは無茶すんなって散々言い聞かせただろうが。
What are you doing? How many times do I gotta tell you not to overdo it? It was Ignis. He entered the room without me noticing, slipping between me and the shelf to pluck the book I had been reaching for. Is she pregnant? Or is she injured? Tell me. Thanks, Ignis. I can still grab books, you know. My wound's mostly healed. Dang. It could have been womb. You see what I'm saying? My wound's mostly healed up. The pain will stop soon enough.
それでもだよ。見てるこっちがヒヤヒヤすんだっつうの。
I still don't like looking at it.
つか、そもそもよ。惚れた女の心配をすんのは当然だろう。
Besides, cut me some slack. Worrying for the woman you love is totally normal. Ignis dropped the word so casually, but I hid my now rosy cheeks. Until recently, he seemed like someone who was naturally adverse to terms of affection. But something in him had changed, and it wasn't just my arm that throbbed. My heart beat so fast it could burst. I tried to distract myself, hoping my blush would start to fade before Ignis had noticed. So it's already been a month. Time sure does fly.
だな。けど未だに散々氷だのをぶつけられた目が痛む気がするぜ。
Yeah, but my eyes still hurt from all that crap they threw at my arms. Those beasts were better at throwing than I credited them. One month had passed since our battle against the legendary Venar of the icy Bestian field. Cafe Enchante had gone back to normal at last. We had mostly reclaimed our normal lives. Although the neighborhood was still undergoing lots of repairs thanks to the Minotaurs. Classy. However, all of the after-the-fact dealings that were thankfully handled by Rindo and Co. of the GPM.
本当に良いのですか？こちらの甘味や乙女ゲームのグッズをすべていただいてしまって。
Are you sure it's alright? There's so many sweets in this batch.
もちろん、君の全開祝いってことで、全部俺たちのおごりだよ。
We're celebrating your full recovery. Enjoy all gosh, enjoy it all. I've been talking too much. I don't know how to read sentences anymore. Although over half of your candy packages are from Ignis, I presume he's quite guilty for hurting you.
彼のお財布、しばらくはすっからかんだろうね。
I bet the only thing hurting now is his wallet.
それについては大丈夫じゃない？だって。
He doesn't have to worry about that anymore, right? After all.
臨時とはいえ、新しい働き口。
It might be temporary, but he found a new job. Is he working here? Naturally, all the regulars like Karida were beginning to arrive. However, there was one slight change, one that left a bittersweet taste. We no longer had our adorable mascot in my room or around the shop. Kororo managed to reunite with his clan and fellow Pakus.
Cool!
And surprisingly, Kororo was able to reunite with his parents. Honestly, size aside, I couldn't have told them apart from Kororo. There was no way of knowing which was him his dad or his mom. Regardless, after reuniting Kododo with his parents, the little guys returned to Bestia Sea. Although it wasn't goodbye forever, Kododo has somehow managed to convince his clan to uproot their settlements closer to the gate. This way they could spend their free days visiting me whenever I crossed over. Before, traveling to Bestia was dangerous and hunters prowled the Badlands. It was practically asking for travel. But since then, Bestia has seen better days. Thanks to the uprising of lesser beasts who fought in the battle to stop Vanar, the more savage beasts who once hunted the lesser beasts for sport took mercy on their fellow beasts. While they're not wearing flower crowns and dancing in fields, as the very least, the beasts learned to cool on the raids. Perhaps other descendants of Vanar exist. This thought came up from time to time. So it seems Bestians came to a new unspoken agreement to reduce brutalism. At last, Kododo could live in harmony amongst his kin in Bestia. Well, he had his parents now. That was the only reason he was living with you.
まさか俺の望んだ変化が俺がバナルになることで生まれるとはな。
To think that turning into Vanar was the key to achieving my dream of bringing peace to Bestia. Ignis muttered this to himself, but something seemed to disturb him. After what happened, Ignis decided to relocate his life to the human world. He moved in with me at Enchante. With his wish fulfilled through not fully, he no longer had any reason to return to Bestia, as he achieved top supremacy. And although it wasn't his fault, Ignis knew he had to atone for the crime of letting his ancestral instinct run wild. So for now, he was hired as a part-time worker at Enchante, assisting me with duties for the duration of my injury. Lest we forget, the one who orchestrated all of it.
ドローミの野郎は相変わらず GPM で抜け殻のまんまなんだろうな。
That bastard Dromi has still been nothing but an empty shell over at the GPM. Right. After being apprehended by Rindo and Canis, Dromi was once more sentenced to imprisonment at the GPM. From what Rindo had told me, he had been locked in solitary confinement the whole time. Despite the feeling of betrayal, the situation was especially tough for Ignis, who still cared deeply for Dromi.
あいつのやったことは許せねえし、許されるもんでもね。
What he did can never and should never be forgiven.
ただ、生きてる限りは、俺と同じように、てめえの罪と向き合う覚悟が必要になってくんだろう。
But for as long as he lives, he must atone for his crimes, just as I do, and I will continue to do.
けどま、俺の分は、そうだな。あいつがいつか正気に戻るようなことがあれば。
But if he, like me, somehow managed to come back to his senses, then...
一発、二発。いや、50発の顔面パンチで済ませてやるか。
Maybe 1 or 2. Nah, I'll let him off the hook after 50 knuckle sandwiches. Maybe I misheard you, but did you skip from twice to 50 times?
足りめえだ。やらかしとはまた別に。
Of course I did. I had to narrow it to one person per punch. Ignis gently brought his hand to my cheek.
あいつにはお前の体を
50 is
散々痛め
perfect.
つけられたからな。ま、俺も奴のことは言えねえが。
He caused you so much pain. Not that I have much room to talk, but still. He stroked his finger over my cheeks as though he was looking for scars over and over again. I'm fine now. What about you, Ignis? How is your body holding up after everything?
お、もう心配すんな。あれからは制御できねえようなおかしな空腹が湧くこともね。
You know, I've been holding up. There's been no weird, uncontrollable cravings since the day we left.
とはいえ、しばらくは様子見も兼ねて、普通の飯も控えることにするけどよ。
But I figured there's no harm being too careful, so I haven't had any regular food either. I see. But even before the cravings began, you appeared to have a healthy appetite. This must be quite the challenge.
んなことはねえよ。飯の代わりってわけじゃねえが。
Not really, I've got something better than food. Oh my gosh, that's a tongue. Whoa. What a CG, jeez. Dang, before I knew it, his lips were pressed onto mine, taking small, playful nibbles. It was hot. I felt his body quivering on mine as we pushed into the bed. The taste of his lips, all of him. Me and Leah laughed at the same time, like, oh my stars. That's an open mouth. That's. He tilted his head, packing me from my nose down to my neck, then he flashed a bold smile.
男としてお前を食えるだけで十分満足してっからな。
What a line. Damn. Yeah, right? Exactly. As your man, I'm the only one who gets to eat you. Can't lie, it feels pretty good.
安心しろよ。残っちまった傷跡の分も含めて。
Let me eat him. Let him eat me. Don't worry, the scars I gave you are mine too now. I take responsibility.
仮に責任なんぞなくても逃さねえが。
But responsibility or not, I won't let you out of my grasp. Oh my god. He did literally eat a chunk of her flesh. He did literally eat her, to be fair. In fact, they're still not showing that scar. She's got it somewhere, though. That meant, from now on, our lives were one spent in secret and whispers from our bed. Please go easy on me. This is the most Omo that they have ever been. Oh my god. Our bed already.
んなもん却下だ。魔獣相手に加減なんて解くもんじゃないぞ。
What? Not a chance. You should know better than to try taming a wild beast.
俺の運命のつがい。お前の心も体も丸ごと全部俺のもんだ。
Leah, the light of my life, your body, heart, and everything belongs to me. Oh my goodness.
血の一滴から指の先まで他の奴らに渡してやるつもりはね。
Every drop of blood down to your fingers, I won't let anyone else have any of it. Ignis gets the best spice and lines as a beast character. Yeah, he's got some really great lines right now. Like, nobody else was like this. Like, what's happening? I guess I picked if I had played this one first, I'd be like, oh my god, they're all gonna get so spicy. Nothing else would be like this.
一生をかけて隅々まで愛して味わい尽くしてやる。覚悟しとけよ。
Until the day I die, I promise to love every bit of you, to savor you even if it kills me. Better prepare yourself. With a passionate gaze, even with my cheeks the shade of wine, I return a smile of sundering. Oh my god. You don't need to remind me. I won't run away. I want you, all of you, to consume my heart. Oh my god. To be fair, Sheen also threw MC on a bed, and that was also probably the most spicy scene. Oh my goodness. Unexpected. I'm excited. I loved it. It was great. Every moment. Let's get this other, oh, we're gonna unlock Monsieur. Get the other prologue. Tifu Ego Iris, obviously. Wind brushes the infinite colorless world like a breath. When he leaves, I'll be alone again. And if he returns, I am certain all I would have for him is apathy. Yes. That's right. This is unfair. What? Soon enough, shall finally get to see you. A new prologue is now unlocked. Now, for those of you who have played this, Monsieur's route is now unlocked. That part we see, is that the prologue part? I don't need to go through those prologues to see that. That is the scene that's unlocking in the prologue, right? I don't need to go through all 10 of those prologues, right? Like, I don't need to play all 5 prologues. Doesn't that look scary? I found it. Alright, I'm pretty sure we got all the pictures, but let's just make sure. 31 of 31. We did it. Hot damn. Yeah, he started off pretty mild. This, I will say, was pretty, like, oh my. I think you can start prologue 5. Well, I just don't know if that little scene they show when they're like, you've unlocked this prologue, is the scene. Or if I have to play the prologue to get it. Does that make sense? I don't want to do 5 prologues. That's the short answer. I saw a playthrough, so you're not sure. That's fair enough. I might look into it just to see. We did it! We survived! And it was only 13 hours. It was only 13 hours. It was so short. What a short day. This makes up for last week, because every single day I'm like, I'm gonna do a long stream. It turned into like a 2-hour stream because something was happening, but we got a new car. Hey! And I was gonna stream with my friends, and then that got canceled, so that was another reason my stream was short one day. Make sure to hydrate and eat. Yes, I have this, and then I messaged my sister and said I would like pizza, so hopefully she ordered pizza, or she might be waiting for me to order pizza. Yes, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I'm going to be splitting this into 2 videos, so if you happen to see this and you're confused, it's probably the first video. I said I was going to be right back, and you're like, wait, she didn't come back. It's because I actually cut the video here. So thank you so much for joining me today. The other video will be out tomorrow. So that's if you're on YouTube watching the VODs. And if you're on YouTube watching the VODs, you can check me out on Twitch and see my streams. You can join me like Jay and Asia do. Have a great time. And also, thank you for raiding today, Kai. I appreciate you stopping by as well. And I think, if I remember correctly, oh my goodness, I'm so tired. I can't remember anybody's name right now. I feel like we had one more friend join us today, but I'm too tired. But thank you so much for joining me. If you're on Twitch, you can check out the VODs. I'm also going to be linking my Discord if you want to join me on the Discord just to say hi. Post some of your creations. Let me know what games you're excited about. We're going to apparently have a really fun stream next week, and we should be finishing Monsieur's story either on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not planning on doing a 12-hour stream for Monsieur, if I'm being honest. I'm excited, but I don't know if I have the body, mind, and soul for that. So thank you guys. Have a lovely day. Bye, 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 bye. Your dad's ordering you pizza too? Pizza's the best. I'm just going to say it right now. It's one of my favorite snacks. So awesome. I hope you enjoy your pizza. Bye, guys. Have a lovely day or night. It's kind of late for everybody as far as I know. Bye. Bye, Asia.